Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi,
former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Hello everybody, namaste. Welcome to the fourth round of the 44th Chess Olympiad, which is taking place here in Chennai, India. And I'm going to be your host today. Again, I'm Judit Polgar, and we want to show you some of the most exciting games going to be happening here. But not only what's happening on the chessboard, but also what is happening around the chessboard. Not only the main characters of the tournament like Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, Aranyan, Wesley So, and the others count, but here this is the only event every 2 years where everybody counts, where everybody is here together from 186 nations, which makes it incredible number, the record number of participants of different countries. In the open section we have 188 teams, and in the women's section we have 162. And as I've heard, FIDE has its plans that they are really working for their social activities, and that's why they have the Queen's Pavilion also here, to have later on the equal number of women participants and male participants. But let's go into some things. Before that, I would like to introduce again, welcome Mihail, who is a great author, and he's going to be helping us today again to understand what is going on.
Great to meet you and everybody again. So let's have an enjoyable afternoon.
Exactly. So we have already quite an amazing event and surprises as well. For example, Magnus Carlsen yesterday, he could not win against the Italian team, Vocaturo, and they lost. So probably it was a very sad day for the Norwegian. It was not something they expected. I'm sure the world champion thought they are going to be winning again because they have a great fighting spirit and the team spirit. Let's see the matchups of today round, in round 4, because we have more and more excitement coming up. And before we have it on the screen, the first matchup, I want to say to everybody that India has 3 teams in the open section and also in the women's section. But what is a surprise, maybe to some people, maybe not for everybody, that India too, the big group in the open section, they are having a full score, 12 out of 12. So this is quite amazing. They are very young, very, very young. 3 players are 16 years old only. So if you can see on the screen our matchups for the open team, we are going to be showing that just in a second. So let's see, we have, actually this is not the B, because on the ranking, who is number 1, you will find the India B team because they have a full score. But in match score, the following teams have still a full score. So let's see, France against India we have. It's getting more interesting, right?
Yes, I don't think that 100 points or, 50 points or something can make a big difference. I mean, it can go either way. Statistically, India has some advantage, but that's all.
Well, they have very strong players. Hare Krishna Pantela is playing on the board 1. He had a fantastic game yesterday, which we are going to be showing you just in a few minutes. And we have Judit on board 2. Eric Gaisi, he played also an interesting game. And board 4, Narayanan also. So, of course, they play on homeland. They want to show their best. Let's see the next matchup on board 2.
They have some advantage on board 2 and 3, some bigger advantage. He rating the first and last. Okay, also on the last one. No, okay.
Okay, so we see USA and Uzbekistan. So Fabiano Caruana plays again, and Aronyan is playing again. So Aronyan was interesting when they posed to him the question that what does he think, why he didn't play so well in round one. He was just smiling and saying, well, this is what happens when the organization is too good. Well, this is not so often said, and probably the organizers are not very...
But it makes sense. It makes sense somehow. I mean, you feel good, life is good.
He said he is staying in a nice hotel, having a swimming pool, great food.
It's a compliment to the organizer.
Of course, but it's just a funny excuse.
Just to mention that Caruana plays with the European rapid champion, Abdusatorov Nodirbek.
Yeah, he's also a very talented player from Uzbekistan.
He beat Carlsen, Nakamura, and Wojtaszek, I believe, on the way to become the champion.
Absolutely, we're going to see that game. Let's see number 3 matchup in the open section. India 3 against Spain. Ganguly against, well, he's an old-timer, like me.
Yes, I believe he was playing, when I was playing in Calcutta some 25 years ago, he was around from the youngsters at that moment.
Yeah, he was also famous for being the coach
Yes.
of Anand Shirov, also an old-timer, plays very well in this tournament so far. So they have been playing, I think, quite a few occasions before. Very interesting match. Let's see the next one, Poland-Romania.
My fellows,
So what can you say about the chances and the Romanians to pose to Poland?
the Romanian is a mixture, or let's say, an amalgam of experience and youth. We have Dak, who is already close to the 2700. He's 21 years old, maybe not yet 21. Gavrilescu, even younger, 18. And then we have Lupulescu and Pârligras, who qualified several times for the World Cup. So it's a good team, it's a strong team, but of course their opponents are also formidable. So
Yeah, well, Wojtaszek had a difficult day yesterday because he lost.
really, he lost, yes.
So let's see the board number 5. It's Turkey against Azerbaijan. Mamedyarov is playing again, so we'll see how he will be playing with the black pieces against Yilmaz Mustafa.
He will just attack. I mean, he's
Yeah, we are all enjoying his style anyway. Let's see board 6. It's Israel against Netherlands, and we're going to be seeing in board 6. You see Giri is playing again. He won a pretty convincing game yesterday.
Good technical effort. Just took a pawn and
With the black pieces.
Yes.
It was his first game.
Yes.
And
No effort. I mean, just like this.
but I believe that we can expect the top players, once they get into the ring, they go all the way because the event is not so long for them.
It's true. It's true.
Right? Okay, so Israel will definitely not give their games easily. They will be fighting as everybody
We
here.
see Marin from the old guard.
Well, yeah, that's when I was playing in some great games with him. Then in the next matchup is board number 7. It's Serbia against England, which is going to be interesting. Also, they have some old timers in the English team. And Michael Adams, I was playing
Ivanišević.
tons of times. McShane, Havel, he's known for his being a commentator again against John Gavain. And on the other side, also Marcus Robert, he's also, I know all of them, I was playing also with some of them, probably you too.
Yes.
But of course we see already round 4, having in rating points, they are getting closer and closer, smaller and smaller differences between the teams, which means anything can happen.
Well, it already happened a few times with bigger differences,
But
but
we'll
now
have
now
more
it's
and
getting.
more
I mean,
like
100 points. That's nothing. I mean, for a match, that's nothing.
And then we have let's go on with table 8. India against
So the
Italy.
perfect
the
scorers.
The team which has the only team who has a full score, and this is the team which Anand is only talking about, that this is the team he wants to see perform so well, and this is the team who actually the players are part of his academy, and he knows exactly how much potentials they have. Many people say that Pragnananda is a future world champion, at least possibly. He had a very tough game, Pragnananda, yesterday they had been playing against Switzerland, and it's quite amazing game. I think we will be talking about that because I found it amazing, the fighting spirit, what he showed. We have Vocaturo again on board 1.
So the whole hero team, actually.
And we have to say that the captain is also very strong because Luc Van Velde is the captain. So somehow he made a great strategy for yesterday to be able to beat Norway for not
It's not
two and a
little,
half.
not a little thing.
It's a
Very,
huge,
very
it's a
strong team,
huge
yes.
thing. They are number 3 seeded, and then just see the next two: Armenia against Australia. It's also a very tough match. Then we have on board 10, we have Canada against Iran. Iran is a very talented team, I must say. I know that on board 10 we have Canada-Iran, which we're going to see in a second. I want to talk also about this match later on because I think it's very interesting that Iran has so many talented players. So let's go. I think.
see a player of Romanian origin in Canada, Preotu Răzvan.
Okay, so we get back to this, but I want to highlight just a few boards in the women's section as well, because we are just going to be starting the games, I think, just in seconds. So just let's see what we have. We see already the playing hall right here. Everybody's moving around. You see Ivan Sokolov, I think, in white shirt behind his team because he's not playing anymore. He was playing quite a few Olympiads. We have the first moves. We see the USA playing against Uzbekistan.
Ivan Sokolov is the captain of Uzbekistan.
Okay, so he's going to teams which are interesting. He was the coach for Iran for a long time. And I remember when he was talking about some of the boys like Ali Reza and Firuza and
you're
stuff
just
like
looking
that.
like him. Yes, of course.
I was looking I'm sure you're right, but he said no, but they are really talented. Watch them, watch this, watch that.
But I think the same happened when Agdestein told you a long time ago about some boy, no?
Yes.
You had the same reaction, no? And then he became a world champion.
Yeah,
no?
yeah. When Agdestein was whispering into my ear, Magnus Carlsen, there's a talented boy.
Yeah, sure.
Remember this name, Magnus Carlsen. Okay, so we remember ever since. And but of course we see that many of the teams they take it very seriously. So the captain is not only taking a role of making the order who plays every day, bringing the coffee, arranging the travel arrangements, and taking care everything what the players are needing. But actually many times this person is 2-in-1 and they focus much more, the captain being a strong grandmaster. And you can see the body language of Ivan Sokolov that he's very carefully watching the players making their moves in the opening, because I'm sure he was very actively being part in the preparations.
Yes, but also when you play, it's so good to have your back somehow covered by. I mean, if you know that guy really wants you to win, I mean, it doesn't take much. But if you have such a guy behind it can really help during a tough match.
Absolutely.
It's more than can be explained by words.
Well, of course, there are many captains who are strong players as well. And here we see Ganguly against Shirov. We have a Sicilian over there.
Wasn't it a Scotch? The E-pon is missing, I believe.
Maybe it's a Scotch.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
The E-pon is missing.
Yes.
No, I was surprised when I said Sicilian. Shirov didn't play Sicilian in ages.
That's true.
And
that's true.
It looked like a Sicilian, but...
Here the U.S. team. Yesterday for Shackland, he had a very difficult game. And then he turned it... Actually, it was very interesting, because when we saw that game, we thought that Black has a great advantage. And by that time, when we saw it, I had to realize it later on when checking that it was not the case anymore. But before, Black had a huge advantage. If we want to talk about... how the youngsters talk nowadays, Black had like over plus 50, plus 0.2, plus 0.5, even more than that. So Black
every time I have a choice between a move of plus 6 and plus 8, I find the plus 6. I can never find the plus 8, but when I find it, it's such a fulfillment.
Yeah, I mean, for me it was something strange when I started to understand that that's how the new generation is talking in the evaluation of the engines and not about humans, because before we were discussing Black is better, white is winning, right? But now the engine measurements, it's this is how the players talk with each other, because they understand that these evaluations. Do I have still some chance or no? And of course, there are some positions where even though it shows that there's a huge advantage like +6, this was the case yesterday with Praggnanandhaa when he played against Pelletier from Switzerland, that the position was for Pelletier was +5, +6, +7 for like 20, 30 moves. He was really absolutely winning. And Pelletier is a very, very strong grandmaster. He's very stable. He's very experienced. And somehow Praggnanandhaa was hanging on. And he was just sitting there fighting, keep himself in the game. He said it, of course, after the game that, well, I want to quote him, I have played badly, and this point, it doesn't give me any joy. So he won the game, but he understands, of course, that how badly he played, how bad situation he had. And, well, he was, in some ways, of course, he was lucky, but he can also thank to himself that he won the game because he was just fighting until the very end. And when the moment was given to him to grab it, then he grabbed it and collected the full point. But he has to play better later on, of course. So let's see quickly, I think, the women's section, just the first few matchups, what we have over there, and then we dive into some games. So what else? I'm so happy to see Hungary on board one. It's not exactly...
You win. We only got board 4 with Romania.
Okay, so Hungary also has a score 6. We won all our matches also so far. And but in board points, we are only 9.5 out of 12 games. And India has 10.5 points out of 12 games. So Koneru on board number 1 against Hong. He's not exactly Hungarian name, but she lives for like nearly 2 decades, I think, in Hungary and representing Hungary for a long time already. She's our best player. Then Harika plays on board 2 against Tizia. Vaishali plays on board 3 and Tanya on board 4 against Zsóka Gal, who is actually, I'm kind of supporting her and mentoring sometimes.
She's the very young talented
She's
player.
The young girl,
a beautiful
15 years
young,
old,
yes,
girl who is talented. He also has aims to play in the open section, and he plays most of her tournament in open section events. But of course, they are going to have a very tough time. For her, it's her first Olympiad, so she has exceptionally special feeling about this. For Tanya, already many Olympiads she was playing there. So let's see number 2 on board. Bulgaria against Ukraine. The Muzichuk sisters play again next to each other, board 1 and 2. Very strong team, Ukraine. And I'm pretty sure they came here to win medal, which shine the most.
Yes.
But, of course, India will have to have some words to that too. Bulgaria is also... Pecheva is playing.
Pecheva, she's from the older generation.
She's from older generation, so old that she's from my generation, kind of.
No, but a few years ago we still had, what was her name, who is my age or 1 year older. Marina, no, I don't remember now, but she was constantly playing, a grandmaster, woman grandmaster.
I was playing in the same tournaments with her in Bulgaria when I was like 9, 10 years old or even younger. So that's why I know her. Let's see board numbers.
Voiska was still playing a few years ago, and she's my age.
Yeah. So we have board number 3, Georgia against India 3.
Not a bad team either.
Which Georgia is always a team who has incredible fighting spirit. They are good, they are prepared, they are trained, and they are ready to take a medal.
And as a tradition, they were practically the Soviet team. I mean, there were some exceptions.
Well, actually, when we won in '88, Hungary won and took away from USSR, Soviet Union, the gold.
So Gambitashvili, Ciubudanidze,
Yosiliani,
Alexandria.
Yes,
all Georgia, all
exactly.
Gruzians,
I mean, they have a very special tradition in Georgia. There's also a movie about the Georgian ladies chess team, I know. They treat in Georgia ladies very much, and they are very honored. So I also heard that when you have a chess gathering and you have the first toast, of course, you have many toasts in Georgia at dinner, like 20, 30, 40. But the first one has to go on Nona Gaprindashvili. that's how it goes. And it's interesting that from September they included into the curriculum in schools to have chess as a mandatory subject. So they are really going forward from this respect. The European ECU president is from Georgia also. So let's see the next board, the Netherlands against Poland, which is also quite interesting. Polish ladies have incredible fighting spirit as well, so we can't complain about that. Netherlands, they have not only originated from Netherlands. I know Peng, she's originally from China, but she plays for
From
Holland
the classical
for a long
generation,
time.
no?
Yeah, Lanjava also.
And Van Forest, is she the sister of the
sister of
players? They
yeah.
are two brothers? Ah, okay, I didn't know about the sister.
Yeah. She's also pretty good, but I didn't know that she's playing in the team. And let's see the next one. They have France against Serbia. And of course, everybody is on the top matches. Those teams, they want to get a medal. They didn't come here just to look how is it in India, to the Olympiad is organized, what are the side events. No, those players and in the next boards also, they somehow came here to experience something that they go home and remember forever, but with the medal in their neck.
This is what makes the Olympiad so intense. I mean, of course you have to dress up nicely, of course you have to check the other ladies' dresses, you have to enjoy the country, but you have to fight for a good place. I mean, it's a lot of things concentrated in just a few weeks, so there are so many things to be done.
Absolutely. So let's go into the first match. Finally, we go and move onto the chessboard, because I'm sure that our audience is they are eager to see what's happening on the chessboard. So let's go first to Hare Krishna. Let's see what we'll have on the board. And this is what we see in the playing hall. And already everything is quiet, everybody is focusing. We see Hare Krishna playing with the black pieces. But before, actually, we see his game of today. We want to show you and present you the game of yesterday, because we have the hashtag and we would like to invite all of you to write us questions, and also not only questions, but what do you think? Which is the best game of the day? In the women's section, in the open section, what is the move of the day? Because we are very eager, we are very interested about your thoughts, what you think about that. So follow all the games. And we have two people who suggested yesterday that the best game was Hare Krishna playing against Master Vasilis from Greece. Zelazny and Lakshmi was suggesting this, so we are looking forward for you and for more people to follow and give suggestions, because now we want to show you why this game we agree that it was an excellent victory by the Indian player, because here he played just in the previous move, it was knight g4, and it's not hiding at all what the plan is.
But black didn't understand it and went knight c7 to a8.
Knight a8 was the last move of black, because he didn't understand what is really happening to him just in a second. Let's see.
He was probably tempted to dominate the queen side. Knight b6, knight c4, whatever. But
exactly. This was the plan, but you always have to look around what's going on the other side, and especially when you don't have enough pieces to control and defend. Bishop h6, sacrifice. G takes h6, knight takes f6, not taking the pawn, but occupying this great outpost for the knight.
And blocking, so that no f5 would correct the queen with the king.
Exactly. King g7. Now there is a check on g4. The only move is king h8, queen f4. Very typical pattern, but still at the same time king g7. And maybe this was the point where the opponent thought that, well, okay, there is a sacrifice, but there's nothing more. I'm ready for make a perpetual check. I mean, repetition, fine from me, but there is nothing more. But there is another thing. What do you think about the bishop on g2?
Yes, it's typical for the Catalan, because usually you think that the Catalan bishop just puts pressure on whatever, b7, c6, d5, or inhibits the central breaks. But no, the Catalan bishop sometimes can change direction. Now it became like a tool with bishop takes d5, clearing space, because this is what white needs, a square along the b1 h7 diagonal for the queen, for instance. If takes on f5, then check, and queen f5. This you showed yesterday. So he didn't check, yes. And
this is
queen
the
f5,
reason.
this was the square missed by the queen. Of course, after bishop takes d5, the threat is the same. Check and queen e4.
To give check,
and
then
then queen e4. Yes.
So this is why black played bishop d3, trying to defend himself against the possible queen move to f5 or e4. But this was not helping much, because after knight h5, king h7, bishop e4,
With
the
check,
game
that's the most
is
comfortable. Yes.
over, because after takes, king h8, or king g8, knight f6, and nothing can stop queen
Yes,
h7.
and if f5, then very painfully e takes f5, f6 with a double attack.
Yeah. And passant is the killer move.
And I'm afraid it will be mate anyway.
So this was the game which we chose, and what you chose, our audience, that it was the nicest game. But we are also very happy if you write to us hashtag Best Chess Olympiad 2022. So please put the hashtag there. That's how we are going to be able to search, and we're going to see what is your opinion, because I think there are hundreds of games running at the same time. So if you like chess and you want to say what is your opinion, please do not be shy and send it to us, because we are going to be observing, and whether we agree or not, I'm not sure, but definitely it will be a great help to us also, and this is the way how we can connect. So let's see what actually Hare Krishna is doing today with the black pieces. He's playing his game number 4 on board 1, of course. It's a Rai Lopez, what we see here. It's after castle. I don't know, is he a player of a marshal? Would he play after c3, d5?
I assume so, because if you don't want to play the marshal, then playing this move order offers white a choice. For instance, if you play d6 instead of castling, after a4 you have bishop g4. So here, after a4 you have bishop g4, yes. Also, d6 threatens knight a5, so it somehow restricts white's possibilities.
Yeah, 99% of the people who play castle, they want to play
Because
the marshal after
otherwise,
c3,
white offer white these
More options.
anti-martial options now.
Something happening. What was it? It's a draw.
I see two kings in the center, but which board is
Well,
this?
the kings are in the center, and this is not an end game, but it's the beginning.
So if they didn't repeat the moves, then it will be a double forfeit, I believe, no?
Well, actually, in the match result, it doesn't really make a difference.
yes.
But still, it's on the board of India number 3, which...
Cornet
Oops.
Arjun.
No, but it was a game, and they just finished it. This is the position.
And it's a perpetual or what? Not really perpetual,
I don't know. It seems
it's
like
a repetition.
again.
Rook d8, king e7, rook d5, king f8. It's a typical drawish position.
Well, very strange, I must say. So they play with France. So maybe the problem is that there were no arbiters around, or just nobody understands.
No,
okay. Analyzing the situation,
they should
18 minutes passed after the start.
So practically they should stop the clock and call the arbiters to...
Well, normally they do that, right? But I don't know, maybe they just think it's a self-service and play the game. They understand everything what's going on. They don't need the arbiters, nothing like that, right? So let's go fast through the game. It was, I mean, I understand that they are very well prepared, it seems, both of them. Bishop b5 check, quite unexpected to tell you. No, this is the way. It started 3 bishop b5, knight d7, d4, Takes,
and took
knight
with the-
f6.
took with the knight.
So I see there are some great photographers getting near to the chessboard, making pictures of
They are
the
detectives.
untouched board.
Criminalistic detectives.
Castle e5, knight f5, a6, bishop d3, knight c5. The thing I don't understand, I mean, what is this? Can you check if there are any games on this? It's not a main line or such a classical variation where you expect that everybody knows that it's just a draw. You can see the debate is going on between the arbiters that what has happened. They made a repetition of moves. I think
There is a bit rook d8, rook d5.
I think simply they are understanding the arbiters. Probably the arbiter was looking aside, looking back, and then everything was already back in the basic position.
There have been some games after, let's say, knight c3. Let's check if d5 was only. No, it was also d5 is the main move.
Bishop g5.
Bishop g5, yes.
Yes, d takes e4, bishop e4.
D takes e4, yes, and now
Knight e4.
Now knight e4 and bishop e4 were played.
Okay,
so
knight e4, knight g7.
bishop e4, knight e4, okay.
Knight g7.
And knight g7, the only move played.
Bishop
yes.
g7.
Yes.
Queen d8. King d8. Knight e4. King g7. It was a piece
Just a-
sacrifice.
f4,
f4, king e6 only move.
okay, f5,
f5, pushing the king back,
king
rook
e7.
d1. So this is a typical situation when if we would not have engines, it wouldn't be a draw in 18 minutes. This is what I can
No, but
tell you.
it is strange that there are a few games ending like this in draw, and both players know. Of course, with black, it's more or less okay, no? To make a forced draw in an important match.
Yeah, it's just
but
for
why
me it's
did- why-
surprising that they were really so fast and both of them were so familiar with this. So it's like
Apparently, White knew it too because he also played quickly. I mean, if you don't
Yeah.
know this position, you don't play just knight takes g7 like this.
but you can see that black played actually almost instantly all the moves because you can see on the top of the h8 rook the time and it's 1:38.
No, but I think that the clock of White's clock is just running since that moment. I think he also had 1:38 because it's still going, so it's not.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not real.
also
I
that is also something very strange.
No, I mean it has been going like this for 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So he also.
So
played
everybody,
quickly.
all the players going there, don't understand, try to check what happened. So rook a6 is the move, defending the f6. So this is important. If rook goes e5, I guess king f8. So everything is defended on f6. And so after rook a6, rook e1,
Rook e1, yes, this was played, of course.
h6, bishop h4, and now black tries to go out of the pin of the bishop.
Well, earlier they played king f8 at once, but it doesn't make a difference, I believe.
And then there is
King
a
f8.
repetition of moves.
There are 3 games with king f8 at once. I mean.
Okay, so there were previous games on this position.
Yes.
Okay, well, it is indeed a very unexpected situation, what we are seeing here, and it was very unexpected that it was so fast. But, okay, probably they know what they are doing. So in the first game of France-India, the white player did not want to go further. Probably he does not have chances because he has material down, and it was a perpetual move repetition. So, okay, let's go back to the board 1 because we have some pawn sacrifice since then.
Aha.
It seems like the
So Harry makes
Indians
things
are
happen.
extremely well prepared in openings. This is what I can say, right? It shows that they had.
That was not a trivial, yes, because knight takes d4 is not so usual. Queen takes d4. I mean, if you play
When?
bishop. No, the previous game. Bishop d5 check, knight d7, they usually take with the queen on d4. Knight d4 is not so usual, but black reacted quickly. No, I think, I mean, what black did is, well, he's black, he reached a forced draw with a strong opponent. I mean, in
No,
a
I
match,
just want
in a
to say
match-
that they are very well prepared because if you
Yeah.
play instantly the moves,
Yeah.
and it's not such a common line, right?
No, queen d4 is
yeah.
more
So
common.
in this position, you have to know pretty well, I guess. I mean, after you play a5, d6, c3. This is all theory.
Yeah, but of
Bishop
course
c4.
there is some small unbalance already. This a4, b4. Okay, white has some
But
squares.
there are hundreds, thousands of games on that.
Yeah, but I mean, this is not that kind of position where every move counts as itself, because there are plans, so it's more that the structure is a bit unbalanced already. But I believe that bishop g4.
Bishop
that
g4,
was
already a pawn
okay,
sacrifice.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah,
see
so-
what the database
Hare
shows.
Krishna makes
It's
things
already
happen.
a pawn sacrifice. But of course, it's all theory. I'm sure. I just don't know.
In the current position, there are no games. But let me check bishop.
Yeah, if we go back to bishop g4.
Bishop g4. Yes.
Yes, and then h3.
There is one game only.
So, and what about bishop c4? Is bishop c4 a common
Okay,
move itself?
I go back.
Because that also looked kind
Bishop
of...
c4, yes, knight a7, rook a8 even. I don't understand.
Okay,
knight a7 makes sense actually.
of course, you want to go knight b5, right?
Yeah,
later.
I mean, if you don't want
And
to
also
do,
you want to play c5.
yes, if you don't want to do anything. But of course, bishop g4, I like it. It's a developing move.
So how many games do we have after bishop
Bishop
g4?
g4, one.
One game.
h3,
h3,
bishop h5,
h5,
yes,
bishop a6.
bishop a6. Now, bishop a6 was a
Who
novelty.
played it? Do we know that?
I cannot
or
see
not,
it.
not a very strong players.
Okay, no, I cannot see it.
Okay, bishop a6, d5. d5, e takes d5, queen d5. Also, both players play pretty fast, though we have already nearly half an hour that the game started. d3, bishop takes f3, queen f3, queen f3, g takes f3. So it is a strange position. Rook a8 seems to be a logical move, and we have that on the board. I mean, this is really impressive how fast the Indian players are playing, because it means that really they know the theory, they are very well prepared, and also mentally, and they have incredible self-confidence.
Yeah, and bishop g4, I like it because it, these anti-martial systems, you come prepared to play something concrete, sharp, like the martial, which maybe is not so sharp anymore because it's analyzed and it's more or less drawish. But you want something with active piece play. And then you get this d3, a4, and if you can open the center nevertheless the way he did, it means that you play the position you are ready to have. Not just some gioco very pianissimo, ultra pianissimo. So,
But what is this exactly? I play, let's say, bishop b5, because the e5 pawn is going to be hanging.
yeah, probably knight b3 at some point, no?
I don't know if knight a5 or rook a5.
Or rook a5. That was my question, yes.
So let's say knight a5, rook e5, bishop
d6
d6.
first. Well, there are also those weaknesses, It's no. The question is if whether black's compensation is enough for a draw, or maybe there is something like c6. No, okay, the rook moves somewhere.
Let's say goes
Home.
back, and then
Let's say c6.
Yeah, this bishop is somehow...
Because if bishop c4, then knight takes c4. I don't know.
Well, takes. It looks like black has great compensation, I believe.
yes. I mean, if that is okay, rook a1, I guess. No, rook 8. Where should the rook go? It's not so immediate, actually.
No, but white has quite a few...
I know.
Demonstrates the double pawns
Yes.
quite a bit.
And if bishop a4, then, I don't know, knight b3, knight c5.
B takes c3, B takes c3.
So he took, huh?
Oh, for some
She
reason
wants-
I thought
she
he
wants
played rook
something
a8. Well, now knight a5 is possible, maybe.
Well, yes, but
Or
also...
maybe he just wants to go bishop c5. I don't know. But white's next move will be bishop c4 and a6, and that black cannot allow.
Yeah.
Knight a5, what do you think about
Maybe,
that?
yes. And now if the bishop will go to c4 eventually,
But then takes, and rook takes. And I may ask my usual question. Isn't it a pawn up?
no, this is just a pawn up.
Bishop d6.
You don't have to try
Rook
bishop
e2.
g5, you just go away, no?
Yeah, I think
No, you don't have
rook
to try
e2,
to enter.
bishop d2. I mean, I don't see exactly.
And after that,
this?
d4, somehow, okay, the kingside pawns are bad, but the center is beautiful. So probably rook a8 anyway, no?
Okay, so let's go a little bit further down so we can also go a little bit to the women section. Let's see what's going on in Aronian's game, or Fabiano first, just to browse a little bit what's going on in the opening. Wow, d4, d5. Fabiano played 2 bishop f4. Can you imagine that he played this very solid opening?
Well, it's called an attack. The London attack, but I would say it's a reversed Slav, no? Doesn't
I don't know, but it was kind of unexpected for me
and now,
to see.
and now it looks like a reverse Karokan, I mean, the Karokan like yesterday. Now it looks
It
like...
seems very complicated game.
Yes, now it looks like the Westphalia variation. Queen's Gambit with reversed colors. I mean, when black plays knight bd7, bishop b4, and then c5, cd, ed. So we have something like this here.
Well, let's see what will be. Very interesting position right now.
But
Let's
it looks
see.
active for white.
It's a chaos for me right now. Of course,
Well,
knight
white
jumps,
is-
knight c4 just
White
in a
is better
second.
developed. What is better developed? There is this
Yeah.
spin.
Yeah. So let's see board number 2. What Levon is up to with black. Of course, he has e4, e5. It was in Italian. And black gave up his bishop on f3, takes knight b6. We see Fabiano at his board right now.
So the bishop doesn't have such good squares. Maybe on a2, the only one.
Well, the a4 may be hanging.
And bishop f7, no. And bishop d5 then, no?
Well, knight d4.
Knight d4 anyway.
It looks
yes.
very dangerous.
No, I went away from knight d4. This is why I hit the bishop on a2. But I forgot that
It
knight
looks
d4
a very reasonable position for black. I like it for black. How Wesley So is doing. Wow. Look at this. This seems to be...
Gambit.
It's
not a Volga Gambit.
No,
it's a,
nowadays 3h4. I think Mamedyarov was playing this also,
I
right?
think I should play the King's Indian more frequently if they play this. I mean, you understand?
h4, and after h4 already c5, d5, b5. I mean, this way I completely understand
No,
that it's...
this is not a bad reaction either, but I mean, okay, what's the problem with bishop g7?
Well, okay, that's the classical way, of course, but it's also understandable that you want to try the Benko gambit with the pawn on h4, which is not necessarily
Yes, no, but
so
I
promising.
believe that h4 is meant to disturb Grunfeld players who only know Grunfeld.
Yes.
I mean, if you take them out of the Grunfeld, they don't know King's Indian. But okay, of course, the Benko is a reasonable way to ask. I mean, what
so
is the pawn?
This is the position, which interesting.
Yeah.
I don't know if h5 will come anytime soon. Probably white will be
doesn't.
developing.
Yeah, so d6, bishop g7. And if you play queen e2, actually exchanging queens makes part of black's plan. No, you play the Benko,
I
no?
played the Benko when I was a kid, yeah.
It was your only opening.
For a few years,
yes,
exactly. When my other sure opening was King's Gambit with the white pieces, it was great, energetic, attacking stuff. But later on, when I had over 2,500, I started to play some classical, reasonable openings.
Yes, but okay, here we have e3, which means that if white wants to attack with e4, he loses a tempo.
Yes.
Another tempo is lost with h4,
Yes.
which will not be useful.
Okay, we'll get back here and just to see the force board between France and US. It's not France, sorry, from Uzbekistan. I mixed it up. Shakland, he had not an easy game yesterday with the white pieces, and now he's playing with the black. So on all 4 boards, it's extremely interesting happenings going. Let's see Ganguly Shirov. Well, this is not going to be a long game either, I believe.
You think there is no life left here?
Well,
No, I mean, okay, optically white is a bit better because the black queen side is vulnerable, no?
I don't know. I
No,
don't
no,
think bishop f5. I don't think white should be
no.
getting too much. I think within few moves it shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Which is quite surprising that they are playing so fast. Then, okay, let's see. Another first
so
board.
it's even black to move, yeah.
Let's see. I switched to Lupulescu, Wojtaszek. What's going on? Also symmetric position.
This was Nimzo Indian with knight G2, I believe.
Yes.
Actually, there. Let me check how this went. I think there was a game I commentated recently. Let me check. Yes. Okay. Rook E1 indeed. Rook E1 is kind of interesting because black's threat is queen h4. I think it was at the candidates Duda against Nakamura, where he got an insanely good position with a good knight against a bad bishop. All the black pawns were light squares. Somehow Duda didn't know what to do, and it was a draw. But he had huge advantage. Nakamura didn't play queen h4. But yes, here there are some concrete bishop f4, yes, and rook on e1 can be useful.
Well, here, of course, when it's already e takes d5.
Rook e1 is against queen h4 because bishop d6 is the idea to force you to do something. Yes, I analyze this a bit. It leads to very sharp play with some light pressure for white probably. Yes, so okay, they are. Lupulescu is probably still on analysis.
Okay, it's also interesting middle game. Let's see Mamedjarov on board one.
Okay.
How we are doing there. Still very much in the opening. The game is still going on.
Oh, really? I mean, this is not serious.
What part?
To be still on after...
A5, bishop d3, castle.
I played this variation with black. It's the Bogolyubov, no?
Yeah, this was the queen a4.
Yes, provoking this.
A3, bishop e7, e3.
I
A5.
played a good game against Chaparinov. Okay, eventually he made a draw, but I was... it's a tricky variation. Apparently white is very active, but... yeah, I mean, okay, what is the queen doing now?
Because on a4?
Yes, because...
Oh, maybe b4, I mean, there is a...
No, b4 is the only thing, because if you allow bishop d7 and then a4...
well, probably actually it will come back if, let's say, bishop d7, then queen c2.
There was a game Gurevich-Salov which showed that actually white has only weakness after a4. On e4 he reacted with g6. Somehow, no, white is not worse, but with a pawn on a4, something is missing. Something is missing.
You mean pawn on a5 or?
No, on a4 if the pawn reaches a4.
Yeah. Okay, so
no,
it will be...
b4 is a must. Otherwise, I remember that Chaparinov played b4 not under the best circumstances, and I very quickly got an advantage. But
let's see what Anish Giri is up to here.
So it's a Philidor, no?
It looks like a Philidor, and it was a Philidor.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
then we can be happy. And there is no g4 Philidor.
No, that was Shirov
playing,
but Boruchovsky is not playing the Philidor.
Well, of course, there is nothing wrong with bishop c4.
From Israel. Yeah, it's a solid. Okay, they are still very much in the opening, and then we have Gukesh Vokaturo on board one.
So this was this...
what is it?
This modern Queen's Gambit, which actually, this is the Keres variation. He played it 3 times in Zurich 53 at the candidates. And he scored 2.5 out of 3. And nobody, after a repeated experiment, but some 5 or 10 years ago, they started playing this like, now there are tons of theory on it. But actually, Gukesh chose a quiet line, positional line, because white usually tries to reach some advantage in the end game, which is not so obvious. I mean, it's they exchange a lot of pieces. There is some weak pawn on e6, but this is just a position. It's actually very similar to a reversed c3 Sicilian. C3 d5 and with bishop g4.
Yes.
It's actually this, And it's it's an Isolani, and black has to show that he knows how to play with the Isolani.
Well, white has now the question whether would he be taking, which I don't think so.
No, if
unless
takes,
it's something.
then no, somehow
Because the concrete things don't work, right?
they shouldn't. B2 is hanging
Because
also.
bishop c6.
Also that, but in general,
Yeah,
the pawn on B2 is also
So
hanging.
the question is whether bishop f4 or bishop h4, right?
Yeah, if bishop f4, then the idea would be to meet knight c6 with knight e5, probably, to try to exchange some minor pieces.
Okay, let's go to the women's section because we have fans over there too for
the
rooting for
stone
their
world.
own country. Let's see board 1, India against Hungary.
How do you say Stonewall in Hungarian?
Kőfal.
Okay. Sorry for
Not so easy.
Sorry
the
for the
Hungarian
challenging
language
question.
is not the easy stuff. So black is doing pretty fine, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean everybody is doing fine in this kind of positions. White plays some sort of Catalan. Okay, that the other knight will go to f3. The question is whether it will reach there in time. White has some stability, but okay, black will complete developing and playing
Maybe she
c5.
wants to go c5 at one point. We have
yeah.
knight d2 on the board.
Yes, at some point. So she can go rook a8 because there is no queen a4. Something is...
Knight f3, I guess.
yes,
Maybe here c5.
yes. That's there was some opening subtlety. If we go a bit back, the moment when white.
I don't know which point you're referring to.
We see that there is a bishop on f4, and white played b3. So b3 probably what the idea was to decoy the queen to e7 in order to prevent bishop a3, which is a good exchange for white. Bishop a3, because if takes, then knight takes a3, knight c2, knight e1, knight d3. So all these things. So she went queen e7, and now the bishop is kind of trapped there because, okay, she played knight e5, okay, whatever, the castle, knight d3, and then bishop f4, and exchange the bishops anyway. Yes, now there is no bishop e7. But this is time consuming, and b3, I mean, with the bishop on f4 is also, okay, questionable whether... so you cannot get something without, spoiling with some other things. This is chess.
Yes.
I don't think it was wrong for white, but I mean...
Yeah. Okay, we'll see what's going on.
Yes.
Board 2, we have Titiagara against Harika.
They play like this even at high level sometimes. I mean, they simulate to play a Grunfeld, and then they start with c3, c6, but it's, I think Kramnik played, and some top players occasionally played. It's, all the pieces are on board.
Yeah.
And something will happen. You don't know what, but it will happen.
And this can also be a strategy, generally speaking, that you want to keep the tension, you want to have all the pieces, time is passing, time trouble will come, and then
Yes.
some things are happening.
I mean, compare with some of the Berlin lines with 95, rook e1, 94, rook e1, 96, knight x e5. There is less played there than here. At least here there is no open file yet. So,
yeah, many players want to go into just let's play a game.
Let's play. Just you and me. I mean, okay. Forget about the computers and.
Yeah,
I mean,
the engines will leave home, and we don't want them to interrupt.
The engines cannot help because, of course, everything is equal here, or 0-0. I don't know how much.
Okay, so
but,
there will be a lot of things happening.
Yes.
Board 3, Vishal is playing with the white pieces, and
With the former Romanian player Sidonia Vaida, married Lazarne. But how did this come up?
oh, so this bishop f4, very solid system.
The London attack, yes.
Yeah, knight f3, e6, knight d2. It's very, very solid stuff, right? I mean, it's,
But I'm not sure that if with the
no,
knight on
bishop
d2, bishop b5.
oh, bishop b5, bishop d7. I mean, it's a very balanced game. Let's see board 4. Here are some... So all the boards d4.
The b5 thing, no? The move 3 b5 or something.
Move 4 b5 against c4.
No, this is quite fashionable actually.
Castle, a4, b4, a5, bishop e7.
I saw a beautiful game won by Giri against Lamy, who was actually his second. B5 happened somehow a bit earlier. The bishop was still on f1. And he somehow played bishop g5 and e3. And there are some additional problems. The bishop eventually went to g2, but it first caused some problems on that diagonal.
Well, here we'll see. The games are very much in. Well, some games are finished already, and some games are just didn't start it yet. Too much.
I mean,
yeah. Let's see Ukraine game.
oh,
Bulgaria, Ukraine. Let's see what's going on between Salimova against Muzichuk Maria on board one.
this d5 is known, but it's not very common.
So, is this a sacrifice of something?
Oh, there
or
will be
how
a6.
does it
There will be
go?
a6. Well, if
A6?
a6 bishop, yes, somehow b5 takes. I think there is some theory on this. The position is not new to me, but I know it's nothing. So this is the top board, yes.
This is the top board.
Okay.
Second match between Bulgaria and Ukraine.
There are 80 games almost here. Queen a5 is the main variation.
Okay, Queen a5 after d5.
Queen a5 and then okay. Queen a5, rook b1, a6, the main bishop takes e6. Okay, bishop a4 also possible. Yeah, it leads to some. But black generally is no. There are some traps. I remember that if black is careless, she can get into some trouble. But in principle, yeah, castling, it's kind of this kind of position. Black has two bishops, even though the structure is not perfect, and the development.
So what about
not
d
complete.
takes c6? What's the idea for black? Taking bishop c3 and exchanging the bishops? Because this
If
c6 pawn can be
D takes
dangerous.
e6, queen takes a2 is one possibility, or castling.
Ah, so black is not taking on c3 at all.
No, c3 I don't think is so important. No, they also do con c3, but it would not be my first option. Maybe I would simply castle, but I mean, okay, the pawn on c6 stands nicely, but we have a bishop on c8. I mean, the bishop.
Well, it's not convincing yet. Why is still my pawn on c6 not strong? Just because you have a pawn
no,
on
but
c8.
you cannot sustain it, and
Well, that's the question. Whether can I keep that strong pawn?
well, yeah, it will be an effort. It will be a fight.
Yeah.
This is what I
If
mean.
I'm going to be losing it, or it's going to be a weakness or a powerful passed pawn. This is the big question.
F3 is not very active, but of course the bishop on g7 does not do much either, because taking on c3 I don't think it's such a...
Interesting that it seems like maybe Maria is surprised on move d5 because she's already thinking for a few minutes.
It's a relatively rare variation, even though I saw there are 80... But okay, 80 games in a Grunfeld line is not much with the quantity of...
I know, I was playing Grunfeld myself, well, some decades ago, and I have to admit, and it's a very complicated, very special opening, the Grunfeld.
You know, I have a history with the Grunfeld. I played it for 1 year when I was 15, 16, but I understood it's not for my level of understanding. I mean, I was not strong enough for it. And then after 30 years or something, I know I had to play a difficult game in the morning with a strong opponent, which we also had some problems with each other. And I remember that I woke up I didn't play the Grunfeld all these 30 years. I woke up at 4, I stood up and I said, I will play the Grunfeld, and I went to sleep. I played Grunfeld, I sacrificed the pawn, okay, it was a draw, but very interesting draw, with no preparation. And then for 2 years I played it almost without preparing. I prepared a few lines. For instance, I made a novelty against I have a lapsus strong American player on move 33, and I won the game. But generally, I didn't prepare much. I felt that this is an opening that suits me. Somehow, such a wide choice, dynamic things. You know, okay, the center, and then I said, okay, now the moment has come to study. I started studying. I lost 2 games, and I abandoned the opening. But as long as I was just playing
the
it by intuition.
The conclusion is not that you shouldn't make preparations. Don't misunderstand. There is no conclusion. That maybe you had to work a little bit longer than that on the opening. Did you ever thought about that?
Schulman was my opponent. Yes. But for me it's an intuitive player. Of course, for some other players, I don't know, the King's Indian can be intuitive.
Yes.
But for me, in those 2 years, yes, it was a very intuitive opening.
When I started to play the Grunfeld, I started because Asmai Parashvili became my trainer for some time, and he showed me the ins and outs. And he was the second of Kasparov, and of course Kasparov-Karpov. They had this match in the mid '80s where he was playing the Grunfeld non-stop. But there are incredible amount of notes that you have to memorize practically. Mm-hmm. There's so much theory, there's so many different lines, and really many of the lines start move 15, move 17, move 18. Even though I liked it because it was a dynamic game, Svidler is the biggest expert we can say.
If you forget your analysis, if you get a novelty, if you're a dynamic player, you will find something. That was my point.
Yes.
I mean, of course you know some theory,
yeah,
but you can work it out if you don't remember.
And I played it for some time, and I won some pretty good games.
Piquet, yes, is one of
but Piquet I played and some games, but then I switched to the
whole board. No, the whole board squares.
Yeah,
and,
but it depends which. I played a very good game against Gelfand. Gelfand was a huge expert with the white pieces, but I remember I had to work on it very hard. Okay, so this position, it seems like Maria is a little bit surprised at this point of the game, so she has to get over on the feeling that she's surprised. Of course,
I remember there are some concrete things. I mean, black can lose very quickly here if...
this is the thing, that you get surprised, and it's such a concrete line.
And you have to... but I think that a genuine Grunfeld player should feel here, okay, at least find one of the reasonable continuations.
But the thing is that I think such a things you have to be prepared every time. Because it's after d5. What do you do, right? You play a6, you play queen a5, you play bishop c3. I mean, at least you have to know the first few moves from your notes, the beginning. Of course, it's not pleasant anyway that your opponent just flashing it out, just blitzing, right? She was thinking not more than, 5 minutes she was spending all together with the bonus time, if I'm calculating that time that she was spending, the opponent. And it is really frustrating that it's only move 9, and oh my God, I'm playing the Grunfeld. What do I have in my notes after d5? No,
I wonder whether she usually plays the Grunfeld. Somehow I don't remember, but it doesn't. So maybe it's a new opening for her, relatively.
I don't know about that, but still, of course, very concrete things is something that it gives you very bad feeling. So let's see on board 2 what's going on. Wow, there is some great marching.
Super French.
Yeah, we have this closed French. I was playing also quite some time. Well, also with full of pieces, you see?
Yes, but no, this is like the kind of French, I mean, I don't say this concrete position, but, this big French, I mean, the blocked center, and white goes for attack. I mean, they don't care. They go for their play. They don't care how the position is. They go with full optimism and
because in this position, of course, the d4 pawn and the center is fully overprotected from white. So there is nothing going to be happening in the center. Nothing. Even with f6, white is completely prepared. So what's going to be is like b4 and somehow trying to be from the side. Sometimes
knight B6,
maybe knight b6 or knight a5, knight b4, while white wants to play f5. Sometimes black is going h5. And this is actually maybe the question right now, whether should he be playing h5 immediately.
Takes knight g3 and f5 anyway.
Yeah, then takes, let's say, knight g3, rook goes back to h8,
of course, now the knight is away from f4, which is the best square. But at the same time, the king side has been weakened, the black one. After f takes e6, there will be knight g5 or something. So it's not clear whether h5 is such an achievement.
Yes, and it can easily be the case that this game will be in 20 moves finished.
Actually, I'm afraid that white's attack is very quick, and black played a6, b5, bishop b7. I mean, if this was possible in the French opening, then
Well, I don't know which. Well, this
I mean,
board
white-
Pecheva, it means that the lady who I was talking about, it might be her daughter, or another Pecheva.
maybe because
Because she's not from my
too
time.
young.
She's
Yes,
probably like 18 or 20.
no, because white if allowed will play f5 and knight f4. You know, you can compare with the King's India and the Mar del Plata attack when white plays knight d2, b4, c5, and knight c4, which is some sort of optimal knight. It's symmetrical, just in the mirror. So, but in the French opening, white very rarely gets f4 and knight f4, f5 and knight f4. No.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
that's true.
I mean, that's some sort of crushing thing, all the minor pieces. The bishop could go to h3, then g5. It looks like... so black was a bit slow. I mean, a6 and b5, bishop b7 also.
Well, before we continue this position, I think we are going to have, I want to show to everybody what is going on in the Olympiad. So we will want to show you some highlights of the event. And after that, we will have a very unique and special guest.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Hi, we are back with round 4 and with a special guest. Please welcome Eugene Torre for the Philippines. He's the chairman of the appeals committee of the Olympiad and the captain of the Philippine men's team. How are you?
Very good, and nice to see you. It's been a while.
It's great to see you. It's such a pleasure and honor to see you, a real great legend
Thank
of
you.
chess.
Likewise, and I was looking forward to see you even last year, but anyway, I'm so happy to see you now.
So, how do you feel in the Olympiad for someone who spent more than 20 Olympiads in his life?
Well, it's like home already, you know, and always incredible, but I'm always looking forward to the Olympiad, even though I have been here for the last 25 Olympiads. Yeah, and twice as a team captain and 23 times as a player.
Wow.
But I'm still looking forward for the Olympiad because it has a different atmosphere, you know, and everybody's there, and then you come to see your old friends and everybody. So it's really a symbol of, you know, that we are one big family.
Where do you put this Olympiad in the selection of the 25? Because you had all kind of experiences as a player, as a captain, as in different roles, right?
Right.
And in your high career, you were playing, competing and fighting on board number 1. And now seeing the different changes in organization, the number of teams, what is the same and what is so different?
Well, of course, during the 70s, especially in 74 when I became a grandmaster, I think there were only more than 70 teams, you know, participating during the time. But slowly but surely, chess had become very, very popular all over the world. And finally, now we have almost 200 teams. That's incredible. And yeah, I'm so happy that chess is very much popular now, and especially to our young players. You know, in the Philippines, we have the age group for as young as 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, up to 20. And during my time, we had only the National Junior Championship, and the World Junior, we had it. Well, let me see. Yeah, every 2 years during my time. Because the first time I played was in 1969 in Sweden, where Karpov became champion, and finally, you know, it helped him to become world champion. And in 71 also, I managed to play, and that was my last World Juniors, and it was not every year at the time. So I was happy to learn that finally they made it every year after a few years.
What for you is the biggest change in chess during these decades compared to your prime time? Because now the engines change the game so much, right?
Yeah.
How do you feel about it? Do you have anger towards the engines? Or you can also appreciate some of the interesting ideas it says?
Well, we cannot avoid, no, that chess has become modernized and computerized. But it has different challenges, you know. During my time, of course, we had books and all that, and your preparation is most likely on your own, and you're lucky if you have a secondant. But nowadays, it's the computer, and you have to have that savvy in using rightly the computers, no? Because it's a big advantage if you have these computers, these programs, chess programs, and of course because of the how you call this, the internet and all that, the communications. Chess has become so popular, especially with our young
How is it in the
players.
Philippines? Did it also become more popular than before?
Yeah, surely, of course. We have all age group championship, online championships. almost the whole year we have scheduled the tournaments for the youth. That's how popular chess now, not only in the Philippines, I know, but in the whole of Asia and the whole world.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, Wesley So was playing for the Philippines until he switched to the US. Was he an inspiration for the new generation as well, or you keep the great inspiration mostly in the country?
No,
You have new talents who are to be followed.
well, hopefully we could discover, you know, Judit, it's not so easy to discover someone very special, no, very talented like Wesley So. But I'm happy that despite Wesley representing US, he has continued to connect with Philippine chess and giving his support to Philippine chess. And we are happy for that, you know. Actually, just a few days ago, we had greeted each other, you know, how are you, and all that. So, yeah, although we miss Wesley So, we don't want that we will be an obstacle to his dreams, you know.
Yeah, well, that's fantastic. Before I can ask you more questions, let's take a look Wesley's game. How is he doing right now? He's playing on board 3. That's where, on that screen.
Not this screen?
No, on that one we are going to see right there. Yeah, now we see on the screen he just played b3. Well, it's it was a strange thing. I don't know, what do you think about this 3h4?
Ah, yeah. This is also...
In your time, in my time, it was not something which comes on the board and they don't call you insane.
Yeah.
So after that, it was the Banco gambit, kind of, with the pawn on h4.
The beauty of the computer that we have now is even the weirdest move in your preparation, you can check with the computer. And if the computer says you're okay, then you're okay.
And nobody can say that you went nuts, right?
Yeah.
Because you backed up with the engine that, no, I'm the modern one, I'm the up-to-date, you're behind in theory, right?
Right.
So it was a very interesting game. I mean, I was playing the Banco Gambit myself, but h4 usually was not standing there in any of my games. And so this is the position right now in b3.
Yeah.
What is
in
your
B3.
feeling about it?
Well, it's still a pawn up, no? White is still a pawn up, no?
Well, you know, in the Banco Gambit, right? It's you can say it's a sacrifice. You can say we have a pawn up. It's a matter of how the situation develops,
yeah,
right?
but at least it's still a pawn up, no?
Yeah, yeah. So I guess
yes,
Queen G4 should be the next move,
Queen
right?
G4, and then of course the rook has to watch out because
this one, you mean, right?
The
On the
A1,
diagonal.
and eventually, unless he has other more enterprising moves,
Yeah, maybe Rook B1.
maybe Rook B1
Or Rook A2.
or
Maybe
yeah,
Rook A2
maybe.
to defend the E2, right?
Right,
If Knight D5 would be the move.
right. Yes, Rook A2, and then get out of the long diagonal, and
Maybe Knight E4.
Knight E4.
I don't know. Somehow I would like to get a little active, or maybe just to develop and to play Knight A6 to B4.
Because now you have Knight B4. I'm wondering if we can change queens. No, I don't know.
Just jumping away, Knight F4 or
Knight F4.
something.
And
Okay, Knight B4. The D5 will be maybe there will be some
Rook
action.
D1, Rook D1,
Rook
Rook
D2.
D2.
Yeah, it's a question where the compensation is, right?
Yeah, and then maybe Bishop A3. I don't know. Of course, he has the B file to attack the B3.
Yeah, but it's kind of slow. Okay, Rook B8 or something. But by now, probably, yeah, maybe Rook B8.
Rook A B8. you know, I can maybe, I don't know if I have to take on G4, but I can take on E6 and maybe knight B5, no, in one moment.
Takes. Well, maybe it's about time to take. Ah, no,
Take.
that one E takes off. No,
Takes
you
with the
make the
rook.
intermediate move.
Oh, no, that is a check.
Yeah. No, because if I take, no, that's still possible because this knight can be.
I'm thinking of
Under
knight
attack.
B5, no, that's why I
Or you
took.
take simply to take this.
Ah, all right. Oh my God, there is this
Okay, so
move,
knight queen G4 is on the board. Queen
I
G4
like
is
your
on
rook
the board.
A2, somehow.
Well, probably knight d5 is already a threat, right? So white has to play either rook there or bishop d2 may be also possible. But yeah, this should be standing here, right? Well, some more questions
Yes,
I would
yes,
like to
please.
ask. Well,
Yes,
from
please.
talking about the Benko Gambit, Benko was a friend of yours
Yeah,
also.
Bobby Fischer.
I remember that you were visiting us also
Yeah,
in Budapest
visiting.
when
You
Bobby
were-
was in Hungary.
You were petite and
Not
very
so-
young.
well, yeah. I was a teenager at the
Yeah,
time.
at the time.
How do you remember those times when you were competing and later on you were keeping in touch and being friends with Bobby?
Yeah, to me, it's unforgettable experiences I had with Bobby, with of course with his friends, including Paul Benko, and my experience and memories of Budapest are so special. Yeah, especially because of Bobby and because Budapest is so beautiful place. Yeah,
Well, we
love very
definitely-
much your thermal.
Well, in 2 years' time we have the next
Yes.
the next Olympiad there,
Great.
so number 26 is there
Yeah.
in your list.
I'll make sure I'll be there with the dual role again.
And how do you see Bobby's legacy now? Because there were what he was when you met him when he was young, right? Very few people knew him when he was young, and can tell stories. For example, there are very few people I can ask. Was he really so rude about ladies when he was talking? Because there are some interviews where he was really rude, like he didn't respect ladies at all. Or you
Well-
don't remember, you were not discussing this topic.
Well, I don't know, but Bobby is too, he's not, let's say, diplomatic
Yes.
or what. No, he's not that kind of person.
No.
He's very straightforward,
Straightforward, yes.
So maybe he did not mean to, to demean or degrade, but he's just very open,
Yeah.
no control, Like, for example, one time he asked me, "Are you coming, Eugene?" Let me see. Just tell me, are you coming? Yes or no? Yes, Bobby, yes.
So what was the most funny story with him? Can you just share with us something that it was really funny with Bob? Because I remember for us, it was funny to see him, the way he was behaving, the giant guy he was. He loved to eat Japanese food, Hungarian food.
Yes.
He loved Hungarian, the thermal baths a lot.
Yeah. So,
How was he when he was competing in competitions?
then?
Yeah,
he's
then.
so focused, and he is easily disturbed when something is not ideal, So he's
Do you think in 75 he was afraid so much? In 75, when he didn't play against Karpov, were you in contact with him?
No,
when he quit?
no. At the time, no. Although, no, I had already introductory communication with him in 76, not in 75. Although in 73 he was our guest in the international tournament, but we were not close yet. No, I don't think he was afraid, no. He just wanted that what he wanted
It was
would
accepted.
be accepted, yeah. Maybe I don't know, but he did not want to be rejected, you know.
So how do you compare the two story that Bobby did not play in 1975 because of his reasons, and now Magnus Carlsen is rejecting to defend his title? He loves the game, he's going to be competing, but he just had enough of the tension of the World Championship matches.
Ah.
What is your thought on Magnus's decision on that?
Well, maybe he had enough of the tension. He played much more matches than Bobby when Bobby stopped.
Yes,
Yeah?
he won in 2013, and then he defended 4 times, and now he announced it that he's not going to be defending his title against Nepomniachtchi in the next year, which means that it's going to be Nepomniachtchi-Dingley rematch for the title.
Yeah.
What do you think, how is it going to be affecting the chess world that the world champion is passing on his title to someone else and giving up the opportunity to defend?
Well, FIDE has always survived difficult situations, and I believe it will do just the same, because FIDE represents so many nations, no? And as long as anyway the system is very clear, that whoever would not play, there is somebody to replace, I don't think it will hurt so much FIDE. FIDE had been to so many tumultuous situations before, especially during Bobby and,
Yeah, later on as well.
yeah, so...
What do you think? Do you think chess world championship cycle needs to have changes, and that there will be changes? What do you think about this? The classical matches, right? They have many, many draws. And many people are complaining about it, that they are so strong and they are so well prepared that, like in 2016 with Caruana, Magnus game, 12 draws.
Yeah.
Then there was the next match, before that match, it was 2016 Karyakin, 12 draws, right? Do you think chess needs a change of format, or it will survive this way?
Maybe now that you asked me, because I was recommending this, that the distribution of points, that in case of a win, then you get 4 points. In case of a draw, like repetition of moves and king against king, it will be 2 points each. But in case of a stalemate, it should be 3-1.
Wow.
The one who could not move will have 1 point, and the other one gets 3 points.
But that means that stalemate wins.
No, but only
Not
half.
only half.
Only half.
Yeah.
But this will completely change the scenario of having so many draws, and most likely the match will be decided.
But only the stalemate, right?
What?
Only the stalemate draw. If it's a perpetual check.
Yeah, only the stalemate.
Only
no,
the stalemate.
no. Perpetual check is a
Okay,
draw.
I will think about it.
Yeah, king and
more
pawn
when I
against
have
king.
time.
King and pawn against
Yes.
king is 3-1. No?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a minor win. So we'll
Yes.
have minor win, minor loss, and major
Okay.
win and major
Yes.
loss.
Yeah.
So
I will think about that.
yeah. And
Yeah. And what do you think about the blitz game, rapid games? Because in your times when you were really on the top, there were no rapid games, no blitz games. Actually, in those times we had adjourned games, which of course now it looks like the funny.
I was one of those who suggested that adjourned game should be abolished.
Which year was it when you
In
suggested first?
1984, we were having tournaments in Yugoslavia, and then we were talking, Libojevic and Timan, and they agreed, that to remove the adjournments, because especially on my part, I have no seconds.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Russians did not like that, But anyway, we made a piece of paper and
Declaration
requesting this,
requesting.
and then signed by Timan, Libojevic, and then even Korchnoi approached, and he said, Okay.
Korchnoi style.
Because he was angry with Campomanes, no?
Yes.
And he was thinking maybe I'm a Campo boy,
Yes,
you know,
because
whatever.
you're both from the Philippines.
But anyway, then I sent this to Campo. He was then still the president
Yes.
of World Chess Federation. And, no, I told Campo, and he said, put it in writing. No, that's why
Yes.
I asked the
Yes.
signatures.
But
And,
it did not went through.
huh?
It was not working at that time because only about 15 years later it was
Only
demolished.
15 years later?
I think so. When I was a kid, played in the early 90s, we still had the John games, I think.
Uh-huh.
No, maybe
we better
only-
check that. But,
But much
we made
later.
that request 1984. So,
Okay.
yeah, maybe later, whatever.
Well, now if there is a suggestion, probably FIDE should be faster in changing
Yes,
than
yes,
waiting so many years.
Yes.
Let's see some more games and then who is your favorite player here from the top? Aronyan, Caruana, well, Wesley we've seen, Alexei Shirov, Giri. What do you think about Giri's play?
Well, they are all
This is the
great
position
players,
of,
no?
Wow, he has this funny kind of pawn structure, don't he?
Who?
Anish Giri is playing with the black pieces here,
Uh-huh.
and they play against Israel. Boruchovsky is white.
Uh-huh. This is the almost like a
The question is, can knight e4 be a move?
really?
I don't know, I'm just asking. I don't know, takes,
And bishop
probably
F2.
G3 or
Bishop F2.
Bishop F2, I take the pawn.
Ah, no, you can take. Sorry. No.
I'm a
Of course
pawn
not.
hunter. You don't know me so well.
Yeah, maybe G3, yeah,
I
G3,
think.
then
And
you
then queen goes away, then
Then take. Yeah.
capture. Yeah, probably this does not work. But if after f4, black has to go back to d7,
Yeah.
it looks like white is has some initiative, don't you think so? Knight f5. Well, the e4
But
is
knight
hanging.
e5, then knight c5. No, I don't know.
You go knight c5.
And then this is like the old Indian with all this, and then bishop b7 or bishop d7, and then b5.
Well, okay, it's going to be a tough game, it seems. Right?
Yeah. This is like
I have some more question for you, if
yes,
you don't
please.
mind.
Yes.
What is your expectations with your team here with the Philippine teams?
With the men's team, as I said, we are in a group where it is in the last 3 rounds, or that we need to, like out of 12 points, hopefully we can make 9 points, 3-1, 3-1, or 8.5 points. Then we are probably in the top 20. That's a fantastic already achievement. But the other group, they try always to win every match. We are not in that group. Because when you lose, then you play against lower rated, and then most likely you go up again.
Yes.
And then you will play a strong team, then you will go down again. So, but it's towards the end that will decide where will be your final placing.
So what is your role apart from being the captain? Are you helping the players in preparation or psychologically or mindset or mentoring them?
No, not so much. Just to make sure that they have no problems, because most of my players are grandmasters already, and they should know what to do already. And then who will play? So I have to decide on that. In general, we have a rule that the one loses rests.
But you give a secret away. It's life.
No, I think it's common knowledge. I think that many teams apply this, But maybe if there is a request that he would play again, because maybe of the color, because he's black, white, so you have to consider this. So it's a little bit, complicated. You have to balance your decision. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like chess.
Yes, yes, absolutely. And as a chairman of the appeals committee, did you have any work already, or
No.
everything is going smoothly here?
Everything is going smoothly because FIDE has made it, the rules are so clear that it is almost unlikely to have any problems. And as I understand, when there is a complaint,
Appeal.
first it will go to the arbiter, the
Chief arbiter.
chief
and the
arbiter,
team.
and then if there is still a complaint or they don't agree, I think it will go to another level. Eventually, if it's still undecided, only then it will come to
To you.
to
And
our
the committee.
committee of
Yes.
3,
Yes.
and and they have to pay.
To give the appeal.
Yeah.
And if the appeal is accepted, then they get back the
Get
money.
back.
If not,
If
then
yeah.
it's gone.
So it is almost unlikely, to reach
Yes.
our level.
Yes. Well, we are together in the small committee of fair play. What do you think? Why is it so important to emphasize fair play? And so far as we see, the players are playing very fair play in this Olympiad.
Yeah.
Why is it important to emphasize it for youngsters, for all generation or all players of chess?
Very,
community?
very important because especially for our children, for the young players, because, chess, your actions in chess will reflect in your life. And if you get used to cheating, it is likely that you will be doing it in your life, and this is what FIDE would like to discourage, and would rather encourage fair play so that we don't only apply fair play on the chessboard, but most importantly, in life. That's what we wish.
It's an educational mindset.
Yes. So I look forward to the time when people will hear that this guy is a chess player, and then he would say, "Oh, that guy is very fair."
Well, you were always famous for being very fair and very nice personality in the chess community. My last question is, how are your days in the Philippines when you're home? Are you very much engaged and you're very, very busy, or how is your everyday life going?
As we get older, we have to give more time to our physical king, okay? Anyway, our mental king is already, we have chess to promote our mental king, so it's very important that we promote our physical king, especially at my age. So I make it a point that I walk 1 hour in the morning and 1 hour in the afternoon, if not busy. So, and then good thing that I'm married to a wife that is very very focused on preparing food that is very healthy, so very important. So that's it. And to complete, I always try to send the message that to complete, we promote our mental king, okay, through chess, physical king, and to make it complete, our spiritual king.
Okay, this is a nice touch for the final, closing our discussion. Thank you very much, Eugene.
My
And
pleasure,
I
Judit.
want you to enjoy the Olympiad and
Yes.
hope to see you another
Thank
time.
you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Just we are coming back in a second. We are back with the 44th Chess Olympiad here in Chennai, round 4. And it was a great pleasure to have Eugene Torre from the Philippines. He's a real legend. So let's go back to the games, because we are already seeing the games in the middle, well, more or less in the middle game. 1.5 hour passed from the beginning. And I'm pretty sure that by now we will find some interesting stuff out there. So let's dive in to the chess boards. And let's see what, oops, I see suddenly Hare Krishna already has a rook endgame, which is quite interesting.
Well, it's more or less drawn, I guess, no? So maybe his rare plan was meant to
Simplify the game.
reach a draw. Okay. Of course, he's not struggling very much because white's pawns are too weak.
Yeah, double pawn is quite irritating for white, right? So now...
I don't see how the king can go out without losing one pawn.
Well, but okay, now the first question with black, just before we go to the next game. King d6 or king f6?
Well, king d6 looks... you would fear king f4?
No, I'm just, it's a question. It's a situation where you have to decide. And this is where Pantella is thinking, because probably he's also thinking, but what is the easiest way to make a draw? Whether can he go king d6?
Before you asked, actually, I didn't notice that king f6 is possible. to tell the truth. So...
Well, yeah, the first thought we have is king d6, trying to go forward to the pawn, but at the same time, then rook e7 could be unpleasant.
No. The king should just stay to d6. No,
not moving further.
Yeah, because if king,
okay, so let's say king f4.
Well, let's say rook c2. That would be my main worry.
Yeah, it seems like white cannot make...
If king e3, then rook c3, and it's a perpetual, sort of.
Yeah.
Now, with the king on f6, there is a theoretical possibility that white gives up one of the f pawns and advances the c pawn. But if he gives one of the pawns, then he gives them both. That's the problem. And then suddenly it can be dangerous for...
But I think these are the positions, for example, which is important. We were talking about it on other day also, that you have positions where you have to understand that these are the momentum, this is where you have to pay attention, whether it's a winning position or a draw position, for example.
Yes.
But maybe king f6 is also a draw, but it will be a draw in 20 moves.
You should...
Why king d6 may be faster, you have to save your energy.
It's also a matter of... let's say psychological taste.
Yes.
No, I mean, if you feel more you have to understand where do you feel more confident.
Yes.
By the way, there is a twin game which we had seen earlier, Shirov's game. It already ended in a draw, but it's almost the same structure.
Okay, yeah, I saw that Shirov made a draw. Let's jump there.
I complained that he was...
Yes.
That he was... No, it was not like this before. It was identical. And the pawn is farther away.
Yes,
so.
But this is actually nice to show that basically white king cannot...
This is mathematical.
This is just a draw because there's nothing to be done for white at all.
You remember I complained that white may be minimally better. You remember it was rook and bishop against rook and bishop, the end game at some point. So he got some minimal advantage, but of course it's not...
Yes, because this is where we were earlier in the game, and then this is what it was later on. Okay, let's go back to the first match, because there is, just to go a little bit through what's happening. Judit is playing against Laurent Fressinet from France.
Not the usual exchange variation. I mean, okay, black doesn't have the bad bishop, which is good for him.
Actually, he has a nice bishop.
But
I understand that it's not the white square bishop.
Yeah, but he has the nice bishop, and white doesn't have one. White doesn't have a bishop at all. He has all the pawns like this, like a V, very solid, but at the same time they are not mobile. And okay, black, the only thing is that black has these weaknesses, but how to take advantage of them? If knight f4, then just take.
I don't think he wants to go knight f4. I think he wants to go knight c5 more.
And the question is what next? a3, b4, okay, the minorities attack. But then the a file opens.
Isn't it just a balanced position? Because I think white can get maybe better if, I don't know, let's say black goes rook c8. or where I just want to make a move, and then knight c5, and let's say bishop c5. No, bishop c5 maybe it's dangerous because d takes
and then
c5,
knight
and
f4
after that
maybe.
knight f4.
No, I have, advice for somebody thinking of moving a pawn here. Don't. And advice for black.
So would you be taking with the knight?
No, I wouldn't take at all. This is a concession. the knight on e4. Let him take on e4.
No, but then I just push. I put pressure. I'm going to go b3,
Okay, b3,
a3, b4,
Yeah, then the
slowly,
b5
very
opens.
slowly.
Yeah, I can go b5 after that. Probably I have the b file, so the a file. So how do we make progress?
Also possibly after knight a5. Let's say you go rook c7. Okay, so I can make my moves on the board. I go a4.
A4 and b4.
A4 and b4. So I want to put pressure on the b file.
That's another possibility. Yes. So the question now.
The question is
now we
b6.
see- Now we see.
But okay, maybe here it can be
And
okay,
C5,
and c5,
and C5.
but it's you have to feel the dynamic of the position,
yes,
right?
actually-
and now my rook stands quite strange.
If we remember the endless match between Karpov and Kasparov,
Endless match.
the last game which Karpov lost with white was when suddenly, without quiz, Kasparov put his hanging
Pushed the
pawns.
pawns.
From the exchange variation, he got into these hanging pawns. And suddenly Karpov, the great Karpov, was just helpless against the advancing pawns. So
No, but this can be nice for black, right?
It can be very tricky, yes. It can be
Because
very
it just feels very bad for black if he cannot do anything, right? If he just really has to be moving the
Yes.
rooks here and there, and he cannot move any pawns.
No, actually, he can do the same even after a3, maybe, no?
Yeah.
If he's well regrouped.
So white has to be thinking carefully.
No,
what-
but maybe black should do that, despite what I had said, because there is a defect in black's position. The perfect square for a knight here is d6. In the exchange variation, if you get a knight on d6, then you are so stable, nothing can happen. Here there is a problem. He has these weaknesses, and he needs the bishop to stay on d6 to prevent knight f4.
Yes.
And then the knight cannot go to d6. It
But
means
why would I go to d6 now? E4, I love mine.
No, if you had the pawn on a g6 instead of a5,
Ah,
if
okay.
you had a normal
okay.
structure, you understand?
Okay.
Then you could put the bishop somewhere else and the knight on d6, and then you will be safe against any a3 and b4 things,
Yes.
Because it weakens
because the c4 pawn,
the
the
b5, okay,
square.
what to do after
Yes.
b4, okay. But you don't have that. So a3, b4 may be...
So the big
some-
question is if Judit will find any way of playing in a good version a3, b4, which looks quite impossible for me,
because
having the rook on
the
a7.
knight is hanging there. If you go a3, you cannot go b3 and knight c5 because a3 is hanging. If you play knight c5, then you
Rook
get...
d8 was played, by the way.
Okay, that's also a square. But in principle, yes, if knight c5, then b6 and c5 is. But with the rook in d8, maybe not so much. Still it works. If so, then b6.
Well, it is possible,
B6,
yeah,
yes.
because knight
The knight
e4
is hanging,
comes
yeah.
with a tempo
Yeah.
if it's an exchange. But now white goes back, and now
Okay,
both pawns
to-
are
to-
hanging.
And then you have
So if
to start Harika's minorities attack with b5.
But
which
we
is
don't
not-
want, no? I mean, this is already not so funny.
I know.
Once
I know, no, this is already...
this is kind of...
this is already something for white.
Okay, so knight c5 is possible.
Yeah, maybe rook d8 was rook c8.
No, but I think there is no rush, because after knight c5, he can go rook c8.
Yes, because white still needs to go b3, a3.
Well, or
If
maybe
A3,
he
then
goes
A4.
here, but because still attacking, so b6 still not possible because of knight a4.
Yes. Yes, so maybe white has some chances. There is this conflict between the black minor pieces.
I don't know, I'm not sure I would be scared with black, though it's a fact. We
That
can
the bishop-
say that if the bishop
Yes,
disappears,
then you are
then
doomed.
I would be scared with my
Strategically,
h5
yes,
pawn,
yes,
right?
yes.
Even then, it's not the end of the world, but then it's already
It's the
cat and
start.
mouse.
It's the start of the white
yeah,
world, you
yeah. Okay, let's see board number 4 of this match. Wow, they're still very much in the beginning. It's only move 13,
And
though it's very interesting.
approaching time trouble. Okay,
Well,
not yet,
yet.
but okay, they spend more than...
Not yet.
yes,
Yeah,
no,
this
but
is what
they
we
are
can
thinking.
say.
It was an original game, and they are very much on their own, I think.
But it's, who knows what it is.
White is better developed, of course, but black is flexible, and he wants to deliver mate on b2.
And basically, we have to see that this match most likely will be decided on this game on board 4, because we've seen that Pentala was going
That
to be
should
a
be a
draw.
draw, yeah.
The game before Vidit Frasine is a draw. So this is the
No,
game which decides the match.
Fressine, I think it's well, it's very complex. I mean,
Well, it's a very
but
good
it
chance.
can go either way. I mean,
It can go
yeah.
either way, but we'll see. It's pretty balanced, I think.
Yeah.
But this is a mess, right?
Well, here is
This is a
yes,
real mess.
The
What's
spark
going
of
on?
the fight is here. Yes,
Yeah, I don't know what will happen. Let's say just bishop e2.
d6 also, not.
You're the slow way.
No,
I want to
I'm the
do it.
developing guy. Would you go b5 or what?
No, I was thinking if at some point already some knight f3 tactics work, but probably not
But-
yet.
I think it always works better when if developed.
Well,
Then h4 probably, no, after d6. Otherwise, I play bishop h3 and at least I'm safe.
okay, well, d6 is very sensible. I mean, it's not clear whether who is
But h4.
better here. I mean, this bishop is can be.
You know, I play the Dutch defense, and of course, I have certain sympathy towards black's position. But I also
Maybe
know
I
that,
go bishop h6 here.
or h4, I would be also worried.
I want to get rid of that.
But yeah, but
h4 is the next thing we can check.
the funny thing is that I would also be happy to get rid of that
Yeah,
because of
really?
the blockade ideas.
Well, if you can blockade on f4, of course, but you cannot if you take it.
So if bishop h3, then you take and f4 probably.
Bishop h3.
Yes, you take and f4.
I take and f4, and I'm so happy that I got rid of the g7 bishop. I can't tell you how happy I am.
No, maybe the bishop. on
Huge
d4.
change compared to 3
Yes,
moves
yes, yes.
ago.
No, bishop h3 is just a loss of time because you'll attack it later. So okay, maybe I have no. If you play, I just have to take. I mean that's a.
What? You take the bishop?
Yeah, I should take it.
Take.
I have to think whether okay, if f4 I want to go knight f7.
Well, if I have f4, then I'm very happy with white, I think. Unless you start some b5 or...
The fact is that I don't see black's play, no? Okay, if I take the pawn on f3, but then you pin me.
You're a brave man.
You pin me, no?
Or you
No,
just want to say it's not your game and you're just
No,
give it a try.
I have to take the pawn without taking on h6 because this you just pin.
Okay, but after, you mean after bishop h6,
With yes,
to take knight c3, bishop c3.
maybe now I can
But
take.
hold on, you can take here. You can take here
But,
maybe.
is this so good?
And rook f3. Well, I just don't like my my pawn structure.
Okay, rook.
Rook h1, bishop g4.
Without
No,
queen
no,
it would
rook,
be the
rook
same,
f1
no?
is a blunder because takes and queen b5.
No, but I wanted to this without queens. So you want to keep queens on board with white?
Well, it didn't occur to me that I should be exchanging the queens.
No, because I see this. Okay.
But how can this
rook
be
f1,
anything?
So bishop g4 anyway, no?
Well, but even if it's exchange, it's nothing. I mean, this
No,
is...
it's not a paralysis. No, and it's an extra pawn for black.
It's extra pawn, it's safe, it's no problem there. So,
No, if bishop h6
bishop
doesn't
h6,
work, then
bishop
okay.
knight f3. Yeah, that's unpleasant if you have... But okay, after bishop c3, maybe white goes queen d3?
Okay, that makes sense, yes.
Queen b4.
And b3 doesn't look like...
b3 I can go, I can come back, but now then I'm not attacking anything, right? So you can develop or you go back, and maybe it's not enough for white.
No, it's already decent for black.
Okay, I think we can move on because there are so
H4.
many games.
Maybe h4, okay.
H4, yeah, that's a question, but...
No. He played bishop e2, and I suggest... No. Bishop e2 is played, but I suggested d6 for black. And now h4, and now h4. No, of course, it's still a few moves away from delivering mate, but I'm asking what is black doing? That would be my only. Okay, I see some crazy, but it shouldn't work. Knight
Oh, maybe
f3,
beef.
knight f3, bishop f3, bishop c3, bc3, e5. But I think
That's
it's
a nice idea.
It's nice, but I'm sure it's flawed for many reasons.
Why are you so sure?
I don't know because it was my idea. But maybe
why
it's-
are you so
maybe-
sure?
Maybe it's not flawed, no?
Well, I will go, I think, this, but then queen a3 you
When I see,
have.
no? And if c4 again, I take
Then
the
exchange
queen.
and f3.
No, I was hoping that it works. Maybe it works.
Though bishop d6.
And bishop a2 is nothing.
No, because bishop a2, king a1, and then the queen is under
Okay, so then I
attack.
should have taken on a2 at once before, or
Well,
Does
I
it-
don't know, because here after
Rook
bishop
d8,
d6,
rook
rook
d8.
d8, and maybe some problems, but e5.
bishop f5, no?
Bishop f5, bishop e4.
Then nothing.
Well, maybe
Okay, take and rook f2.
we have a move on the board, and h4 was played immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
So after knight f3, I
No,
guess.
I thought that bishop e2 was played. It was your move, bishop e2. Okay, okay.
Yeah, that's what we started. Bishop e2, d6,
But okay,
queen e3.
well, development is important, of course. And black doesn't have.
Yeah, because if black takes, then b takes c. Queen b6.
Takes and bishop h6 probably, no?
And
And,
should
develop-
white be so happy? I don't know. I ask my usual question.
No,
Isn't it a pawn up for black?
no,
Sorry.
coming from you, this sounds very ironic. D6
But maybe
probably, no?
d6, of course. And look at this
I
great
mean-
bishop on c8.
I mean, you are the player, let's face it, for half of your great
What can
career.
I do? I'm getting
For at
old.
least half of your great career. You were not
I
caring
didn't
about
care
the little
much.
fellows. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember that there was this Grandmaster Rode from the
American.
States. He played a very beautiful game, and they congratulated him after the game, okay, for all those sacrifices. The sacrifices, I don't understand. You sacrifice so many pawns. The little guys, the little fellows. He didn't consider those to be sacrifices.
No, I care about them, but I care about them. No, d6 I think can be very powerful here.
Yeah, of course, so it's this structure you never know, because at some point black may sacrifice an exchange to
Knight e5 back.
yeah, just keep the somehow the.
The pawn structure is crazy.
I wouldn't be. I wouldn't feel very safe with white
Either color.
Yeah. Okay, with black that's self-understood. But okay, look, the rook on 8 is already playing. Can get out somewhere, no? A5, A4.
Okay, so this is going to be a great battle. Let's see USA against Uzbekistan. Board number 1, Fabiano playing with white.
But
Abdusattorov plays very good position with black, isn't it?
yes, I mean it looks so dangerous. It was this London defense or attack or however they call it, no?
Yeah, it was
And
this bishop d3,
He played
knight
bishop d3, which was
d5.
provocative somehow. Yeah, okay, queen
No,
f3.
no castling, that's what he says. No,
But
not in this game.
Suddenly, in the final position, white is struggling a bit,
Queen
no?
f3.
Or
That's
or-
what I think.
or
He
is it only my-
simplified on d3, a6,
my feeling as an amateur.
knight c4, bishop b4, bishop d2.
But bishop d2 maybe is not the move, no? I mean,
Well, the thing is that what do you do, right?
Just
You
move
go
the king,
king e2, king f1. It's also
Somewhere.
not very tempting. Black goes back bishop d8. You have to take on c6. Why are we
And
so happy with white, right? And we have something, in Magnus's game it was black who had
yes.
king on f8, right, in round.
But
two.
I hope that they have some dynamics, but it doesn't. No, but it means that black is just a wonderful position, no? Okay, maybe.
So this is the position we have right now on the board. Knight e3. Knight e3 actually stands nicely, but black is wonderful. What a isolated
It's
pawn.
that nice if you have the hanging pawns. pawn
Yeah.
on c4 and d4.
Yeah.
But the
You
co-hanging...
mean like this?
Yes, but the co-hanging pawn is missing here. No, okay, maybe white can draw. I mean, quickly. Maybe. But maybe
Well,
not.
that I'm not sure if he can draw. It's only move 18, so he cannot offer a
No,
draw.
no, draw, I mean, just play d5 somehow.
Simplify the position with d5.
I mean, but if
Well-
not, no, I don't know if...
Maybe now it's the move to play d5, because after castle, if castle, you will not play
the rook
d5.
d8.
Oops, sorry. It was the rook I wanted. I mean, this is...
this can be easily...
A4
be
pawn is also,
very-
I'm not sure it's so good over there, so you cannot make
Okay, so-
moves here.
You understand that if Caruana doesn't find something quickly, this can be easily close
Short
to losing.
castle.
Close to losing.
Yeah, you wouldn't like to play it against Karpov for sure.
No, I
But
would be happy
Abdusattorov
not to.
Nodirbak is also extremely, very, very talented, good player.
Technical.
And you see, Fabiano was thinking a lot. He's behind in time, which also has its sign to it. Actually, so far, the top players are not performing too well. Because we saw Aronyan playing shaky in round one.
Yes, but he played. Okay.
Yesterday, he played a
But
nice game.
I can understand him what he said because okay, it's the first and you are the great Aronian. It's no irony. I mean, you are okay. It's everything is. I mean, just he is the usual elegant guy. People around him. He sees friends. Whatever is his first game as an American player. I mean, team game. So I can understand that. It happens to me at a much lower level. I'm at the Olympiad again after 2 years or 4 years, and I'm not there. And I make a draw with a lower-rated opponent. No, that can happen, but yesterday he played a good game.
Yes, but what I want to point out, this is all completely true what you're saying, that the atmosphere is so different, and he was emphasizing how great the conditions are, and the hotel, and the
he came
food,
up-
and everything.
If he came up with this thought, it means he felt like that.
But what I also think that the top players, they have such a different mindset, excluding the hotel and the surroundings, about the mindset with their opening preparation. You know, that they are not going to be surprised on that level. They are not usually have to prepare, that they don't know who am I going to be playing next day. Okay, we play against Uzbekistan or something. And then they have only few hours to adjust their mindset of preparation. And as they are much more favorable in rating than the opponent, obviously, they know that the youngster Nodirbak is a very, very strong player, so he's not going to be underestimate anybody. But okay, what is he playing? What is he playing nowadays? Is he want to give a surprise to me? Because, of course, the top players are exposed. All the games are in the database. They play.
Well, Nodirbak's game at 2.
Yes,
You
also,
understand?
but you know that with the very youngsters, they change from one day to another, they change, go after the fashion, and so on and so forth. So in preparation-wise, they have a different mindset, right?
Yes. No, but maybe we should also mention that, okay, Olympiads are a democratic tournaments, yeah?
Yes.
I mean, it's nice to be a top player. We are the top 12 club. We meet occasionally 3-4 times a year for a super tournament. We exchange some rating, but we stay there.
Exactly.
Well, this is the real world,
Yeah.
you know, and the real world may bring some adjustments.
Yeah.
I mean, remember when Kasparov was playing at the Olympiad, he was really killing. And okay, Carlsen usually also does.
No,
but don't
actually,
forget,
Carlsen is playing badly. He's losing all his rating points in
there
Olympiads
was
usually.
on Olympiad where I was also there. He very rarely lost in normal tournaments, and he
But
lost
there, yes.
2 or 3
Yeah.
games at that Olympiad.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a different thing. I mean, there are many players who can play chess, and if you are not prepared against them, especially then you are on your own. And
Yeah.
this is tricky. I mean, it's
Yeah, and basically the Olympiad is also when we talk about the teams, right? This is why sometimes you have a weaker country, let's say, but still you have a board one grandmaster talent. Of course, they are like dying to go to the Olympiad because they have
Yes,
a chance to play
yes.
against Fabiano, against Giri, against Magnus, about all the top players on the first board. And it is an incredible opportunity and a chance to win, to make a draw, to experience the knowledge. And even for those who cannot play against the players, they see they are in one hall. I saw an interview with an Indian girl from, I think, from the third team, and she said that, well, just the fact that I'm playing in the same hall with Magnus Carlsen, and then, you know, they can go and see and see how they behave, how they look at the board, how they reacting. Actually, yesterday it was quite amazing. I saw a short video about it, that right when Magnus Carlsen was sitting at the board, just before his move, he just arrived, someone came to him and put their 2 chessboards to sign it. I mean, something like this could never happen when Kasparov was there, because with his eyes, he would just... Or Korchnoi. Well, probably Karpov also. I mean, probably me too. We would just kill the person with our eyes, because it's like something, how is this possible that I just arrived to my game, I'm ready to adjust the pieces, trying to get the focus, and then somebody comes there and makes me to sign the chessboard. And Magnus was just sitting there. He didn't really understand the question, I saw, and then he thought it's easier to sign it than to say no.
Yes. No,
but it's changing, right?
Maybe it's not...
It's just less energy to sign it than to say no.
Maybe it's not just kindness, but...
it's smartness.
No, but I remember a few evenings ago during dinner, you're just, in a very comfortable position, and then somebody wanted to take a... Actually, sometimes you accept the photos, even the selfies, even from such situations with the spoon.
No, but when you play a tournament,
when you play, it's really.
I mean, now people may think I'm very friendly and nice and smiling, but
dinner is okay. Dinner is dinner, but a game is okay.
Yeah, but I have to disappoint my fans that actually, when I was really in competition, I was not smiley that much and talkative before the game at all, and it was always an issue, for example, for me in Olympiad, that you arrive and somehow to sneak in as fast as possible to the game, because obviously it's extremely nice to make pictures, and there are a lot of fans, and they are admiring, and they are so happy to have a picture with me or have an autograph. But when you're focusing, you know that, oh my God, what am I going to play against Najdorf? I'm playing against, I don't know, Shirov or somebody, and I'm thinking, what am I going to be playing? It is really disturbing my concentration, my mindset, what I have already before the game. So I was much more serious about it. I remember when, for example, in Linares, from the hotel we had to go like 30 meters to the other part of the building, to the playing hall, and people were standing outside. And of course, when outside people were there...
30 meters can be a lot,
Can be a lot, and of course, Kasparov was going out. Kasparov was also trying to sneak out. He was late a few minutes from the games. By now, you have zero tolerance generally in the tournaments. Here, actually, there is a 15-minute tolerance. So... it's something new in this Olympiad. And there are several things which is new, by the way. For example, that the captains cannot talk with the players. This is something new, because before, a few days ago, we were discussing that what is the role of the captain. And when I was playing still, then it was possible to, if I want to offer a draw, I can ask the captain.
So if they want to give hints, they have to use signs?
Don't try to cheat. Don't try to cheat. It's good that you're sitting here and not being a captain, having those thoughts. But I mean, before, if somebody offered a draw,
do it with a pen or something. There are systems.
You cannot take pens into the playing hall either.
Okay.
And so before, it was possible, if somebody offered a draw to the player was allowed to go to the captain and ask them that, well, they couldn't discuss the position, but they can ask that yes or no. But of course, whatever you react, and in this position, in this situation, there is a huge difference whether you have a captain of an amateur player or if you have Ivan Sokolov behind you, who will say no.
Yes.
Or yes.
Even that no or yes can mean a lot.
Yes, because most of the time the captain says, you can do what you want, but I wouldn't do it or something. I mean, you can't really check it, right? Especially if it's in another language. It has to be done front of the, or it had to be done front of the arbiter being part of the conversation. But I think it's absolutely correct that this is happening, that it's not possible to talk. I understand that the captains think that they are less useful in the playing hall, but it shouldn't be. It's like when I was talking to Eugene about the adjourned games, he said that they wanted to demolish the adjourned game already in '84.
Yes, yes. I believe that in '94 I still had some adjourned game, but that was the last year. So it took some 10 years probably to. I don't understand that not Dirbeck's '94. The knight should stay on f6 to control d5, because otherwise white may equalize.
Yeah, rook d8 was the more logical to me, to control the d5, but knight d4.
She wants to prevent the rook c1. Okay, so now rook f8.
So after
now
queen
rook
d3, rook f d8.
Yeah, and okay, let him play f3, then we'll gladly go to f6 and.
No, but you know how much I hate f3.
Yeah, but okay, you have to move.
I don't like. No,
okay.
But actually, sorry, I will go somehow d5 and
anyway.
knight f5 or something.
To try something.
Try to breathe.
Queen f6.
Try to breathe in the position.
It's probably not enough, no?
Knight d4.
Okay. You give up
rook
a pawn
c4. No, but the problem is that I can't control it.
You cannot defend f2 and a4 and everything.
Yes.
No.
Queen b4.
Okay, so he wants to treat somehow creatively the Isolani.
Well, eventually he has to go. I mean, I'm pretty sure his next move is just rook d8.
Knight e4 is just a temporary solution, just to avoid.
Yes, basically against rook c1.
Because if white exchanges one rook, then he may be alive.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision to play knight e4 and only after that.
Just to prevent rook fc1.
Yes.
No. He understands the game.
But the thing is that after rook d8, d5 is there. Because now knight f5, you cannot prevent knight e7.
That can be a problem, no?
Yeah, I mean, this is how chess is, and even more in the last 10 years, right? In principle, black has a beautiful position, black is in charge, d4 isolated pawn, only black can win. And now starts the concrete measures.
Then okay, he should have played not rook fd8, but not knight e4, but rook cd8.
And he went rook d8.
What after d5?
Didn't he blunder? Ah, no, because after d5 takes knight f5, queen c5, or queen c4.
But queen b7. I saw that, but I thought that queen b7, no?
Maybe queen c4, oops, knight f5, queen c4, queen b7,
Okay.
queen b7,
I mean, what is the technical win?
and if rook c7,
The technical win is trapping the... No.
queen
not
b6.
trapping. And queen d4 comes and white is better, no?
Okay, so rook fd8. Why not d5 is possible?
Can you go back to see whether rook cd8 was better? Instead of 94. Knight e4, okay. If he calculated everything, all the nuances, then we'll agree with it. But rook cd8, I mean, okay,
Well, it's possible. It's
no, just to win. I mean,
no, it's well, you don't win the game.
Without the
like,
knight, without the knight, it's won. Without the knight, it's 100% with all the major pieces on board, and we are not so far from there. And a4 is weak, so I'm now on rook d7, rook fd8.
Well, maybe. Let's see how it's going the game, and if d5 is possible. Okay, so this match is.
Well, of course, after d5, he can do something like. I don't know.
No, but after d5, if there is an exchange of.
No? Because b7 is hanging anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting what he has in mind. No, it's possible d5 takes knight f5, king h8.
Aha, and only then.
And
yes.
then after knight e7, queen
and
c5,
then the knight is
here
hanging.
and then the knight is
Okay,
hanging.
okay. No, if he calculated everything, then okay.
No, he's a very strong guy. It shouldn't be like this that I don't understand what's going on.
yes.
King h8.
But okay, play king h8. Well,
You don't like king h8.
no,
But it's a pawn up.
yeah, okay. Yes, it's true. It's
Sorry
true.
to remind you on
No.
that.
If he parries all the threats, then
Yeah.
I agree with your extra pawn. I can agree with that.
That's a nice move, king h8, if it's good. Okay,
No,
let's
okay,
see
okay.
board 2. How is it going? The Aronian game.
So he's black, yes?
Yeah. Well, it's
White has a nice position, it seems, no?
well, white is not going to be
Worse.
worse. Well, of course, to play against the US, it's a great challenge. It's like you're playing with the world champion, right? Because they're so much better in every board by rating, and they're so much far the favorite for the gold medal. And okay, great players, right? Top players of the world, top 10 players, Veslislow, Aronian, Caruana on the first 3 boards. So it's always they are the team that everybody wants to beat, right? Everybody wants to hunt them down.
At least to play with them.
Yeah, but
I remember
but
when-
it's a big challenge when you play against a stronger. You're always like, okay, now if nothing else in the whole Olympiad, this game I'm going to put all my preparation energy. No, that you really want to show.
I
that.
remember that, okay, when you were a captain, you got a very good results in Reykjavik.
Yes, we got a
But
medal.
the next year the result was more modest, but you beat China, the Olympic champions, and that was
Yes.
somehow something you could take home.
Yes.
You beat China.
Yeah.
That was,
That's huge. Unfortunately, China is not part of the Chess Olympiad, which is a big pity in some sense because of the closing down in China and the pandemic. So 2 teams, Russia and China, is absent from the Olympiad. But this way, there are many people can play for medals because many other countries.
At least two more countries, no?
Well, I mean, China won the last 2 Olympiads.
The last 2, no?
I think it was last 2. In the women's Olympiad, China
no,
won.
in the women,
in
yes,
the
yes.
In the open section, it was 2018. Before that, it was USA. But US is there in 2018. China won, but US was number 2.
I
Silver.
remember each time we played Soviet Union and then Russia at the Olympiad. Oh, that was, having Kasparov
Yes.
playing 1 or 2. Now seeing him, he was in time trouble against Georgiou. Georgiou was only, he was constantly saying during the morning, the only thing I don't want to become a globetrotter, meaning to be published in all the magazines. He was white, he was hoping for Grünfeld, he found 100 Troish variation Grünfeld, it was a King's Indian. Okay, he got a better position because he knows the play, Georgiou. But Kasparov got into time trouble, and now Kasparov was sitting like this. It was like a tiger. I felt that he would jump. No, it was nothing not respectful, but you could feel his, he was like a resort. And Georgiou was small there and like this with time on clock. But
when Kasparov came into the room, obviously
Yes.
that no matter whether it's a small room of 30 square meters, small tournament, or the Olympiad, you notice it when Gary arrives.
Yes.
Right?
No, he had that energy.
Yes.
No, of course, Georgiou had played up to a certain moment a very good game, and he was better. But then, he lost control, and with little time, Kasparov found the mating attack, and Georgiou became a globetrotter.
He was good at it.
Kasparov had 1 or 2 things. Yes.
So we have some exchange on this board on e5. I would think that probably white can play d4, and well, it's tricky, of course, rook e4, but then maybe bishop goes to f4. Though it's not clear, because yesterday also Aronian had just a little pleasant position, and he was able to convert it into victory.
But it is
I would play it with black, this one too.
Are you sure? Yeah, because d4, rook e4, he can consolidate then.
Yes.
No, I'm not sure about the structure. No, like this, he loses up.
Well, this is a question,
But he
whether do I lose something
No,
concretely
but
or no.
okay, you take on d3, take on c7 and check.
But that's only one check.
Yeah, but I defend my pawns. I wanted to say, and I have to go h5. I cannot go.
Well, I want to go in queen e6. I want to go b4.
No, I don't feel that white. No, there is this queen's activity, which can.
No, I think white is quite okay here. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, because the black king is not.
Yeah, this
That's
f6 is not does not favor black.
Yes. If h6, then okay.
So can white go bishop f4? Because I think white should be looking for simplification.
No, but he can also do it with d4. It's very tricky with these pawns there.
But here...
now he can, I don't know, c6, but is c6 a good move?
Or c5,
c5
maybe.
Okay.
But then
c5
takes and d5.
Uh-huh. No, that can be dangerous for... It's a bit tricky, you know. The structure seems to be vulnerable on dark squares, but at the same time, 3 pawns top 4.
Okay, let's see the next position, because we had Abdusattorov. Bishop f4 was played immediately, so white is really trying to reach out to the draw. On board 3, we have this position where...
which is interesting.
It is very interesting, but isn't it just...
One for black, you mean?
No, can't white just take the pawn on b5?
It's white to move, okay.
What is going on? Probably not, because takes, and there is this hidden
Rook
trick
b5.
of rook b5 takes and knight c7.
Uh-huh.
Which is still not over, because rook d6, and if rook a3, then there is this incredible pass pawn.
But you have knight b5 stronger,
But knight
no?
b5, bishop
C5,
bishop c5.
And these 2 extra pawns. Uh-huh.
So I don't really get it. What happens after knight takes d5?
No, I guess you have to take, no?
Well, takes.
No, I don't see anything different, anything else than the line you showed, because otherwise white has everything. An extra pawn, control, better structure.
Okay, we'll see what happens here. What do we don't see? What is it that we don't see?
But okay, that 10 game is maybe
Which one?
with 2 minor pieces. You have rook takes c5. No, just no. I don't see anything else. Yes, take. Knight c7, rook takes there, rook takes on a3.
Well, I can...
Take on c5 maybe, no?
No, I wanted to go here.
Okay, but knight e6.
I don't know, b4.
Aha, b4, that's nice.
I mean, with such a pawn on b6, I'm not going to be winning 5 moves.
Okay, b4, okay. Now you're talking, okay. This is what I needed to understand. No, now you're talking. No, actually, rook b1 might have been, but okay, b4 is much stronger.
No, it's just 2 pawns and the rook for the two pieces. Only that, that's why I
Well,
was...
I tried to understand why he's thinking. No, of course, I understand there are some...
shortages in the position.
Small problems, let's call them.
Okay, bishop b2. Well, maybe it's just... out of a few moves, this is even better.
He wants to take
Well,
on
okay,
f6.
Vasily will just win this game, right? So here US is better, and let's see what's going on in the Vakidov-Shakland game, board 4.
When I see the mutual structure on the king side, I have the feeling that there is a car with 3 wheels. I don't know, it's optical somehow, no? It's something not...
But black is doing very fine here.
Well, both players are doing fine. No, but it's so unusual, no?
But it's very balanced, right?
No, yes.
So Vasily is going to be winning. And we go and see what's going on here. A5 was played, and now knight d6, with an idea to replacing his knight to b5, sorry.
And to prevent d5 and...
Okay, let's move on with the other games. We have too many interesting games going on.
No, actually, it will be interesting to analyze, and I recommend it to the spectators to analyze this game in detail. Because, as said, the
This
alternative to knight e4 was rook cd8,
Yes.
and just try to reach that technically one position without knights.
Yeah.
That would be most likely one. So,
Well, this is also very unpleasant for
no,
white.
I know, but
Extremely unpleasant,
but maybe
right?
we can learn something that sometimes you can use some concrete details
Yes.
to keep your advantage intact, and because maybe he'll reach that end game a little bit later, after avoiding certain things,
Well, still, of course, I believe that white should be playing somehow rook d1.
and try that thing.
And still, because after knight b5, d5,
ED
takes.
again king
I mean,
H.
the knight on b5 suddenly is far away.
It's a bit far away, no?
It's far away, and I'm very happy to have this knight on f5, though I'm not sure it's going to be
Okay,
enough.
now queen c5 works because b7 is defended.
Yeah, but I wanted to go queen g4
And mate,
already.
okay.
Queen f4 is also something to consider, actually.
Yeah, with the knight on b5 somehow there are some chances, no?
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of interesting. Okay, let's see. Ganguly was a draw. Then what's going on board 2?
Vallejo, okay, I think black just equalized. Actually, he's also quite active, no?
Black is okay, so it's 1-1. Let's say what Gupta.
This is a bit unusual.
F takes e3.
Well,
Who is better?
there is a danger that I mean,
This h4 can be a little bit out of business.
well, yeah, and
But for the moment, it can be exchanged.
The G2 guy also with this structure. You
Well,
know?
I think there is a good chance that we're going to see some bishop f6, g takes f6, right?
Yes.
Though the black bishop cannot be too proud of itself either. So I think
Yes.
there has to be a course for these bishops
Yeah.
to take.
All the bishops.
How to treat your bishops.
Yes, are in some trouble, no? No, maybe if bishop f6, then queen f6, bishop e4.
Yeah,
Queen.
yeah. I mean, with these
Queen,
double pawns, there are not
yes.
much of
But maybe queen e5
winning
even, or,
chance.
yeah.
It's
And if
black
he doesn't
should be
take,
okay.
if he doesn't take on e4, then queen e5.
So
and
very
f5.
balanced match so far. Board 4. Board 4, white has a pawn up.
The Spanish player, yes.
Yeah, the Spanish player has a pawn up.
And well, in night endings are like king, like pawn endings.
Well, this
They
white should be winning.
And
I think.
the white rook is more active because the pawn on c2 restricts the black rook along the second rank. So, and if black exchanging the rooks, most
Yeah, but
likely it is
technically, maybe it's not
won.
so easy.
No, on the board, no, of course.
Maybe black will play f5, or do you think to be a little bit more active?
And black has to do something.
It's not so obvious.
Of course,
How
f5 is a
to-
move which, after a few moves, you may.
You regret, you want to
regret,
say, yeah?
Yeah. So
Well, the white knight should be regrouped somehow, right?
maybe the king to e2
Maybe
first. No?
g3, king g2.
Maybe it would be better to have the king on e2 to keep the structure together. I mean, if anything, to have king to connect the two islands of pawns with the king somehow on d3 for.
You need
For
some
instance.
good technique.
No, it's not trivial, but I suspect it's winning.
Let's go to the next match. Poland against Romania.
Okay, so Duda against Dak. It's funny that Dak used to play this Catalan variation with white, where he has a knight against the bishop. Of course, strategically, it seems that white has quite some advantage. But, well, it's also the king. Can black organize c6 or not? Can black get some kingside threats? Maybe knight b5 will be an idea at some point, no? But no, then takes and
But
rook
white
b6.
is much better, isn't it?
He should be better, I think. No, I try to see whether black has any
Chances.
to well.
Well, I would rather play this with white than see board 2, Wojtaszek against Lupulescu.
Okay, so
More
Lupulescu
pleasant
didn't-
with black, but it's no big deal.
No, Lupulescu even got slightly worse, no? From
Unpleasant. No?
well, if
It's
anybody
more
is
of
better,
unpleasant.
then
well,
yeah.
like go knight d3.
Yeah, I know.
If you don't go f5, knight g4 is a good spot.
No, okay, black is playing already.
It's unpleasant. It's
Yes,
like
yes.
pressing a little bit, Wojtaszek. Board
Yes.
3. Wow, what a position for black.
Polgar suddenly is very active. These were some hanging pawns where it seemed that
But this is like a dream for black.
close. I mean, he's even better developed.
Yeah,
Somehow
I mean look
all-
at these pieces on the
No,
first.
10 moves earlier white was fully developed, and now
Maybe white
now
wants
he's
to go
back-
here.
Now,
How beautiful. Just to complete the row.
he's back in the Stone Age somehow. No,
Okay,
actually,
this is-
knight b1 is not completely improbable because the knight is attacked. So, no, this looks okay.
Wojtaszek game just agreed to draw.
Ah.
Okay, Duda game was, okay, Duda has to be pressing.
He's forced to be pressing because
Yeah, because
Polgar
Polgar is
Grima.
going to win, and then we have,
the young
Okay.
fellow. Okay, theoretically equal, but okay.
and practically
Okay.
too. I mean, how can we debate on this?
No, I mean they can play. No, I mean
Well, okay, they can play, but
it's not symmetrical. HG.
Are you sure you want to go
I want to
HG?
intimidate him.
I
No,
don't
of course it's
Well,
completely-
okay.
Of course, it's completely equal, but
No, anything can be, but it's
yes.
hard to imagine more equal than this, right?
Well,
Queen's
let's say
endgame.
if the C4 pawn was on E3, then it would
Yes.
be more equal than
Yeah,
this.
yeah. Is it?
No.
I'm not sure. Okay, what about Mamadjarov up to? Draw, already agreed. Board 2.
Oh.
White has a nice position, doesn't he?
And the question is, what about his Catalan bishop?
And what about his B2 pawn?
Yeah, so this is not so simple, I think. I mean, it looks actually the bad black bishop is better than the
Turkey,
good white
Azerbaijan.
bishop so far.
So this is tricky, this position. Then board 3. Gusainov with the black side, also pretty drawish. Board 4.
White has some pressure, no? The king in the center, the rooks there.
Yeah,
but
this
knight
is a
b5,
big-
knight b5 is coming. So maybe.
Yeah, but what about rook c5?
Aha, attacking there.
Rook.
If I have to
E7.
go there, yeah, it means.
Okay, but do you have any other
No,
choice?
no. I didn't notice.
No?
I didn't notice.
Yeah.
Rook no, of course I would not return with knight c6. No, so if knight c6, then
Well, after knight
d5,
c6,
knight d5,
knight d5, also rook
Rook
c4
c4
can be
first,
unpleasant.
yeah.
So if you have to go back, it's not pleasant.
Yes.
For now,
He's
I cannot go
he's
knight
a few tempo up
c4.
somehow
Yeah,
with the regrouping.
maybe rook b4.
Well, before, why not?
Rook
yes.
b4, knight b5.
And c4 is not.
I don't want to trap my
I know,
own
I
rook
know, I know,
because,
I know,
yeah,
I know.
this is this problem so far.
Yes. Or knight d6 also.
Yes.
And
So it's not so easy to say whether this c5 rook stands good or bad.
It's strange how much such a knight on b5 can achieve, no?
Yeah.
And it's a consequence of the fact that white has played my favorite a5.
Yes.
But okay, this is not one of those cases when Nodirbek also has a knight on b5. But we are not sure whether it's good or not.
Okay, let's see the Dutch number 1, what's going on between Israel and Holland.
Actually, when Torre was examining this position with all the pawns on the fourth
Yes.
rank, you know that Torre was a Pirc specialist, and in the Pirc you frequently have the pawns like
On the six,
yes,
you mean?
yes.
Yes.
But with the bishop on g7,
Yes.
yes, and eventually pawn on e5, or you can take on d4, and I felt that and I believe that this may have been a reason why he sustained Fischer's idea with the random chess, because okay, in the Pirc theory, at least in those years, was not so important. I mean, you have to know
understand
put
the middle
your
game.
pawns. You had to build up something. So, and I think his style was like this. I remember, talking about surprise, democratic surprises at the Olympiads. I remember how Torre in '96 in Yerevan, he was 45 then. He just smashed Topalov with black. He played some rare move order in the open Spanish. He just crushed him positionally. And Topalov was very strong then. He was top 3, top 5. I mean,
No, then he was
not a world champion yet, but he was, the guy who beat Kasparov twice. This game I remember because it was on my repertoire. And then even later, he played this d4, knight f3, bishop g5, c3, e3. Then he beat some very strong grandmasters when he was 60, 65. I mean, this was his chess. I mean, just shuffle the pieces and get them out of the territory and then... sorry. So let's...
Okay, so Anish is... I don't think he's so happy with his great bishop on b7 in the lead.
White is well regrouped. Let's say black achieved some of the things he should, but what is the knight doing on c5? I mean, he has to. No, he cannot go knight e4. If knight e6, then f5 may crush. Maybe he has to go a5. No. It doesn't look nice because you would prefer to, just to stabilize the knight, the only thing black has.
Well, eventually f5 is coming.
Okay, that's, but can we stop it?
Though maybe it looks more frightening than actually it is.
White doesn't have the dark square bishop. Maybe white should first play h4, h5?
I don't know, isn't it possible to bring the bishop also?
Maybe bishop, yes, maybe. No, it looks frightening, but white misses something. The dark square bishop, I believe, no? To have a real...
Okay, before we move on with the other things, we have a little insight, highlights of today, what was happening so far. So let's see that. Because there's some action going on. Hi, welcome back to the 44th Chess Olympiad round 4. It's heating up already in the playing hall, even though they have air condition. We want to show you some of the middle game position we have now from the women's section. So let's start with the game of Conero against Hong, the India match against Hungary. Now on board 1 is running. On board 2 we have a draw already between Tiziagara and Harika. There was a repetition of moves at a very early stage of the game with knight h4, knight f3. But on board 1 the fight is going on, and I believe that white has a pretty promising position.
Well, these positions with hanging pawns, of course, they are very unclear, but okay, there are some weaknesses, yes, and white structure is very good. The knights have very good squares on f4 and g5.
We envy them.
With the black pawn. Yes, yes.
These knights are optimally placed.
At this Olympiad, I can invite two things: Aronian shirts and such a structure.
Queen f6. So black might be threatening with knight g5, but actually it's not even a threat because the d5 pawn is under attack. So black's position is extremely dangerous right now. I don't know if white wants to go capturing the e4 or she's going to be just leaving it right there.
Yeah, the point is that white also has to have a very strong hand, because I don't think that knight takes e4 can be a solution. It can easily get worse for her.
For white?
If takes on e4, f takes e4, I don't know. The question is, what does white have now?
Well, white can, I thought, to play bishop h3, and after rook goes out, maybe b4.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
to
before.
Force
okay,
things.
But before then
well,
maybe
c4,
d4,
the
or
d4 square.
Or d4. Before d4, no? Now the bishop is missing.
And after takes?
It's the same pin. Sorry. Okay, sorry, that was careless. Okay, c4, but that's an achievement for white already. Yes, I must agree. But still, the
well, probably this is not the best, right? Knight e4, because white can wait and improve her position. The question is how to improve. For example, bishop f3 and king g2 is an option, maybe.
It's a question. I mean, for both sides, it's an open question. Optically, I prefer white, of course.
For example, what about playing queen d3, maybe? This can be an improvement.
So you want to go rook c2, rook c1 maybe, no?
Well, there's one thing I have to be careful,
bishop
that
a6,
bishop
yeah.
a6 is there. Now I think it's not possible
Knight d5.
because of, or knight e4 and knight d5, right? Because knight d5 not yet, because takes the queen.
And then the bishop will be defended.
Yes, so maybe knight e4 now, and
maybe even d takes e4.
I would go back.
Mm-hmm. But f takes c4 was not possible?
I thought knight d5 is possible.
And the same thing. The queen is okay. The queen is not defended now. Yeah? No, this is not working, of course. Okay, and d takes e4. Yes, it's not very clear what the bishop is doing on a6. It's not getting to.
Well,
d3.
and now the structure. I avoided that the capture is
but
with
maybe
the
to take on d1 and play c4 to use. But knight d5 is coming.
Yeah,
I don't like the knight on f8.
Well,
But here
yes.
she will have this well in a very ample form, no? No, maybe it's not such an advantage actually, but well, it's
bishop a4. No, but this here practically black is
it's a small advantage, not that big even after b takes e6, but okay.
And then board 4. We have an interesting position. Wow! What a rook on h3!
I know that Romanician used to do some things like that with the rook, but not on h3. It was a bit more advanced, I believe.
No, I didn't know. Where is my rook on the queen side? And suddenly I see
it cleared the square on a1 for the queen.
He's just hiding on h3.
The question is whether there will be a threat on h7 or white will be just
and
playing
this was the last move, because just few moves back, where rook was on a4, bishop c6, and then she has to go ready to h4. Well, this is very risky. Knight g6, rook h3. Wow. That was an unpleasant surprise.
Unless she can organize g4 somehow, but...
But it's very difficult to organize g4,
No,
right? Because of the f4 square. Is there?
Well, I mean, with the knight on g6, there are several reasons why g4 doesn't work. One of them is knight f4. The other one is you can take, and if rook g3, nothing is hanging on g7.
Oh, yeah, we cannot sacrifice it, I think.
I mean, we are not sure of.
No. Well, there are many options for black. Queen b7 is extremely tempting.
No,
Even
looks...
e5 is very tempting, and then or bishop d7 and threatening with e5.
The only not principal thing about bishop d7 is that you try to win the rook which is not playing. But,
so you are sorry to give up your bishop for the white rook. This is what you want to say.
But if we win an exchange, maybe it's worth the concession, no?
Yeah, maybe you will consider it. So, well, right now it seems like black has a huge advantage in this position, and the way Tanya can go wrong is getting confused out of the many options she has.
Yeah, of course, I love these positions with the rook in the Catalan somehow. Well, there is some famous Korchnoi Arnason game. It was a reverse dragon English. And the rook went to c4, h4, h6, and then he left it there. Black played king g7, king takes h6, and got killed. But okay, there was some coordination, but here I don't see anything.
Yesterday, Tanya had a very winning position, like +6, +7, you know, with the black pieces as well.
Meaning, she was rook and a pawn up, or?
It was not that the rook and the pawn up, but I think she had a passed pawn. All her pieces were just jumping on her opponent's neck. It was like... not something that she was proud of her game yesterday, let's put it that way. I mean, she has a very interesting tournament because we've seen the first round of her, it was more than 100 moves, and then she could win the game, which was practically very drawish all the way. And but in this position, definitely, we need Tanya's help. Hungary to save this game.
Support Hungary.
Yeah. Okay, so this is, let's see, the next match, Bulgaria-Ukraine. We have this, okay. So we were seeing a very interesting opening, and then she was playing, getting this middle game. It's, well, it's a very balanced position, pretty equalish. Then on board two, wow, this is what we have out of the opening. We had it at the early stage of the game. This is where we've seen g4 and f5.
She didn't go f4 and knight f4 for some reasons.
No, after queen b6, she went knight g3
no,
in
okay,
any case.
f4 allows cd, knight e5 probably, no?
Yeah,
and
those things, there always has to be...
But there is king f2. Queen d2 she didn't like because maybe at some point cd, bishop b4. But she has king
This
f2.
is the position we have now.
Well, she still has pressure, no?
Which is not clear. White is attacking this, but black started to put pressure over the d4 pawn.
I mean, I would have hoped for more with white, no?
Yeah, but actually it's a complicated game. It means that she was not fast enough, but it's always tricky. But it's always tricky whether can you be fast enough. It looks very promising in the beginning.
But I suspect that what was too fast was taking on e6. I mean, you just...
That was too early to take.
No, I mean, I don't know when she did that, but you do that if you get something very concrete.
Actually, it happened 2 moves before.
I mean, why not...
It's not clear why was she hurrying
Such
with
a
that.
hurry, no? I mean...
Yeah, usually you like to have to press,
unless
right? Like to open up the line.
Yes. Because now it's your file. You open it when you want it. When you want. If you take on e6, it's everybody's file. It's free world, no? It's
okay, so takes knight h5.
Plus you may have threats like f6, which they seem to block the position. But well, if g6, knight g7, the king side can be very weak somehow. Black's king side.
Bishop b1 is played on the board, defending the d4. But maybe white has a huge advantage because she not only wants to threaten there, but also wants to go knight f4.
Anyway.
But I'm not sure it's possible because after rook g8, knight f4, maybe rook f4 is there.
Well, because the f file is open.
And knight takes d4, bishop e3.
And check, no?
Takes
Check and d4,
and d4.
winning, no? More or less. But anyway, rook takes f3 is also a threat, even if you don't.
Yes.
No, I mean, this was one. I
Bishop.
didn't think of that, but it's everybody's file now.
But what about taking here immediately?
At once, no? Yes.
Wow.
You understand?
Bishop d4, knight d4. What a dilemma.
Knight d4 followed by knight e5. You get 2 pawns, no? 2 central pawns.
Yeah, because white, if it goes here, then knight e2 even.
It's even worse, no?
Yeah, but if white has to take, then that's...
It's whoa. And the bishop on b1. You remember we were talking about some bishop on b1, which was actually good yesterday, but now the bishop on b1 doesn't exist.
But rook f3, isn't it a killer?
And white resigns, yeah.
No, okay, we should not exaggerate it.
Oh, well, I mean, okay. You would be unhappy not to win this with black, no? If you had this with black.
Very strange that this is what Anna decided to go.
And it's only because of f takes c6, just one
Yeah.
move, no? Everything
Incredible.
fine, everything
Incredible.
fine, except for one move.
Yeah,
Just,
let's go back just to highlight it, that after queen a7, impossible to understand why f takes e6
I mean, f6 is not a
was
threat.
taken.
E takes f5 is not a threat.
I mean, if you consider that you don't want to go there, make a prophylactical move now, right?
Okay, but, okay, you can.
If.
No, but take on e6 only if this wins a
If
pawn or
wins.
something. Or you
So
get,
now rook f3
rook
is
f3
something
was
that
played.
we are expecting.
Ah, she didn't play it, no?
No, there is no move. She's Pecheva is still thinking. Board 3, this is what we have. Krasteva against Yushenina, ex-world champion.
Okay, black's position looks a bit more sympathetic, no?
Really?
Well, I mean, is this almost hanging pawns, unpromoted?
So do we have rook f3 is on the board?
Yeah, but very surprising.
Rook f3, rook f3. Wow. Knight d4. What we've seen.
No, I was commenting very abstractly that f takes e6 was wrong, but then when you look closer at the position, it's almost a decisive mistake, no?
Wow.
I mean, from clear plus to, I don't know, maybe to disaster.
Very
already.
unexpected. Well, I can say blunder, I think, from Mosicuk.
Yeah. Yeah, because there is this concept. When you have 2 pawns against one, like e5, f5 against e6, it can happen in several. For instance, in the Ryan Lopez, you have c3, d4, e4 against e5 and d6.
Yes.
So 2 pawns against one, somewhere in contact.
Yes.
And the player with 2 pawns, move by move, has 3 possibilities: to take, to advance, or
to leave the
maintain
tension.
And the opponent has to be ready move by move for everything.
Yes.
And maintaining the tension is the most challenging because it perpetuates this, you understand? So she has to be ready for, but like this you open the file and she was
Yeah.
ready. She happened to be ready and...
And actually the rook on f8 was doing nothing practically, only waiting, sitting waiting that
was
somebody
praying
will take
to-
f takes e6.
Yes.
And
to-
then it comes to action.
Yes, so... Because of course black would never think of taking on f5.
The time is something that can be taking a serious role in this game because black has only 15 minutes left for 18 moves.
Which is a little bit more actually, no?
Well, of
with the
course,
increment, yeah.
yes, because we have the time control of 90 minutes for each player from the start. After that, move 40, they get an extra 30 minutes. But everybody gets per move 30 seconds as a present.
From the Olympiad organization.
Yes, but it's not only here, but already for quite some time.
It's not
There
something
is-
unheard of, but...
Yeah, it's not a coffee, but well, you can get coffee too, but automatically the 30 seconds it added. Well, very difficult position for white, I believe.
And the
Very
knight on
difficult.
d7 is useful because it prevents...
And suddenly, in a few moves, the b7 bishop finally gets opportunity to be taking an active role once the pawn can be pushed. So now all the
Maybe-
pieces are extremely powerful for
Maybe
black.
rook f2 is the only move, no? Because if knight e5, then rook f8.
But after rook f2,
I mean, even knight c6.
knight
Take, then
e5,
check and
rook f8. Okay,
I'm not
takes,
sure that
takes.
takes and bishop c8.
Bishop c8, yeah, there are...
It's
Oops,
still
sorry.
it's still hanging on f3, no?
Well, knight f3 is very much there. Knight c4 is also just in the air.
I feel it's
Well, probably
still
king g2 or something. This is actually gives some promising.
somehow no, but okay, maybe you can go
Opportunity.
knight c6 back to not to take on e5 yet.
After rook f2, right?
Like after rook f2, maybe tactics you don't seem to have, no?
No, but I think maybe black can go rook c8,
Rook c8,
and then
yeah, knight,
just keep-
knight g7 is not important.
I wouldn't be surprised if it would be just lost for white.
No, it's a decisive mistake if takes c6. It's
But it's very unexpected from Anna because she's a good player. She's I mean, and this pattern is part of the French, right? This is kind of a basic pattern of French.
and it's
To sacrifice on f3
yes.
and that d4. Once you take
But-
the d4,
but the-
everything is like collapses like the cards
But
when you set it up.
the tension thing is even more general. I mean, if, let's say
Yeah.
she doesn't have experience with this variation, I don't know, but it's the tension concept. It's like the blockade, like all these things. And in Ukraine, I suppose it's part of the former Soviet school. They have this basic. But okay, when you play, sometimes the mind can play
Well,
tricks. No,
at the same time, we should not forget that what's happening in the world and the invasion and the things in Ukraine, and of course, it's extremely difficult how the players can exclude from their mind
I know,
what
I
is
know.
happening in that part of the world. But still, of course, now we are talking about the game and the mistakes which was done.
some
and-
instincts which
Yes.
didn't work.
Yes. So, okay, this can be dangerous for this match because let's see the third board. This was, we talked about it for a second. So, white is still hesitating what to do. On board 4, this is what we have. And interesting position.
Let
Who
me
is
consult
better?
my
Why?
my specialist in counting pawns.
It's equal for the
Equal
moment.
pawns? Okay,
for the
thank you.
moment being.
Thank you. The structure is not. It's unusual, no? Okay, white's structure is more compact,
A5.
but the rook on f2 is a bit.
Well, if black can place her queen to d5 and even f6 at some point, it's possible to do, I believe.
F6.
I'm not sure I would like it with white more.
Something is wrong. And I was trying to find something good for white. I said, okay, more compact structure, but yes, the rook on f2, and okay, also the light squares after all. I mean,
Yeah.
queen on d5, if somehow
Well,
organizable.
Well, black can go f6 or f5.
Yeah, and after that, queen d5 comes.
Well, maybe queen a7 if white is trying to chase the pawn. Right? Because it
Well, bishop
ties
b4,
down,
bishop b4, okay.
ties
Okay.
down the queen still. Bishop
Bishop
b4,
b4,
and
okay,
also
she-
bishop e1, you want to say.
Or bishop c3. But queen d5 is a
Yeah, okay, but
possibility
after
now.
a3, queen, bishop c3,
Yes. I want to go to d5, no?
queen c5, queen b3, right?
Maybe we could have first played the bishop e1, as you said, to have e2 hanging, no? Sometimes.
Well, I don't know, after a3, bishop e1, rook here.
But maybe the rook is more active there. Okay.
I don't know.
But in principle, black is doing reasonably well, no? Or maybe the bishop will be trapped.
Well, not for the moment.
Bishop e3, let's say.
e6, e6.
e6, oopsie.
No, I'm not. I'm worried about this bishop.
So bishop e4, okay, sorry that I suggested such a move. It doesn't work.
Maybe
so
it,
just
maybe
f6.
it works because maybe bishop b4 a3, queen e7 is possible.
Aha, like
to
this.
exchange and to attack.
But okay, queen a6. Let's say I insist with my.
Yeah, takes already.
No, you take there. Okay. Okay, black more or less solved.
Okay, so after a5, it's interesting. Let's go to the next match, which is Georgia, India 3, board 1. White has a pawn up and a huge advantage, if I see it correctly. Right?
Yeah, the pawn is not that significant
Okay,
yet,
but, White
it
will be
will
going-
count. Bishop f8.
Bishop
is,
f8,
yes,
I mean, it's a
sometimes,
huge
yes,
advantage
yes, I know.
on board 1. Board 2. Well, White is pressing.
Looks like a technical position now. G4, King G3. Yes.
White is nice.
For a Catalan player, I don't know which opening this was, but
White is nice, so that's not
on
so
both wings.
nice. Board 3. Wow, very much. 1-0. Black resigned.
Just a moment.
Black lost a piece. What has happened?
Lost a piece, but how did she lose a piece?
Knight e4. Okay, let's see. Knight e5. Knight c3. Queen h5. g6. Queen h3. Unpleasant business. Very unpleasant business. Now the rook is hanging, knight is hanging, so after knight a6, resigned.
Well, before making fun of pieces landed on h3, make sure that they don't win.
Well, this is very upsetting for the team, of course, when something like this happens. And then let's see board 4. And there also Georgia is having a great position in this board.
Well, Georgia with black, yes.
Yeah. And then we have Netherlands, Poland on board 4 or match 4.
I read some comments for us earlier, 2 rounds ago. Eline Roebers was the hero against Canada, I believe. She was completely losing, something like the -6 story. But then somehow she ran away with the king, and it was already in 0-0-0.
Wow.
And suddenly she delivered a mate, a beautiful mate, which was, I don't know how to count it. Well, mate.
Plus 14.
Mate. So she was kind of, yes, there were comments indicating that game, but we didn't have time to, we had many interesting things going on.
Mm-hmm.
So now she's given a nice position. This was a Petrov, I suppose, no?
Yeah, this was a
The
Petrov.
Petrov, no?
Yeah. And then board 2, Sochko is playing with the white pieces against Peng.
Well, white has some pressure at least, no?
Well, white has a pawn up because it's white to move. You can see here that the last move was g takes f4.
Okay. White has some pressure and a pawn.
Yeah, well, the question is which rook white is going to be taking, right?
I didn't notice that rook 1 f4 was possible.
Well, probably rook 1 f4 is better because after this black can go bishop e2 and after that rook e5.
Okay.
So probably for
Okay,
1
okay.
f4, board 3.
Yes, this was, if we go back some 10 moves, this was, it was some mutual attacking sequence at some point, yes.
f4, g5, wow,
You
what
believe
is
it or not,
this?
bishop takes f7 will follow at some point, yes. I was hinted that this was...
But this seems to be crazy.
Yes.
You can go g5.
And bishop h5, I believe, no? Okay, yeah.
Bishop h5, g takes, bishop
Yes.
h7, king g7 takes, queen g5, king b1, knight f2. who is better and absolutely
I
why.
understand why I was hinted that my wife was excited about this game, because it's going on and you don't understand anything.
Bishop f2,
But at this time,
king
maybe,
a2.
maybe black is doing well, no? Two bishops, better structure, and the king is, the knight is somehow dominated. Bishop f5, no? Or what?
Bishop f5, queen e3, and then bishop f3. But black has a fantastic position.
No, this looks close to winning, no?
Well, this is the position right now. They have just exchanged the queens.
I mean, okay, white can hope, but it's clearly worse.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely, with having
But
such
it was
a
a nice
nice
sequence, no? G5 and...
passed pawn. Well,
yeah.
I doubt that it was too sound. Then this is the next board.
This is even harder to understand. Tell me that pawns are equal.
They are.
Okay, okay.
King e8. Well, it looks pretty scary for black.
Yeah, because 95,
95?
yeah, so the king has to defend, and the rook cannot do the job from h7 because of knight g5. I mean, r95 was played, yes?
No, I played this move. Not yet, but it should be on the board in a second, I believe. I don't think there is something else.
Yeah, knight e5 keeps the king, actually it threatens mate.
The other option is to take first and then play knight e5, but it's just, I guess it's like +6 or something. Rook c7, rook c8,
No.
rook c5, a5 pawn is
I mean,
there.
we can see some similarity with Carlsen-Meyer, meaning there is a pawn on h4 and the rook on h8 hoping for some rook lift, but all the other things are just crashing.
Yeah.
I mean,
Let's go back just for a second to
beautiful
see.
knight on b4 though.
Yeah, that I see exactly. On first board, what has happened between India and Hungary. Queen f7, last move. So actually she took on
she
e4
took on E4 and didn't do
f
anything.
takes e4.
Yeah, but then she didn't do anything about it.
So black's position actually improved compared to the situation what she had before.
Okay, she doesn't have
King h2,
such big
some strange
mobility.
moves. Some interesting
black.
moves happened. King h2. Because after king h2, h6 was played. And after h6, she did not come back to f3 because of g5.
G5 and suddenly, you know.
Exactly. So she went knight e4, takes, bishop h3, rook c7.
And no b4.
No b4 for some reason, trying to exchange, and now queen f7. So it's not easy at all for white, I think, because now the f2 can be vulnerable, by the way.
Yes, g5 is coming. Knight g6, knight e5. We were talking about the structure, no? With the knight on
Yeah,
e5,
that this
everything.
knight, if it can be
Yes, after
activated.
g5, knight g6, then things change dramatically.
Also, sometimes maybe black can try to exchange the bishop,
Of course, yes.
so it
But
can
I think
be
that g5
interesting.
is...
Then board 3, well,
I don't think she got the most out. But okay, the pawn on b2 is...
but rook a2 is very much threatening, right?
Yes, knight c3.
So knight c3 is the move which should be played.
And maybe it's just equal, no?
Well, probably bishop can go back to g6, but the
And
thing is that...
I wait.
Yeah, the thing is there is no place to enter into the camp. Though rook a6, rook b6 is a threat.
But rook, let's say I go king g3, rook e2, so I have...
It shouldn't be much,
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I have enough
Shouldn't
space
be.
along the...
The only thing black can try to play b5,
And
rook
to self-trap.
b3, and b4. Maybe this is the...
Only not to self-trap
the rook, right? Yeah, of course I would go rook
it's,
c4, so maybe b5, rook b8, rook c4 is the plan.
Okay, she can still press, yeah?
Though in this position maybe f5 is
F5,
possible.
F5,
and this
yes.
this can be a problem. So this is not much. Board 3.
But how did they get...
So actually the exchange was taken.
And suddenly white has a decent position or what?
Well, I don't know. Well, of course she will regroup the knight. So
No,
actually it's...
I told you that...
And she has a pawn up, pawn for the
and
exchange.
the knight will be on d3.
Yeah.
Well, of course, she's an exchange down, but, well, she's alive. I mean, this she can play.
Yeah, it looks better. The only question is whether her amount of pieces will be enough. But otherwise, the pieces are pretty okay.
Yeah, but it's a pawn for exchange also. I mean,
Maybe knight d4.
maybe something concrete very quickly. But knight
On F2?
d3, knight d3, knight 1 d3, no? Is it? No,
Yeah.
I mean, it's okay. It's a pawn for exchange, which is not the worst thing ever seen, and reasonable coordination. So
Yeah, but this was well, it was inviting that after rook h3 you want
but
to.
I told you that I don't want to take that rook.
I understand that you don't want, but Tanya wanted. She thought, okay, it's given that I can take
I mean,
on h3.
I can easily believe that this position is lost for white.
I think it is.
And the position we have on board, maybe it's a slight advantage
It's just
for black.
better, yes.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe.
Well, this is when we talk about the value of the pieces, but it's not only about the value that a bishop is less than a rook, but how the pieces are standing, whether they are optimized placement on the position or just out of the game. Basically, rook on h3 is just completely out,
So-
doing nothing.
Black exchanged a bishop and a pawn for a non-existing piece.
Yeah.
I mean, just like throwing them into.
Okay, let's see what's going on in Maria Muziciuk game. It's going to be well.
the
Actually, she
the
can be even
Grünfeld.
better, maybe. Well, the
The
A2.
opening, in the opening, I think she thought for a long time, but she reacted well, and it looked. Yeah, it was the Grünfeld with d5, no?
Yes, this is where she was thinking quite a bit. Anna Muziciuk is playing. So actually, the
Oh, even king c7.
knight e5 happened because she went rook
to
f7.
f7. Okay. Okay, she forced matters.
Well, okay, rook d8 was possible, I guess, as well. So black could have waited. But rook f8, rook f8, rook f8, king c7, and king g2. I don't like this king on c7, and now I don't like the queen on a7. I think white will win this. Knight c4 was played, but I don't believe this for
What
black.
about?
I think it's just simply check, e5, and I will just give it
No,
queen e1.
The knight should have stayed close to d7, no?
But that is also, I believe, dangerous, because after knight d7, rook f7. No, this king c7 is like, oh, don't give
Yeah,
me
no,
this
no.
queen. No. No.
She wanted to keep the. No, it's too much. King c7, yes.
Well, unless bishop f4, maybe white can go, black can go king d7.
Well, actually, yes. Why not?
Okay, so
Well, but no matter how the game ends, because okay, it's always a matter of strengths, no, over the board strengths.
yes.
I think it's a clear lesson about maintaining the tension and
Yes.
giving up the tension.
Absolutely.
No, I was thinking that it just ruined part of the advantage, but no, it turned a big advantage into a big disadvantage. So it was just radical, just like this.
Yeah. And then board 3, this is what the position is.
So white suddenly.
Well, white has a beautiful knight there.
Oh. Yeah, and bishop e5 probably. There is no minorities attack with such a knight on c5, no?
Well, I
Maybe-
pretty much like it for white because it's not so easy to kick out
Yeah.
unless
Yeah.
black can go. Well, actually, black played bishop f5, so probably the plan is to play.
Bishop e5 maybe now.
Yeah, bishop e5 is possible, but
I mean,
maybe also
white
bishop
is not
d3.
worse. White is not worse, I would say.
No. Please.
Yes.
No, with such a knight, nah.
I don't know if we can claim an advantage, but in principle,
I would
okay.
consider to play bishop d3 also, maybe.
Also, because actually black's bad bishop is that on g7, which doesn't. which doesn't do much.
Okay, so maybe we're going to be moving back to the open section to see some of the games.
Okay,
But
yes.
before that, I would want to say just we had a very nice event a few days ago on the second day of the 44th Chess Olympiad, where Vishy Anand addressed hundreds of children who came from different parts of the country to spectate their first Olympiad, an initiative by the All Indian Chess Federation called Chalu Chennai, under which they organized tournaments for kids in all the states and selected 3 boys and 3 girls to come to the Olympiad. You can see the pictures, how grateful the kids were. This is in one of the pavilions next to the playing hall, where Anand, you can see in the middle of the part of the building. He was, of course, signing some chessboards. He's a great role model in India, and he's treated like a rock star. We could see also as part of the opening ceremony when he was arriving on an open car decorated with flowers, and on the street people were waving him. So he's a really amazing world champion, 5-time world champion. Okay, so let's go back to the chessboard happenings. In India's
The top match depends now on the Dutch defense game.
exactly.
You know that where
This is
yes.
this is what we were looking. This was the
Yes,
position
okay,
when we started to look H4, and right now we have this position. Let's evaluate what is this, because we have 3 draws already.
Apparently knight f3, bishop f3, rook f3, king b2 were played already.
Okay. Let's see. Knight f3 takes, and king b2.
Well, statically speaking, black can hope for something. Oops. Okay. Black can hope for something, but okay, white controls the open file, so it's not easy to see how black can try anything active. That is my only question. Maybe it's about, but black should not be in danger, or what do you think?
Let's see what's going on here.
He cannot play bishop e6, bishop d. Okay, if he could bring his bishop to d5, then well. But how to achieve that with the rooks placed so actively? So it's a sort of a tricky position. Of course, it can go either way, especially that they are approaching time trouble. It's maybe some sort of, I don't know if to call it dynamic or static equality, but this equality can be very easily be disturbed by details, by one wrong move, for instance. So I'm not sure what to play with black. Maybe bishop g4 to prepare the rook's retreat through f7 to somehow.
Well, I would love to have the bishop on
yeah,
e6
on
in
d5,
some way
on
or
d5.
another.
I was,
yeah,
but
yeah,
okay,
that's the dream.
These nasty rooks are. No, we have dreams, but
And somehow the bishops go diagonally and not this way.
maybe bishop g4, rook f7, and bishop f3, and rook.
Well,
Maybe, but
the question is whether is it possible for him.
yeah, no, the position is very tense. From dynamic point of view, I think that white's position is more sympathetic. But in the long run, it can be good for black. So
Well, of course, it's incredible pressure when
Yes.
your game will decide
yes.
the match, right?
And it's not even that all the other guys they signed a draw and they went to drink a beer together. No, there were fighting draws. So I mean, okay, everybody was trying to do something, and then it's your game, yeah. So he's still thinking bishop g4 is only our move, no? I assume.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop g4, but then maybe rook d6. We can go rook f2. Rook c6. The bishop returns to f5. Bishop h3 he wants.
He went bishop h3.
Okay. Probably has the plan. Yes, she has to regroup somehow because with the bishop on f5, he's not getting anywhere. So, but okay, how? Bishop f1 is his idea. Yes, because actually the pawn on c6 is not so important. Bishop f1, okay, rook d6, bishop f1, rook takes c6, bishop c4, attacks a2, a3, okay, white is a pawn up, but it's not a pawn that would change the history of the world, and not even the history of this game. So, yes, if the black bishop reaches c4, black should be absolutely fine. I mean, he's fine anyway, but he would not have any kind of latent problems, let's say. I think
So let's see what move was played.
Rook d6 was played.
Rook d6.
So I assume bishop f1, no? He wants to go. c5, I assume.
Well, I would rather give...
I mean, why to go c5? Why to defend that pawn?
yeah, I mean...
You don't want the pawn on c4 because then you will not have the square on c4 for the bishop. And you will be stuck with the same.
Takes.
And
Here.
bishop c4, a3. And okay, rook f7. Yeah, so black achieved a stable
Okay,
position.
so... Yeah, in this position, it's pretty good chances for a draw, right?
Yes. So we'll see a 4-0, but 4-0 meaning 4 draws.
4 draws, probably.
You know
yes.
how Tal once said that he lost his first game against Korchnoi, and after 15 years he managed to equalize the score, meaning that Korchnoi beat him 6 times, and Tal made 6 draws. So it was 6-6.
Well, yeah. If you're on the 6+ score, you're just fine with the 50-50. But well, we see that of course the tension is huge on this game.
I feel that White's position is is a little bit more sympathetic from practical point of view.
White is concentrating incredibly. Huge focus.
So black is about to move. He hesitates. He wanted to move something. But of course, the country expects something from you. And, well, that's quite some responsibility. He hesitates, the clock is running. Yeah, this is what makes chess so wonderful or maybe so awful.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the special life for a chess player, right? You go to a tournament, of course, Olympiad is even much more, it's very, very special. You lose, you're destroyed, you feel bad about your team and everything. Okay, if the team won in a match, you're not so frustrated. And then when you win, you're in heaven, you're in great mood, you're happy to talk, people are congratulating for you. And basically you spend there 5 or 6 hours, and depending on the result, it will be...
It is either a fantastic or a stupid game.
Yeah, and if you made mistakes and you lost, of course, how could you improve? And it depends very much for the players that if you're a very good competitive character, then you let it go after a short time. You discover your mistakes, you analyze it, you unhappy with yourself, you cry, you do whatever you feel it's right to let it go. But if you can let it go after half an hour or 1 hour or 1.5, then you're a very good competitive character.
Actually, Shirov once told me that, well, Mihail, you know what the secret, it was in Erevan, I think. You know what the secret is to play well in a tournament? To let it go, to recover for the next game, irrespective of the result. And actually, sometimes after a win, it happened to me sometimes that after a very fine win, which I would be so happy to remember, I couldn't win for a whole week.
You're telling me it was. I mean, then in
The Kazim game in the World Championship?
not only that,
Okay.
but in 2005, it's not only then, but also in '99 when I won this amazing game against Anand, where I sacrificed. Actually, it was the same opening. It was a Najdorf where I sacrificed this opening the knight on f5.
The Perini variation.
It's a Perini variation, yes. And I won that game against Anand, and round 1 in '99. And after that, I didn't win a single game in the tournament because I was in heaven. Like, I won such a beautiful game. It was so beautiful. It was so perfect. After that, somehow, I didn't have the mindset for winning more games. Okay, I have to say that in different rounds, I was playing with Kramnik and other Leiko. So I played, of course, in every round somebody extremely strong.
Actually, Shirov told me this, I believe, after I won the game with Alexandrov in Erevan, which was chosen the second best game of the Olympiad.
Wow.
And I didn't, that was round 6. We had 40 rounds, and I only won in the last round, my next game. You understand?
It happens, but
yes.
it was still worth it, no?
Yes,
I
yes,
mean, for
yes.
me, yes. During that tournament, I was not happy at all that I didn't win another game, and I lost like 3 or 4 games. But I made a draw with Kramnik there, actually, with the black pieces. It's not that I played so badly, it's just the others were so good. And you feel
so
that you
happy
did
about
your
that
job
game.
already.
Yeah, but as Shirov said, you have to delete that.
Yeah.
You have to reset yourself. No matter, when you lose, it's sometimes a bit better because you want to forget about
Yes.
it. But you don't want to forget
excitement.
that you beat Anna. No.
Yeah.
This you want
No,
to,
you don't.
No, you don't want to forget that.
Definitely not. It's not something I want to delete, not at all. Okay, so we'll come back to this game, and let's go now to the US match. Wow, there are a few pawns missing from Caruana's camp.
But he never had such a good position since the start of the game, I believe. No?
Caruana has only 6 minutes, while Nodirbek has 15 minutes on his clock. Let's see what is happening here, because it's true that the Black King can be vulnerable, though I think Black should be having the advantage.
Yeah, but I think White couldn't hope for such a good position since, okay.
Rook e7 is played. Of course, Black has to be careful whether, it's very important because otherwise Rook d7 would
Rook e8
was
a candidate, no? I have Rook e8.
Actually, that's what happened. Rook e8, Queen c7, but still, in the next move, Rook d7 might be in the air, though it's not so clear because Black can go Rook e1.
And Queen e5 check.
And Queen e5 check. But it's a question what to do with Black here, right? Queen c6, for example, I'm not sure.
h4.
I think this would not give much, right? Because of Rook d4, and immediately this pawn will be eliminated from the
board. I don't think that's so serious, but okay, maybe h4.
So let's say h4 also covers the g3 square, which is quite useful. If Rook d7, then for example, check. Yes, but some of the pawns are hanging, right?
But take with a rook.
Or what about f4?
F4
Forcing takes. Now these 2 pawns are hanging.
Okay, so Rook a1, you have to go.
Rook a1. I cannot take both pawns at the same time.
No, sorry.
Yeah, this is a problem. So White has huge problems here.
Yeah,
indeed.
Black has winning chances.
After h4.
No, I'm not sure if h4 is the best move, but I just want something to
just to see if Rook d7 works or not.
Show me, yes. No, but maybe it's a good move. I mean, preparing for all kind of.
Yeah, because the same thing. If Rook d4, let's say.
Then the same. Then
it's not well. Maybe it works the same, by the way, because the a5 pawn is hanging.
Yes,
right?
and it's still some chance. Oh, no, it's still good winning chances.
Well, it's so winning the chances that it's winning, no?
No, I have imperfect king side structure, but 2 against 1 here and the active rook.
Well,
it should be, yeah.
It's hard to imagine that it's not winning. No, Rook h5.
Okay.
Rook h5 and it's done.
Okay. It's true.
So Queen c7. The question is how to improve the position. h4 is one alternative. And actually
h4 also creates some sort of zugs.
Rook e5. Rook e5 is also possible. Because still we keep an eye on
Yes,
e1,
yes.
so after rook d7, rook e1 is possible.
And if, let's
And
say,
it's
G3,
active.
if G3, let's say,
g3, rook
maybe
d5, for example.
D5,
I don't know
okay,
if it
rook E1.
gives me anything good.
Maybe H4 has the merit of preventing this G3, and then you could
Yeah,
go
H4 makes
rook
a lot
E5,
of sense,
Rook
I
E5
agree.
next, if
Yes.
no, because White is close to Zugzwang now.
Well, he can go queen f4, for example.
Okay, but this really is a bit. No, of course it's. But then I can take on.
Where?
Can I take on A5? Is something supposed to happen?
Well, I don't know. Takes.
Rook E1.
Rook e1.
Well, and it's still two extra pawns.
Very tough game for Fabiano.
played
Rook
rook E4?
e4 was played, queen c8 back.
And can before he wants to do it like this.
Basically, we have a victory for Wesley So, which was not a surprise. We have a draw between Aronyan. It was a pawn end game. And then on board 4, they are fighting. Well, actually, wow, US may lose. Both games they are suffering. Very tough match against Uzbekistan.
The king.
Look at that.
Well, but okay, Uzbekistan, you know. You
Youngsters?
Remember, you remember
They're young, both
there
of
was
them 2100, I think.
This
Or no?
Olympiad, Children's Olympiad in Jor,
Yes.
organized by your husband, Gusti, where I was a commentator together with
Yes.
Anna Rudolph, and we had Abdusatorova, which is Nodirbek's sister. She was more or less within the age 16, but he was 12, I believe. 12, or he was just a little boy. He was playing for the boys team. He was the smallest one, but he was playing well already.
Yeah.
And then I saw him recently winning the. So.
But in Uzbekistan, they're not very big sponsorship support, and they take it
Kazakhstan,
very
Uzbekistan, yes,
seriously.
there are some countries when you see the system coming. I mean, we were speaking about national schools, Soviets and then Chinese, which were a bit mysterious. With Indians, it's more or less obvious what they are doing, some massive.
Yes.
But okay, there are other countries which are coming now. We have Abbasuyeva, Bivisara, and Jansaya in Kazakhstan, which are very strong. They're top class.
Yes.
Coming up, we have in Uzbekistan, Nodirbek, for instance. I mean, okay, he's a European champion. Rapid or not rapid, he's a champion. So, and he's showing his teeth against a former world title finalist.
Well, definitely. So US is in trouble. Then let's see what's going on the Spanish table, because in the Spanish table they have the first two boards are drawn, but the third board.
Was it possible to build?
Anton is.
Was it possible to build a self-made?
Anton is winning, because
so-
Bishop c4 now.
Aha.
Bishop c4, and then the pawn will be pushed.
And what about like the corner on H1
Is even good.
I mean, you cannot even dream of it.
Okay, so Anton is scoring a 4 point for Spain, and on board 4,
This is against India.
White is the Spanish player Santos, and he's better. So Spain is going to win on match 2. Let's see what's going on the next match between Poland and Romania.
Oops, things became a draw.
This was a draw. Lupulescu's
he found-
game
Lupulescu's game was already
was
a draw.
already a draw. And there I see we have 4 draws over there.
Perlegras,
Nice perpetual checks everywhere.
oh,
Because this was an amazing. He had such a beautiful position.
he lost
Black.
control. I mean,
Wow!
he lost
And
control.
then simply completely misplayed it.
I mean, if you
It was some action there. Wow!
the king got out to.
Check. Knight f4. And perpetual check. It seems there is no more than that for black.
Suddenly black's bishops are...
Okay, so already the matches are so balanced. This is what we were talking about. So this is what we
No,
have.
it was a great fighting match, but somehow surprising because it seemed
And
that,
okay, this was a draw. This we've seen. So
No,
it's
okay,
2-2. Then we have Turkey, Azerbaijan, drawn the first board Mamedyarov, drawn the second board with Mamedov. Well, a very clear draw, and we have 2 games running still. Gusainov playing with black against Sanal, playing with white, rook c3.
So white is a pawn up.
White is a pawn up, but is he winning? This is the big question.
Well, I assume he has some chances, no?
Well, okay, Gusainov is who is going to have to fight for a draw.
No,
and
but
then,
I think it's winning for white.
but let's see what is, come back, but what is this going? Well, this is drawish, so Azerbaijan is in danger against Turkey.
Mm-hmm. No, because if you go rook a8, I go rook a3, you return... No, you don't have to... No, my idea is to bring the king to d2 and then play rook a3. Anyway.
Yes, but how can you do
Rook,
that?
king e2.
Why did he play rook c3, by the way? Maybe he just wants to gain time.
Yeah, no, but the pawn on a6 is not attacked, and...
I understand, but he just played rook c3, that's why I'm saying.
But from b3, it was coming from b3. No.
He went.
No, he did okay. He did okay. No.
Okay,
Like,
okay.
okay. Well, actually, a7 is also
Okay.
possible if anything. No,
Okay.
but the plan is to go king e2, king e2, and then rook...
Yeah, it looks very much winning.
No, it is winning. King c2.
Well,
king
this
c3
is a
after that.
big disappointment for Azerbaijan to lose against
And white
Turkey.
has such a space advantage. I mean,
Yes.
there are no draws. I mean,
Yes.
if anything.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Then we have on the next board, it's going to be a draw. I doubt that white can... Well, he will have no choice then to press.
Yes, he
But
should
how
bring,
to get anything
he should
anywhere?
bring his rook somewhere to g1 or somewhere.
Well, yeah, probably
and
somewhere.
then f4, and then f4.
F4, G4.
I mean, Salov, I think that
Yeah.
Salov would play this for 200-300 moves.
Well, there is no choice for Durar Bailey.
Yeah. The problem is that if you go away with the rook, no, you are not in time now with black to go rook b8 and king d6.
Well,
I mean, to question my stability there. But okay,
but
what
even
is better?
then, what I go knight a4, then I come with the rook, and I
okay.
will be able to go back.
Yes.
I think.
No, white is better, and
White is going to be pressing for another 30 moves before it's going to be a draw.
30 moves, I think.
More?
I would suggest a few hundreds, but okay. Probably they would kick me out of the playing hall. No, but I think we can say that, probabilistically speaking, white has at least some advantage. I mean, he should win 3 out of 10, if not more, with this position. It's not that we are just shuffling the pieces.
No, it's, well, for example, Aronian didn't have a much better position, I believe, yesterday.
Yeah, okay.
But his opponent went c5, opened up the position. I mean, here also black can go wrong opening up the position or going
But
somewhere.
even without that, it's not very clear that, probably black can...
Knight d6.
So, I guess he has to go away with the rook.
No, probably.
I'll go to, I would think...
Rook a4.
Yeah, a4, I don't see much to be done on the 4th rank anymore. By the way, pure knight endings could be dangerous for black,
Here?
I think.
You think it's more dangerous than with
I
the
think
rooks?
I would feel blessed to exchange rooks with white, I think.
Well, then it's even better chances for white, I believe, because if white can go here and try to exchange.
Yeah, if nothing happens, yes, in the meantime. Because, or maybe not. Well, maybe at the right moment, maybe still play something, f4 or something, and then...
Let's see in the meantime what's happening in the Dutch boards. Ah, black has a pawn up, which is of course
Not
not
that
exactly
kind of
the pawn which.
pawn. With such a bishop, Karpov beat Lothier being a pawn down. Queen and bishop against queen and bishop.
Well, white has for sure at least enough compensation. Very
Yes.
annoying for black. Very difficult to play. King h2 was the last move.
No, I mean if
Maybe white wants to go also g4 occasionally.
if White just declares himself tired and said, "Okay, I'm going to have a nap," you just play for a while.
Yeah, but
It's
the
not very
question is
clear.
whether can black complain so much? What if I just
No,
go king
it's true.
queen g5?
But
Let's
I
say?
didn't send. So he's not in time for queen f4 and g3.
Well, even after that, it's not the end of the world. I think.
No.
I
but
mean, instead of queen g5, also I would could consider just simply go to king g8 and later on to go here.
No, but-
and being ready if the queen's going to be exchanged, just bring the king.
No, but then queen f4 and g3, and well, white is not worse.
Okay, not worse, of course. I know white has enough compensation
Yes,
for
yes,
sure.
yes.
But even after this, I can go queen g5 and then takes and king f7, right?
Yeah, I don't think this is the Karpov-Lothier situation. I think white has just enough compensation. Advantage, I'm not sure. Why should he have an advantage? The bad bishop defends the good pawns.
But it's not pleasant to play with black, I believe.
Well, but if queen g5 at once, what happens?
Queen g5. you
G3,
can
G3,
go.
G3, no?
But why? Isn't it much better for
Queen
white
F3,
to keep the
queens.
queens?
Okay.
Queen f3 or queen f2?
For some reasons, I thought when I saw your queen on f3, I thought it's f3 that is the square. Optically, but...
If queen f2?
No, queen f3, queen f3. When you said queen f3, I felt that it belongs there.
But you know, it can also be interesting for black to try to go c5. For example, go bishop c8 with an idea to play c5 and bishop b7.
That can be tricky.
Because at first I was thinking also that maybe here c5 is possible, because
But then
b
you
takes
cannot,
c5 not possible to bishop c6.
Aha, tricky.
And if rook c5, then
there is no bishop c8.
there's no bishop c8, no bishop c6.
But if there is e5. And there is no e5 because rook e5, bishop c6,
yeah,
queen
not
f5.
exactly, but maybe it's a relief for black. Maybe not. Maybe c4 is coming. So maybe c5 is pretty over-optimistic. But this is what we have. King g8 was played, queen f4.
No, actually, after queen g5, I would have been a bit worried about white's position, about the compensation.
But here he can also go queen g5.
No, but g3 then.
Okay, but if black is not in danger at all.
No, but I was worried about white after queen g5 one move.
Yeah, but I'm not sure we have to worry about white either.
Maybe not, but I'm an old man, so...
King
I can't have my
f6,
fears.
king e7. Well, okay, it's not so easy to cross there because of the f5 pawn is hanging. Though it's not hanging because rook f7.
We also go c4, c5 to make him forget about
Okay.
any ambitions.
Well, okay, it's not worse for white, that's for sure.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so black played queen g5 right now after queen f4. Let's see board 2. How is it going? King e4. Well, this is winning.
It's winning. No?
This is the great technique with playing rook d3 and then king d4.
Yes. No, actually the state is rook takes c3 already. The rook has to move away.
But maybe board 2.
Board 2. Let's go to board 2.
Oh, they finished a draw, but how is that possible?
Well, no, but simply rook c1. Rook c1.
You
simply.
move away.
Yeah, and you cannot
And?
attack. Yeah, but okay, where are you going? King g7. You also have a weakness on h3.
Yeah.
You
That it's,
somehow you cannot.
Okay, so it was a draw. It was not updated there.
There is an endgame you analyzed in the chessable course. Where,
Yeah, this is the technique.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you didn't do it right, but then you
Yes,
show.
in my game,
Yes.
yeah, I know it in principle. It's
But-
only that in practice I don't use it all the time.
Edith, you were 8 when you played that. Or-
Yes.
So we can excuse you.
Yes. Yeah, but by now I know how to do it. It's you
Yes,
can progress.
But here it's
But
not
it's
the
not
same
enough.
situation. Yes.
It's not enough. So on board 2 we have a draw. Then on Smirin Lamy game,
It's kind of winning, no?
White should be winning. So Israel is tough.
With 4, but Smirin is older than me, I believe, no?
And
He was 2700 when this rating was really something. I mean, so
Smirin was a very strong player. He is a great King's Indian player as
very
well.
sharp attacking player, yes, tactical ideas. And he was his 27 something when this meant top 15 or I mean he was one
I'm
point
not sure he was top
he
15.
was 1 point below Gelfand
Yeah.
that year. So it was 20 years ago.
Yeah, he was extremely talented.
Yes. And 20 years later he still has a lot of strength.
This match can easily be also. Well, of course, the Dutch players are suffering because here Smirin should be winning, right? And this game, Black should be saving. What do you think?
Well, with such a knight on d6, I mean,
Rothstein Maxim is already a
the question
long
is,
time visitor and player and part of the Israeli team for since, well, not teenage years, but definitely was very young when he was playing his first Olympiad already.
but okay, the question is the pawn on a6, no? If bishop f1 now, it has to go a5 probably, no? Okay, Smirin made a move. So-
You know which game we were
Bishop-
neglecting today
yes,
completely?
yes.
The Norwegians. Let's
Oh.
take a look for a moment.
We forgot
what
that there
the
is-
world champion. They lost yesterday and then we just forget about them. It's not fair. But actually they are still playing, I think, most of the games, but the world
Italians are
champion
also playing.
did win. So we could also see some other games. I think we can see the Hungarian games also. So this was the world champion's game. He was playing with the white pieces. Bishop d6, queen c2, rook e8, rook e1, bishop e7.
Isn't Black losing too many tempis in this exchange variation?
You mean bishop d6, bishop
b4,
e7?
bishop d6, bishop e7,
e4.
Yeah, okay, and b6, okay, no.
Knight e5.
Black.
Oh, so he got some nice advantage out of the
But
opening.
Black completely
Check.
misplayed it, no? I mean,
Well, king on
You don't-
f8.
you don't-
Well, look at this powerful rooks over here.
I'm afraid you don't have to be a Carlsen to punish.
f4. Well, it is a big storm coming for black.
And he didn't take on d4.
Why to take just
Yeah,
e6
he had
and
good
then
nerves, yeah.
yeah, I mean it was pretty convincing this game.
Yeah, but
Because,
somehow
knight e2 giving up the exchange. But look at this move.
bishop f6, yes.
Nice touch.
I repeat what Leonid Stein used to say. In such positions, I am very strong. But very
Yes.
strong.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see.
No, bishop f6 is nice, of course.
Let's see some of the other games we haven't seen. For example, matches. Let's see the Hungarian match. Okay. We lost on board 1, unfortunately. Victor Erdős. We have draw on board 2, and 2. And we lost on board 4.
So the Almeida brothers.
So actually, Tamás Bánus is still playing. Then we can see Magnus won. Torre is still playing. He's playing with the black color. Well, kind of shaky it seems.
Nice pawns, but
Yeah, but if the king, let's say, would be on a4, that would be better off,
Yes.
right?
So I see you have a dream.
Yeah, if here, well, basically
Yes.
black is trying to save himself, right?
Because white can already force.
But okay, queen h8.
So back to e7. Queen e8. But is it so?
Rook e8.
Rook e8.
Rook e8. Rook e8. Oops,
Yes,
not
yes.
here, but rook e8.
I got your point.
So after queen h8, what can be
King
done?
G5
King
to-
g5, rook g8.
What about king f3?
Simply that.
No, I don't know. Mm-hmm. If you are lazy to calculate, you could also consider king f3. With h4 being a possible continuation. But okay, rook g8 is the big threat.
Wow, this is over. Queen f8. Well, it was a heavy time trouble, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So this is board 2. Then Norway board 3. Hammer is playing with the white pieces. Here. Hammer
But black
plays
is
with
better, no,
white.
strategically. The knight on c3.
Well, knight on c3 is very promising.
The only thing not to lose the pawn on a5, but
Well, maybe he can, because if, let's say, white can exchange the queens. But I think we have a draw here on board 3. And then, yeah, as we see that they agreed to a draw. And then we see... So the match itself is 1.5/2. Torre should be resigning, right?
looks like, yes.
I mean, he can go king
King d7, but
D7.
it looks not funny.
takes, and it's over, because after this, rook a6 and rook
Yes,
a7.
yes.
And the same kind of pattern arises if black goes here,
Yes,
then
queen, yes, okay, it's...
rook d8 or rook a7.
or rook d8 is more elegant, but rook a7, no, rook a7 is better. Yeah.
So it's
So-
going to be 1.5, 1.5.
And which is the decisive?
And this is the decisive game, where black is the Norway side, which is,
Lost.
well, it's different color bishop.
But it's 2 extra pawns and weakness on d5.
And how do you win?
You think it's not losing?
I don't know, it's just, I'm
No,
saying
okay.
it's not easy.
No, it's not easy.
It's not going to be an easy, and probably he's
No,
he's
actually,
going to give his life for it to make a draw.
It's not trivial. But you know, one possible plan is like in the end games with good bishop versus bad bishop, to arrange somehow to go f4, g4, g5, h5, and g6.
to do what? Sorry.
Let's say if you can arrange, let's say bishop e2, then f4, then g4, black plays
Okay,
g6.
let's say,
G5
okay,
and
I
then-
do this.
Yes,
Bishop
okay, let's say,
e2.
okay, you just, yes.
Okay.
Let's just analyze f4.
Wow.
No,
F4.
just analyze, okay? G4, you play G6, I play G5, okay, you move, I play H5 and H6. So, can this be a win? No, I just want to understand if this can be a win. And I go bishop to F3 first, so that your king
Okay,
doesn't
I'm
move, and
stuck.
my
You bring the
king
king.
comes here.
And simply you go to b4
Yeah,
and it's a
I go
Zugzwang.
there and I think you are in Zugzwang, because if the king moves, it has to move to d6 and then bishop h5, no?
Yeah, we had this first
yeah, but
day,
it was,
right?
it was same-
Shackland.
it was not-
Shackland won
yes,
some
yes,
beautiful.
yes.
But it was same color bishop.
It was same colored bishop, yes. But I mean, this could be one winning mechanism.
But if
No,
if
okay.
in this position I go bishop d8 and I go king d6, then this doesn't work anymore, because I have bishop f6 saving.
But okay, do you have moves now?
Yeah, the question is if this is a Zugzwang after all.
Let's say bishop e2 or d1.
No, but if you go here,
No, e2 I wanted.
and what's the difference?
Bishop e2. But now I go bishop h5.
Yeah. You keep it here. Yeah.
I want to...
Yeah. So it's either this or white is
or
breaking in.
Yes. It's more complex.
No, but it should be winning, right? But
No,
it's not.
no.
But okay, this is a nice idea, and it's interesting if it wins, and it's not obvious
Yes. I mean,
because it's a committal. It's a committal move to play f4,
you know,
right?
Just in analyze, I mean, okay.
Yeah.
If anything, you would just laugh at me and we forget about this incident. But over the board, it's not like this.
G6,
Uh-huh.
because he tries to go h5.
H5,
Not allowing
yes. And going G4.
Well, this is not a good idea to look the other boards at this point.
Maybe
this
he
is
can-
what is very painful, you see?
Yeah.
To look other boards and you see that you're behind with a point and you look
Have
at
to
your
win.
your position and you see, oh,
No, maybe he has to do it with the king on F3 and then G4. Because, okay, if black...
no, but now maybe black just wants to go h5 next move.
But then, okay, then there will be permanent weaknesses there, maybe.
Well, and also, you come here, let's say, and then you put your bishop on b3, right? Because
Yes,
after this here.
Yeah, the bishop has to...
So if, let's say, king f3, king goes away,
But
then
then
just simply...
you attack the pawn.
And that will be Zugzwang.
There are many weaknesses, yes.
So king d6 allows king f4, king e6, you just go here.
Here and,
And
okay,
if you
what
keep
will-
it, then
b6,
b6.
yes.
The question is, what happens here?
Okay, but now...
You see the busy
it's
playing hall.
Okay, but now you may try to bring the king, no? I mean, put the bishop on b3 first. I prefer
Okay.
to have it more active, no? If anything, I go
Yeah,
bishop.
you want to go bishop a4 also.
And maybe I just go bishop a4. Now. I want to have your king, bishop a4 already. So go king e7, I assume, no?
Well, doesn't matter, you can
And-
go
and-
here.
I win only with the bishop, actually, yes?
Yeah. You go
Ah, okay.
here, and
And
then
then
you
I
make
come with
your
the king.
journey.
Yes, no, that's too much. Yes.
You make your world trip around the world, around the chessboard.
Yeah. No, actually, it's very nice to check all these things,
Yes.
just in analyze, because it may
H6.
help us in a... So he wants to react. He feels the danger of...
Yeah, he says, okay, h6, g5, I want to do something.
He doesn't want
Or
to-
he doesn't want g5.
It's 50-50, either he
May-
does it or not.
Maybe he just wants to wait.
Maybe, yes.
Maybe that. Okay, let's see. What we haven't seen yet. Let's see what's going on with the Ukrainian team.
Yes.
There
Oh,
was Korobov lost again. Ooh, that's painful. Pawns. B7, A7.
That's painful, huh?
Very difficult, very painful. On the second board, Volokitin also lost.
No, that's going bad.
That's a funny way of
rook
finishing the
h4,
game.
rook h4,
Otherwise, it would be. Well, of course, it's not a stalemate if the guy moves away.
Okay.
But he wanted to show that he likes endgames.
Yes.
Endgame studies, right? 2-0 and 2.5. So on board 4, it was already a draw. And then Drushko Kuzubov is still playing, which is, well,
Well, Kozubov is...
black is better, but this is also a big disappointment. Right? Ukrainian team is losing in round 4. Actually lost already.
Yes, yes. How is Anna doing, by the way?
Let's go back. But before that, before we go back to the ladies section, how the girls are doing, let's see, have a little break for us, but for you, we would like to show the uniforms because there's a very special prize in this Olympiad. Who will have the nicest, the most stylish uniform in the Olympiad? Let's peek in a little bit on that, how the players are dressed. I go to the bathroom.
Welcome everybody! My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Hi, we are back with the fourth round already in the middle game of the 44th Chess Olympiad here in Chennai, India. Well, there are a lot of interesting games and quite a few surprises already that it's not the favorite who is winning all the matches, because in different teams, even though if you have 50 rating less or more, it does not necessarily matter in results, because the tension is getting higher and higher already. And, well, we've seen already some surprises. For example, the US team is kind of struggling right now, because Levon Aronyan did make a draw. Wesley So won his game. But the board number one, Fabiano Caruana, is struggling against the very talented Abdusattorov Nordirbek from Uzbekistan. And also on board 4, it is a great challenge for Sam Shacklin, though in the last few moves maybe he improved a little bit, because the question is whether the D-pawn will go all the way and going to be able to queen itself or no. Because before, I think white was somehow more promising, because I see some counter chances right now for black. What do you think?
Yeah, earlier it looked optically crushing, but now, okay, will the mechanism work?
This is the big question, right? White played king d8, and after that black would be most likely trying out rook b3, capturing one of the other pawns.
No, but after d7, I think that rook c3 is forced, no?
Well, this is the question, whether can black take here,
King
and
C7.
after king c7, going rook c3.
King b6,
Somehow, but this should be clear win, because white has a pawn also on a3.
Yes.
Which means that after king d8, rook b3 or a5.
Maybe he has to go a5, not rook b3, just to be quick.
Let's see what happens if a5,
d7, rook
d7.
c2. Let's see if this setup. I wanted rook c2.
Okay, rook c2, and after that, white maybe wants
Rook
just
h8,
simply
okay.
to go rook h8, or maybe rook e8 and coming back and making space for the king on e8.
Oh, that would be.
I don't know if, yeah, but maybe black will be taking too much pawns from white. After this, taking this one, king e8, rook d3, d8, capturing. It seems like there is a great chance that white is winning in any case, but maybe black will be going king g5, king g4 first.
Okay, but rook e5.
Rook e5. Yeah, king g4.
Rook b5.
Rook b5, and it seems like white is going to be extremely fast. Of course, white is winning. So maybe
of course,
only
there are many variations. It's not so easy to, during a live commentary to enter, but it looks very dangerous for black.
Well,
still.
If this game is going to be won by the Uzbek player, by Vakidov, it means that US in big danger, that he may lose the match against Uzbekistan. What a surprise it would be.
Yes, it's true. Well, it also depends on Caruana is not losing yet.
Well,
he's
it's a very tough situation right now,
breathing.
because his position is opened up, though the king on h6 is very fragile, right?
So,
because I just realized it, that queen f5 is possible. So actually it's not going to be white who is going to be suffering in this game anymore. Is he?
Yeah, and now it's finally a calculating game, and he does this well. But rook h4 here, no?
After rook h4, I thought rook e1 would be, for example, a great immediate draw for, because, well, after rook h2...
Rook h2, yes.
But rook h2, and it's a problem, because after this queen h4 would be the move.
Oops.
So rook h2 would be win. So after rook h4, maybe it's about to play, time to play rook king g3.
Okay, so if rook h5...
Yes.
Queen f4, I don't know, queen g5 or rook g5.
Well, rook g5, king h4 I would do, I think, and rook
Okay,
d6
then queen g5, okay, queen g5.
So queen g5.
There's still a chance to win this. I'm not sure it's a technical win, but
So for the moment,
Actually, it is a technical win because we take on a5.
it is, yeah, because black has 3 pawns on the other side. So white is very much hesitating what to play here. But it might be something possible for white in this position. Maybe queen
Rook
g8.
d7, yeah, rook,
Yeah, rook d7, very promising. Queen e8, rook d6, rook d8.
And if queen f6 after rook d7, you can attack somehow queen g8, no?
Queen g8, queen g6.
Queen f8. King goes,
Yeah, king goes out, rook g7. Well, this is a position where actually, objectively, of course, I would not like to play it against an engine.
Yes. No, but Carona is good at calculating, so
But
maybe
for
he
black,
saves this.
there are dangers. So he can also make a mistake where he can go wrong and even lose the game.
Yes, so it is the third phase of the game, major piece positions.
Yes.
Not a middle game, not an end game yet.
Absolutely. So with the US match, it is kind of tough. Then actually Spain won because Anton won the game and won the match for Spain because we have 3 draws on the other boards. Then we have a draw match between Poland
And Romania.
and Romania.
Which I think it's quite an achievement for Romania because Poland is very, very strong.
Absolutely. Then talking about Turkey, Azerbaijan, very tough life for Azerbaijan today because Gusainov at the end could not save the game. It was very difficult for him already. On board 4, the game is running. This is what we were discussing previously. And now you see that black did play f5 because he wants to break out from his position.
I remember there was a game with this structure. I think that it was without rooks. It was a Salov, this is why I mentioned Salov Iliescas. And Iliescas wanted to free himself with f5 and it was like this, symmetrical. Somehow Salov maintained some little something and won. But okay, it doesn't mean it always applies. But it's always...
Well, basically, this match could be saved only if white wins, because if white wins, then it's only 2-2. And of course, Azerbaijan had different ideas in mind and hopes, because they were definitely the favorite. Then we have the match of Israel against Netherlands. Anish Giri's game was agreed to a draw. It was a repetition of moves where we stopped with queen f2, queen f6 move repetition. On board 2, we had this draw with the rook endgame. Then on board 3, well,
still playing,
it seems that it shouldn't take long, so Israel is going to be taking the lead on board 3. And on board 4, Maxim Rothstein does not seem to have such a bad position at all, because
he suddenly may become ambitious, no?
Yeah,
no,
knight
well,
f3
well,
here.
f4, knight e4, so... But,
no, I mean in
knight
principle,
f3,
but knight f3 is right there, because he just played knight e5.
Yes.
So after bishop e2, black
Knight
can also
g6,
consider knight g6,
yes.
knight f4. So this is the game which...
He's not worse. He's not worse for sure. No, he may even become ambitious. Yes.
But of course that Holland has to fight very hard to save the match. Then we have the next match.
But okay, maybe the game of Smirin is not savable.
That is not savable, but it's this game which is white is trying to make miracles. No, this is Smirin game, which will be win, which means that Israel is taking the lead.
Yes.
And in this game, white has to win to save the match.
But he has to win from a slightly worse position, maybe?
I'm not sure if it's
maybe
worse.
Not worse, but okay. Not
well,
better.
but I'm saying in principle. I'm not saying practically he can, but most likely it's going to be a loss for Holland. After that, we have a match between India and between England and Serbia. What we see right here, Mickey Adams won his game on board 1. On board 2, I think on board 2 something I don't see properly. I don't know.
Just a moment, if I catch it.
McShane, Marcus, Robert. It seems very strange if we have no moves, no something. Probably it must have been a draw or
yes,
something.
the same here.
Let's see. Where do we see the
So
match?
Okay, this was Turkey.
I don't know. We have some question here. What is going on the second board? On the third board is quite surprising, this one.
But what is it?
On the third board,
Yes, I mean,
seems like-
it's winning, no?
well,
Wait.
yeah, it's not really a question. So it's going to be 2, and it's 2.5 because Jones Gavin
yes.
is already draw. So England won practically the match. Then we have the team where everybody.
Lost. Yes.
Everybody-
The 4-0 team, no? The 100% team.
Who lost? Vocaturo
Yes, yes,
lost
yes.
against the India 2, the teenage team practically. Gukesh won against Vocaturo. Then we have running game between Sarin Nihal playing black against Moroni, which he's going to collect the 4 point as
Yeah,
well.
it's winning, yeah.
And on board 3 and board 4 we have a draw, so which means that it's going to be 3-1. So after 4 rounds, the India B team, the teenagers, will mean that they drop 1 point only.
Out of 16.
Out of 16 games, they will have
Try-
15 points.
Try to score 15 out of 16 in individual tournaments yourself. And
Absolutely, they are in the swing. So after that, we have the match, and that was Armenia, Canada, India, right? We didn't talk about this match of Canada, Iran.
no, it's the first time we mention it.
But I'm trying to get there. Yeah, this was the game between Hansen Eric, who is one of the first who started streaming in the world. Like 10 years ago, he started out, and he was very successful together with some of the other team members of the team, like Yassi Sairvan is also joining sometimes the stream. And he haven't played a single game, I think, or tournament game in 3 years, and he's very happy to be back for representing Canada. It was a draw on board 1, and also on board 4 there is a draw, and board 3 and 2 is still under a serious match. And here we can talk about a little bit about Iranian youngsters, because on board 1 and board 2, I think they are very young, like 21 years old each of them. And of course, Iranian players, they are also having pretty much talented youngsters. Ivan Sokolov was the coach. We were discussing this in
Yes.
the beginning of our show, that they are very strong. And of course, not to talk about Firuza Alireza, who actually left and plays and represents France, which is a big sadness for France that in this tournament we are missing out quite a few very strong French players, like Alireza could be playing already for representing France. Then we are missing Maxime Vachier-Legrave also. Bacro is not playing. And even this way, Fressinet is there from the older.
The team looks quite
And it's
okay.
still very strong, even though they are missing 3 of the top players.
Actually, I even forgot about Vachier. No, and Bacro, okay, I thought, okay, he's older generation, but of course there is not only Alireza, but also Vachier.
Yes, absolutely.
Changed.
Absolutely, they would be there playing for a medal, no question about it.
No, this team also looks quite strong. I mean,
Yes,
well,
yes,
nothing
but
to say,
to have the
yes,
top
yes.
3 players,
Yes.
I mean, of
Missing,
course, it
yes.
would add and increase the chances.
Yes.
And well, on this board, what do we see? Well, I would favor white.
What? Really?
Yeah. You not?
Oh.
Well, with such a pawn, I'm going to go rook g1, rook g7 one day.
Maybe what black pawns are very slow, and the bishop on d4 is only beautiful, no? But okay, if I go 96, 94.
Well, the question is the h7 pawn, how powerful it will be. Can I go h7?
So 96, no?
Knight a6, rook h6.
Knight f4.
I don't know, somehow going out, and then I want to go to c6, c7 with the rooks.
Yeah, it looks something is wrong with black's position, no?
Something is wrong, that's for
Technically
sure.
it's okay, but if knight d3, then maybe bishop g5 just killing, no?
Well, it's kind of tricky, yeah. I think the pawn on h7 with bishop on f5.
You don't need too much to be happy. I mean, a pawn and an active rook is
Well,
already...
yeah.
You don't need
Yeah.
two connected pawns on the queen side sustained by a centralized bishop. No, no, no. Pawn on h7 and rook on h6 is enough for happiness. Yeah, so probably what is better.
Okay, let's go for Norway match. We have our bishop endgame, what we were talking about, because Norway is leading 2-1 in the match.
It's not the endgame. It's not the endgame we are analyzing, but it looks very much winning, no?
Well, with 3 passed pawns, actually 4, because
Four,
there is a
yeah.
double passed pawn. After bishop c7, black is struggling and trying. Well, I think the easiest is if just
He's
h7
not
and king
struggling at all.
f5.
Yeah, no, he's not
There
struggling at
is not much to discuss about that because, oops, sorry, it's a check. And then f5, and then with 3 passed pawns like this, you can't complain
Well,
much.
first of all, I don't think there is a way to hold the 2 pawns. But even if you could sacrifice a bishop for the 2 pawns, there is
Then
still
there is
the
still
f3.
a-
But I don't think it's possible to. They are too far away from each other.
Which means that actually Norway is losing to not losing, I'm sorry, it's 2-2. So Norway, after
Because Carlsen won.
the heavy loss of yesterday, they are only getting back with 1 point. Because in the Olympiad, that's how we calculate. For winning a match is 2 points. Drawing a match, which is 2-2, it's only 1 point. And if somebody is losing, does not get any point.
But if you stalemate somebody, you might get 3 points.
Well, this was an interesting idea by Eugene.
Well, actually, I know that 25, 30 years ago, Shuba was shouting, "What does it mean, stalemate is a draw? I mean, you humiliate him to... I mean, it's not only mating the king, you humiliate the whole army, and you get half a point. It's impossible."
So this is what Eugene says also, that it was, his idea was, for those who were not watching us, when I had a nice chat with Eugene Torre, that how to change chess to something more interesting, not to have so many draws possibly, that the win is 4 points, a draw is 2 points, right?
And the stalemate.
And the stalemate gives 3 to
And
the winner, who gives the stalemate and who cannot make a move gets only 1 point.
For lucky wins, maybe also 3 points, no? Well, between 3.5 and 2.5, depending on how lucky it was. By the way, we are in the end game.
Exactly there with the Nodirbeck game. Okay, let's see.
Nodirbeck is going to win probably. He took on f5, Caruana, rook h. It was that variation.
Yeah, we have it on the board right now already.
And the question is, but yes,
So
about this.
can
about this ending.
Fabiano make a draw in this position? Well, there is not much to do, right?
If king f3, rook h3.
King
and
f3, rook h3,
and rook h4. Yes,
Rook
so
h4, and after check, anything also this, but this would lead to maybe to a draw only, but king h5. So white has to
Take.
accept the offer of the exchange of
Yes,
queens,
so-
king f4,
and rook,
rook
takes
a5,
no?
and it's hard to imagine, well, white can go check, king h5,
And double attack, yes.
rook d7, double attacking
But
those pawns.
Rook b5, I assume. no?
Rook b5 takes, king g6, and in the next move this is going to be captured, right?
Yeah,
rook c7,
rook b. This
rook
looks like a
b2.
win, no?
It looks like very much a win, but maybe there is some chance.
No, but
Because
then
the king,
we take on f2.
yeah,
Yeah, but we put the rook on b5 and there nothing will happen. We'll make the
but
Isn't it that
black,
simple?
You mean here?
Yeah. No, take on f2. No, take on f2
Ah,
first.
okay, okay,
And,
okay.
and then return to
yeah,
b5.
Yeah, rook here, king. Because I can't even come back.
You can even. Okay, if you go to d6, then it's over, I think, no?
Yeah, then this is,
We just,
it goes by itself.
I don't know if it, in other languages it works, but in Romanian we say the ladder of the cat. The cat's ladder somehow. It's,
Yeah, then the pawns
yeah.
go, and that's how it's moved on.
He played queen g4.
Queen g4,
Which
queen
doesn't
g4,
seem-
king g4, which means, no, it's very clever, because after rook a5, rook d6 check, and the king
It'll be-
cannot come to the fifth,
Yes, but there is rook g5 check first, okay.
but then king h4,
But okay, the king stands on g4.
king h4, sorry.
Yes, but then the king stands on g4, and and we can go rook b5, let's say.
Yeah, but then
okay,
black cannot take on a5, right?
He's fine. Yeah, but okay, it's still not fun for white. No, he chose the.
Well, fun is not happening this game for
He
white.
didn't have fun for.
From move 10 or something,
so,
there is
yeah.
no fun part. That's not
Yes.
in this game.
Yes.
After rook b5,
No, at least it's not a technical win yet, and this is important for white. There is not a
yeah,
win that
still
you just.
struggle. But I don't know how is he going to be really try to save the game. Because we have board 4 with Shetland. This is the position we have right now. White played a4.
So he kept the pawn, okay, the a pawn. Maybe this is wise.
Yeah, basically he played a5, d7, rook c2, rook h8. But this is something like this what we were looking with, just didn't look
But
b4.
maybe rook e8 is
Rook?
better, as you said, rook e8, because now he threatens what? Check and king e7, or what?
On b3, let's say.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the move rook check and
And rook
King
d6.
d7,
Oh, no, rook
d6.
d6, king f8. No,
b6. That's it.
rook d6, king f8. If rook c6, b2. King e7. Check. No, but
Yes.
this he's going to save because he's pawn on b2, right?
Yes.
Check. But I don't understand really why white played a4. Why didn't he take
Yes,
a
they
takes
can play rook e8
b4?
and rook e8.
He came from e8.
Uh-huh.
But now to give it check and then go rook b6.
Yeah, that's something completely different.
And right now after b4 he goes a4. This is what we have, b3, rook h6. But I think white is ruined his game. Unexpected saving by black.
Yes. No,
And
but
how important saving it is. They are really. I mean, you have to understand that when you play for the Olympiad and you play for a team who is really going for a gold medal, you know that every single game, no matter what position you have, you're like fighting like a tiger. There is no other way not to. There is no other way. You know it, that no matter what kind of bad position you have, good position you have, you're there, you're looking the other boards, what's going on. Of course, Shackland is completely aware of the situation that on board 2 and 3 there was a draw. Fabiano is suffering for a long time already, but he's still having some chances to draw, but not more than for a draw, which means that he has to save this game desperately in order to give a chance for themselves to save the match to 2-2. And both games are still difficult, though I believe I don't see how White can actually go for a win. Even in this position, instead of King g7, I would consider maybe King g5, and after rook, after rook g5, maybe rook d6 is possible, because the black king cannot go to f8, right? And after b2, I would be going King e8, b1, and there is with a check we are going.
you have to calculate a bit to understand whether there is an attack or not.
And, well, it's a problem for black because I think it can be a problem. I'm not sure it's going to be lost
Yes.
because the rook on c2 stands extremely good. And after queen f4, king g2, so maybe it is possible for black to go to g5.
Yeah. Because it can turn the other way around. Now it will soon be black's turn to move and to deliver some checks.
Oh yeah, and the king
so-
on e8, not necessarily on real
no.
safety, I must say.
No.
So let's see, pawn on b2. Black went back to g7. Of course, this is the safer way because he wants to go to f8. Make sure that the king on d8 is trapped. It cannot go out because the rook stops its route to go out. And if the king moves back to f8, then already white king cannot go out on e file either. So it seems like I think Shackland is making an incredible saving in this position. I don't know how white wants to be making progress because practically king can go around, but then rook goes to d2. Unless what happens? Yeah, if white goes rook b7, simply king f8, and there is nothing
But I
left.
understand that white did the saving himself, no? Actually.
The question is whether can you make it zugzwang for black. But I think not
There is F6,
really.
There is f6 and king f7. If
But even if rook b5, yes, f6, king f7, absolutely
clear some
possible.
space,
But
yes.
even king g7, it's not clear
Yeah,
what
yeah.
is really changing, because the problem is that the white rook is stuck on the b file as well because of the b2. But it was quite amazing that Sam could reach out his pawn all the way to b2, because this is one of the methods how you save
Well,
a game.
if they offer you a tempo with a4, then of course you reach b2 eventually.
But was a
So-
takes b4, by the way, win?
No, but my question is why not rook e8 as a mechanism?
Okay, so d7, rook c2,
Rook e8 now.
And
You-
rook
you,
e8.
You said it. Before we had this. Before takes,
yeah, takes,
and rook,
and rook d3, no?
for instance.
But maybe rook
Actually,
c3.
we take.
Ah, no,
Take
rook
and king
c3
e8.
is Kate, yes.
Yes. No,
So
I saw
this-
it in the last moment, yes.
This is not possible. Okay, rook e3, and then king d8.
No, we had this earlier. No, I
Yes,
think-
but I think this is not clear, because king g5, king goes out.
There is
rook
also
here.
there is also rook d3, no? Rook d3.
But I think maybe this is also a win.
I mean, if you are afraid that it's not a win.
So, yeah, I just want to check if this is a win.
The king is close enough, no? Rook b3 to be
Rook
ready.
b3, f5.
King and king e5, or what?
No, but I think king e5,
King f7, we are in time.
classic,
Yes, we are in
that
time.
you go from the other
You are in-
side,
you are-
right?
we are
King
in time.
e4, king g5, f3, king g4, f2, rook f3.
Yes. B3.
But it's a draw.
b3.
b3 and king d3.
Yes.
Okay, and if we go back to rook d2 and here not d8,
No, rook d3 one move earlier.
after king g5 to go rook d3. So it's either this way, or if the rook comes here, we go the other way and queen.
But okay, maybe he can start with rook d2 after rook e3.
Rook e8.
Before takes.
No, maybe after rook e8 also. No, it's not so easy. b4, takes,
Rook e3, rook d2
rook
now.
d2. Yeah. No, but
And
after
maybe
no,
we
rook
transpose.
d2, I go rook b3. But the thing,
e6,
no,
king e6
king
also.
e6 also. I thought rook d4 is the one.
No, rook d4, but king e6 somehow simpler.
Okay, so
Forces
it's not
repetition.
easy. Maybe
Yeah, yeah.
it got misplayed. I had the feeling that it. You remember when
No,
we got
when
to
it
back
was
this?
Four rooks with the king on d5, it looked completely.
Yeah, I mean
winning.
this looks absolutely winning,
Yes.
right?
And then
Just
with the pawn,
absolutely
you are not
winning.
sure. You know, you have to count.
Yeah.
And in technical endings, I mean, okay, there are two classical ways of
This is what we
winning
have on the board.
technically. One of them is winning by plans and restrictions and everything without the need to calculate. And the other is to calculate when necessary, to really calculate, because otherwise it's not possible. But you never know in which situation you are. But I think that what he had with 4 rooks is the kind of thing that you should not need calculating for winning. And when you see the position with the pawn on d6, you feel that it's on the edge.
Let's go for a short time. Definitely it's about time to go to the women's section, because there we have quite a lot of games which finished.
By the way, there's some progress in Nodirbek's game. He has the winning...
We get back after that,
Yes,
okay?
yes.
Because we haven't seen the ladies section for quite some time. We have 3 draws between India and Hungary. Koneru made a draw against Hong. Titia, that was a draw with Harika very fast. Then Vaishali was saving a draw against Sidonia. And board 4 is actually running right now. White has a rook down by this time.
Maybe, yeah, okay, something bad happened, no?
Something bad, very bad happened already here. Black is on move, so Tanya is the one who has to decide how to continue the game. Probably just...
No compensation for a rook.
Well, the rook is hanging on d6, but now I guess the question is whether she will be leaving it there or where to move it away. For example, rook e6 seems to be just fine, because after rook b8, rook c8,
You defend everything, no?
and basically you defend everything because there is no knight e7
Queen
check.
takes f6.
But that's not going to...
Queen
That's,
c1 check.
also,
but
even
but
to
even
a6,
yes, with
yeah.
the pawn on a7, yes.
Yeah, so the question is how black will... I don't know if black can make any bad move. Rook c6 rook c6 would be a blunder.
Knight takes g4.
Yeah, that's the clear one, because on g7 you can get checkmate, but after rook c6 it would be also trouble for black.
Why? Because check.
Well, not real trouble actually, because I thought that after rook c8, queen f6, but even after that...
You exchange? No, you don't exchange.
No,
Queen
check and
g4.
queen g4, white has to go back to g3. Well, still
It's
fighting.
Still better.
Fighting,
But okay.
so it would be a blunder for white, for black.
White is still alive, I mean, okay.
Yes. So what is the best move? Rook b6? No, rook b6 does not work. Rook b6, rook c6 you don't have. So rook e6 is the move. Right?
It looks logical. g5, I don't know.
Well, I guess after g5, simply knight h5.
Nothing.
There is not much to do here. Because after rook b8, rook
Yeah,
c8.
everything defended, yeah. No, probably it's... of course you can blunder, but...
You can go queen d4. So there are some opportunities to blunder. I mean, still queen c7, right? And probably there is nothing
well, there
more
is
to play.
taking a knight h6, take on c8, knight h6.
Well, okay, but it's still a piece down.
Yeah, but the knight is not so happy on h7, the pawn on h7 is hanging.
Still you have
so,
to have some technique, but actually now check and queen c6.
And it's only one pawn, yeah.
Okay, so we'll see how Tanya will be using her technique to convert this to a full point. Unfortunately, I can't root for her. On this occasion, we have the second board, Bulgaria, Ukraine. Maria Muzichuk is still fighting.
Anna won, okay.
We'll see how that ended, in what moves. Rook g2, king h1. So actually, black maybe black will win this game, you know? Now the question is whether should she be taking rook g3 or taking with pawn to g3.
Unfortunately, the pawn on g3 is not like the pawn on f3.
No, or h3, yeah, because actually white probably goes simply there, and after rook h2, king g1, and it's not seeable how black can improve her position. Right?
So maybe it's equal.
So this is not so good, and if what happens if rook g3, let's say Rook g3 has to be played.
Yeah, takes and
Well, takes, it looks like f4 is falling off, it's a loss.
rook f4, no?
Well, the question is, what happens on rook e4? But I don't think... Well, maybe king f6 and just wait.
King g1, yes.
Right, because after e6, I would just go here, and black goes here, then rook e5. This pattern
Yes.
can save it for the moment. I think this is a draw.
It's a bit on the edge, but okay. If white has a minimum of...
Okay, so she did play rook g3 in this position. Then we see... let's see what happened here, right? Because in this position it was very interesting that after knight e5 there was check, takes, king g2, knight c4, and now she went not bishop f4 check, but queen f2 immediately. And interesting
No,
that bishop c5 and black did not take on e3 or played something else.
F7.
No, knight e3 check.
Ah, it's check, and she didn't take.
Well, the question is what do you do afterwards, right? Takes, and then what?
Bishop c5, no.
But okay, queen e5 is a check, for example.
King b6.
I don't know. B4.
B4.
I always had mixed feelings about that queen.
No, bishop c8 was better, no?
I had mixed feelings about that. So there was queen f2, bishop c5, queen f7, king b6, takes, queen e6 check, king a5, knight f4. It's still not that easy, but I think, yeah, somehow she managed. I would still be nervous with white. Bishop c8. Giving up the bishop.
That was somehow not so tragic.
Well, and
Yeah. But it was time
Anna just kept the piece, so that was a very important victory.
Yes, but Osmak lost.
Yes, so actually it's 1-1 right now on the score, so the question is whether Maria can win the drawish rook endgame. And on board 3, it's going to be... Yushanina has a better position, but is there much to be playing for? Isn't this a very drawish endgame?
Well, it is, but okay, it's when the fight starts. No?
Well, it's a very important next half an hour or 1 hour for the Ukrainian ladies because they are standing 1-1. And both games, they are better in rook endgame.
At least symbolically.
Well, I mean, they are better. They are not winning, right?
Yes.
So it's like better, but actually they are standing right here what we had. We analyzed it up to this point.
We should not speak that loudly.
E6. So it's a big question. How can black make anything? Actually, there is a way, maybe, how black can get the f4 pawn. Black goes rook a2. I mean, white to move. Okay, so white goes here. I go rook a2. King here. King here. And what about playing rook a6? And after king g2 to go king e5, so you cannot go there because f4 is hanging. Rook goes to b4. After that I go back to rook a3. And if, let's say, you just pass, I go rook e3 and I go rook e4.
And then I take and take on g3.
Okay.
I know. And
You're rude.
And you don't even take the f4 pawn.
But I was so enthusiastic to win that pawn in some way or another.
No, but of course, white has to fight against panic. It's panicking.
Yeah, and also time. Don't forget that black
yes.
has right now after e6 6 minutes, while white has not more than 8 minutes either. And it's move 51. We are playing already for more than 4.5 hours, so the players are tired. And the stress is growing from minute to minute in the game. Of course, they are checking out the other game. They see the players, the Bulgarians, that, well, they should be doing 2-2, and it's already right there. But, you know, when you get impatient, things can be messed up, right? Okay, then we have the Georgian ladies. Wow, what a checkmate.
3-1.
That's nice. They won 3-1. Then we have next the Netherlands against Poland. How are we standing there? Poland leads 3-0. Wow. And still 1 to go.
Which they will probably not lose.
No, it's... what do you mean? Yeah, sorry, she's playing with the black pieces.
No, she's worse, but...
Yes. Yeah, black can save it.
Yeah.
So it will be 3.5, which is quite promising. And then we have France, right? Here we have France against Serbia. Board 1 is playing, and board France is leading 1 point, and then we have board 1 this end game, which is interesting. And let's see, take a look the other end game, where
Black is winning. Quickly.
yeah, okay, so France is winning the match. Okay, no matter what happens in this game, which
This I don't
is...
understand. Maybe black is better, no? Yes, because, okay.
Well,
But,
generally speaking, it should be a draw, right?
Yeah, yes, but I wanted to understand
Yeah.
which side of the draw are we on.
Is the stalemate giver or the stalemate
Yes,
receiver? I will have to think about that, how to understand it, what kind of result there would be in endgames. Because, okay, in different color bishops, we don't really have stalemates most of the time. It's just a repetition of moves, right?
Yes.
Can you avoid the stalemate? Because right now, I know that in my games, I was playing for a stalemate because it was so beautiful and aesthetic. And of course, we have the basic elementary end games where you end up
had with,
having the
what is
stalemate.
Peter Heine Nielsen or
Yeah, with
you
Peter
got
Heine Nielsen,
a cooperative?
yes, I simplified the position. But that, for example,
Actually, he was better, but he understood that you found
No,
a
he
way to
was
a draw,
not.
and then he forced
no,
himself
but he
into
had a
stalemate.
knight, 3 pawns against. I had a rook and 2 pawns, and then I found a way that I sacrificed my rook for the knight.
Yes.
And then I placed my king in the middle, and he couldn't make anything else.
It is you. It was you.
I made myself be stalemated.
Without necessity.
Yes,
You saw
yes.
that he found the fortress.
setup, the
And then
fortress.
instead of offering a draw, you
Yes.
forced this rook g4,
Yeah.
king e4, king e2 stalemate. Yeah.
But actually, this is an important move, a5. It's pawn on a5 because white cannot make a move with the bishop.
C'est le zugzwang.
d7. So what?
As French people
no,
would
but
say. It's not zugzwang?
well, actually, it's black to move.
So how does she reach zugzwang? She must triangle with the bishop, no?
But with this bishop, you cannot triangle.
Bishop d8, bishop e7,
well,
bishop
you
g5.
can, but yeah, bishop's f6 here.
Bishop e7.
Okay. Okay, king e2.
King c3.
And why is it a huge achievement?
Well, I can
You made
triangle.
it
I can
six one, but
triangle.
nothing
I can
happened. No?
triangle,
You
yes.
can, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't. Nothing happens. True.
Well, the question is, no, there is no question. So black has to be taking this.
Okay, I took it, and you
Here,
yes, and
here.
you couldn't go to
Ah,
c2.
no, it's
You could-
winning.
Yes, because you couldn't.
Yeah.
Yes, no. First you scared me that I'm stupid.
No. The thing is, no. Bishop g5, I don't go king e2. I can move my bishop if your king is not on b3. I tricked myself, not you.
You tricked everybody, actually.
So bishop g6 by now. So actually, what you're saying is completely correct, that in this position,
It would be a Zugzwang.
if it's white to move,
No, but you know, then...
Am I in
no,
trouble?
No, okay, I play king is... no, but black wins. Bishop e7, let's say, yes? King d2.
yeah, I also
Bishop
think that
f6,
you
bishop
win.
f6.
I also think
And
you win.
you want king e2. Now I take on c4 right away.
Yeah.
I don't play
And
king.
king
no,
b3
yes,
back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay,
No,
so
sometimes you feel the idea and then
yes,
when
the execution has to be done properly.
then you forget on the way
Yeah.
you forget
Yeah.
what you meant.
Okay, so this is what we have on the board.
Of course, bishop f6 can mean a lot of things.
Okay, but still, actually, 1 second. Okay, so this will be lost. This was resigned. So, Spain ladies from France winning 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
2.5.
Because they may lose this game. She took on a4, I see. Was that correct? Maybe that was not correct. Maybe it was correct because the game ended.
But this is not that game. Ah, yeah,
It is that game, no?
Ah, King A4 and she resigned.
Why did she resign?
Because King C2,
It
King
took
A3,
long
and
anyway.
simply pushing the pawn, and King B3, A3, A2. We made it complicated.
Yes.
It also won, but we made it somehow.
But it was more principle.
So this was the simplest way. There are less and less players playing already in the playing hall. We see Israel is still playing, Belankaya Dina.
It sounds nice, no? Less players playing in the playing hall. But no, it's absolutely correct. But
That's correct.
this
Wow.
is what playing is about, no?
Okay, things are
So
happening.
it seems that things are not so good for Caruana.
Just one moment, let's see what Tanya is doing. Oh my god, we have 2 rooks down by now. Okay.
It's getting better and better.
Yeah, and India won 2.5, 1.5 against Hungary.
So it was really a tough match. Only, this...
Yeah,
This
we
was
have 4 draws. So India made 2-2 on board 1. India made with France 2-2. Then the next match, Caruana, let's see what is up to.
Shankland
Shankland
made a draw.
made
Shankland
a
made
draw.
a draw.
So now the big question is, huge question, can Abdusattorov, the young talent from Uzbekistan, who proved his knowledge already in several tournaments, I
Win
know,
with 3 extra pawns.
2 only
3.
anymore.
Rook takes f6.
And Caruana actually finished the game and he lost the game. Just got the information.
King d4 maybe meant maybe it was not played on the board, but they put the kings on e5 and
Well, this is
d4.
what we see. So we see the
Yes.
king on e5, king on d4, centralized kings, but there is a huge difference when you see this board. If it's the white squares controlled by the two kings, then it means digitally, because the digital board has to be fixing this way. They know that white won, but this way that the black king is on e5 and the white king is on d4, it means black won, which means that we have another pretty big surprise, I must say. I mean, of course, the Uzbek youngsters are very talented. We knew it in advance, but Fabiano was struggling heavily, and he even lost the game. He's not in shape yet.
The fact is that he lost the game conceptually. Very, very quickly he got... and then when it was about calculating, which is his strength, even there he could not... so yes, he's not really... Maybe his bad shape from the final rounds of the candidates continues, no?
Well, yeah, it is. It is hard to recover that, especially if you think about it. After the first round of the candidates, He was clearly 1 point ahead, second to the third player. So
Yes.
Nepo was leading like 1.5 or 2 points, and he was behind him. And the rest was one more. Yeah, Nepo was like looking, where are the others? But even Fabiano, it was the same thing.
Yes, yes, yes.
And he knew it that the second round is going to be difficult, but it is so interesting and unbelievable for me that he was one of the players who practically thought that Magnus is joking. So he considered that second place is not giving anything apart from the prize money. And if he would have thought about it, he would play for stabilizing his game. But definitely he was making risk, and he told me, and other people I was discussing, it's very clear that he did not believe that second place gives a spot for playing the World Championship title match. And if you know this, and you know that finally Magnus was really serious about it, what he was claiming, that he might not play, and you know that, oh my God, I could make second and play the World Championship match.
But do you think he would have played differently?
He did. He would. Yeah. He would.
Yeah, no, it's hard to say, but of course it can change a lot.
He would, because then he would play, take risk and whatever, only
Yes.
not
Yes.
specifically having.
Yes, it's true. No, but okay, the situation you cannot judge simply because okay, FIDE, what can FIDE do? FIDE cannot force Carlsen to give an answer before the tournament, whether he plays or not. They cannot force him because
No.
he doesn't know with whom under which. Because okay, if they force him to say yes, then FIDE can organize the match for $1. We make a fund price of $1. Please play for $1. No, so no, you have to come with a concrete offer. Okay, do you want to play the match against Nepo for $2 million or something in Alaska or whatever? No, some concrete. So you cannot force Carlsen to say yes, I will defend my title. Okay. Carlsen himself, I mean, okay, it's his thing. I mean, he may decide when he feels it proper. I mean, you cannot consider that he has to say before the last round or before the last. No, you can because he doesn't know it either. I mean,
No, but there was some debate between players that how is it was it fair to his colleagues, and how was it that he came up with this statement, interview that he may not defend, and if Firuza is playing, then probably he does. So this was a little confusion, but I think he himself had been a little bit confused.
The only right thing maybe was that he mentioned Alireza. Maybe this is why Alireza played so badly.
Yeah, but you
I
know,
mean,
when the world champion tells front of the whole world that you are possibly the best candidate to challenge me, well, maybe it shouldn't be the biggest problem.
I mean, okay, it's not an insult. It's the way you take it, with stress or with joy. I mean,
but I think that was not the issue. I think maybe he took it the preparation not the best way.
No, but I mean, I don't see where FIDE or Carlsen went wrong here. I mean,
no, it's not about that. It's just we have a situation. I think it's the players who I was surprised that they didn't believe Magnus that he may resign his title. This is what I was surprised that they were not even hesitating that maybe Magnus will do this. They practically thought it's a joke.
But Ding and Nakamura, judging from their last round, everything over the board.
I think Nakamura also thought it's a joke.
No, but he was too unhappy when he understood he's losing.
No, because it was the game. I was talking with him
really?
after. I was sitting at one table with him.
Really?
Yeah. He said, no, second place doesn't give anything anyway.
Really? So it was just the game.
Yeah, because it was a very painful loss because he had
to finish the game.
And also to finish second, it's nice, right?
Yes.
I mean, Nepo was like, I mean, he was so far that it was, I mean, they could exclude him already from the competition before a few rounds. So that was not something chance. But now we have a few interviews what we can listen from good grandmasters like Abiban, Bhaskaran and Michael Adams. So let's listen then what do they have to say about the Olympiad.
So my next interview this afternoon is with Michael Adams from the English team. How are you doing, Michael?
Very well, thank you.
Okay, you've just told me you've won your game and the match with Serbia is going well?
Previous days weren't so great for me, but today I had a bit of luck and I managed to win my game, so that's quite nice. And yeah, well, okay, you don't want to count your chickens, but I'm fairly optimistic about the match result.
Okay, still very, very early in the tournament, but England has won the first 3 matches and looks like going to win the 4th one today.
Yeah, no, it's a good start, and a lot of my teammates look in very good form, going well already. David Howard's won a few games, and yeah, it's all going okay so far, but much tougher tests to come in the remaining rounds, of course.
So this is obviously definitely not your 3rd, 4th or 5th, maybe your 10th Olympiad already?
Yeah, I think it might even be rather more than that, yeah. I think first one maybe back in 1990, something like that, so yeah, my maths isn't too good. But
so maybe your 15th or 16th probably?
Yeah, that's getting a bit more of the region, yeah.
Okay, so you've been in India before, playing in tournaments?
Only once, actually. I was here for the World Cup, but this was a long time ago. I think even back in 2001. So really long time, just a completely different situation. And that was in Delhi, so it's my first visit here.
Okay, so how is the climate, the people, the fans, how are they treating you here? What's your hotel like? How are you feeling as a team in England here in Chennai?
Oh, no, we're pretty happy. I mean, a couple of us, me and Luke, both came straight from Dortmund, so from another event. But no, our hotel is excellent. That's really good. We've been very impressed by the volunteers in particular. So many of them, even when we arrived at like 3:30 in the airport, there were lots of them there to meet us. And just, well, generosity of the Indian people, really, just they're so kind and nice. And I know there are a lot of serious chess fans, so that's very good. And yeah, everyone in the hotel is looking after us great. We haven't really been outside the hotel too much because we like it there so much, but I've been swimming in the sea, so that's been fun when it hasn't been too rough. So lots of different things, but yeah, having a good time in general.
One last question. I noticed you won the gold medal with the English team in the Seniors Championship. I was wondering if you're thinking of going for the title in the individual championship this year? Or it was just a one-off thing?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I mean, it was the first event I was eligible to play in the seniors, and I wanted to sort of try and play a lot after the pandemic. And then I got a lot of other events afterwards. But no, Nigel Povar, who organised the teams, is a very nice guy. He was one of the guys on the over 65 teams that also won. So he did a very good job at organising. So it was nice, and a lot of English players played. But I don't know about the future. It will depend on other events. But here it's a bit different. All my opponents are in their 20s, so it's a good range of playing a different age of opponents.
Okay, thanks a lot, and good luck with the future rounds.
All right, no problem.
So my first interview this afternoon is with top Indian player of Team B, Adiman Bhaskaran. How are you doing, Adiman?
Yeah, I'm doing good, thanks.
First of all, thank you for giving us your time here in the press center.
Yeah.
So today you're resting, but your team is on the track to win a 4th time. What are you sensing that will happen today against Italy?
Yeah, I really hope we can pull it off and win this match. And it's just a great feeling. Yeah.
So you already have 12 points out of 12. Yeah. You're leading the tournament. You personally have won the 2 games. How are you playing? What are your senses for your own game?
Yeah, I think I played a pretty good game. Like both the games, I was very happy, and so I wish to play more good games. That's the plan.
Okay, after resting 2 days, I'm sure you'll be strong and prepared, dying to come in tomorrow.
Yeah.
Are you expecting to return to the team tomorrow? Have you been confirmed? Or this day after day they tell you if you're going to play or not?
Yeah, I think we'll decide after looking at the opponents and which team we'll be facing. Yeah, so it's not decided yet. But I'm really dying to play. Yeah.
Okay, final question. Do you think you have a chance at one of the medals this year?
Yeah, that's the plan always. Yeah, that's what we are fighting for always.
Okay, congratulations and good luck in the next games.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the fourth round of the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, India. The playing hall is already getting more quiet as many of the games finished, so let me summarize what has happened so far in results. France, India was 2-2 in the open section. USA, Uzbekistan 2-2 as well. So in round 4, it's not easy even for the teams who are more favorites than their opponent. India 3 against Spain. Spain won 2.5, so Spain is really going forward. They've won their fourth match already. Poland, Romania 2-2. Then we have Turkey, Azerbaijan. We'll get back to that, but for now, the Azerbaijan player has to fight for the victory to equalize the match. Israel, Netherlands, where we are standing there. I'm not sure about
Smirin
that
won.
match.
Smirin won.
Smirin won, which means
+1. They won +1.
+1, and Maxim at the end was doing
Draw.
So actually, Israel won 2.5, right, against Holland. 2.5. So there are a lot of 2.5 results. Serbia
It's round
lost.
4 already.
Yes, Serbia lost to England 2.5. We've seen a nice interview with Mickey Adams. It's his 16th Olympiad, I think, something like that. India 2 against Italy. India 2 won 3-1. The teenage boys, and this means that out of 16 games, they have 15 points, and they won, of course, with this, all 4 matches so far. Armenia, Austria, it's 2-2, while Canada, Iran, exactly 2-2 as well. Slovakia won against Ukraine. That's quite painful for Ukrainian teams. Unfortunately, Cuba beat Hungary 3-1, and Norway could not win in this round either because Mongolia was holding to 2-2. In the ladies section, India beat Hungary 2.5, 1.5. They are my stronger team, but there was a big fight. Bulgaria, Ukraine, they are still struggling, fighting. It was more or less, it seemed that it's going to be 2-2, but they are still playing on.
Sherina made huge progress. She wins now, no?
We can get back to there because it was pretty drawish at the time. And then we have Bulgaria, Ukraine right now. It's 1-1, still both games running. We have Georgia, India, 3. Georgia won very convincingly 3-1. Netherlands, Poland. Poland won a very convincing victory 3.5, which is not so obvious already in round 4.
Quite a lot, in fact. No?
Quite impressive, right? And France won 2.5, 1.5. And of course, we're going to be seeing, I don't know if we have our other team in the ladies after France, Serbia. We have Netherlands, Poland there. Poland won 3.5. Wow, huge crush. Then we have, France, Serbia, we were discussing already. And that was a win, 2.5, 1.5 for the French ladies. Let's go back to the actions. But before that, I want to share with you a story because, of course, in Olympiad, many things are happening and the situations in some of the games heating up. And there was a case yesterday. Estonia was playing in the men's team in the open section with Jamaica when Conop Mellis played against Jadin Show, and the Estonian player somehow collapsed, probably got fainted at the board, and they very shortly, of course, the Jamaican player, they offered a draw. He had to exchange up or something. He was kind of had a very good position. They made a fair play move by agreeing to a draw. They were not continuing the game after that because the player was taken to the hospital. I think ambulance took it, but the player is absolutely fine from Estonia. The arbiter was there to help, and she is also a nurse, so it was very practical that not only an arbiter. So things are getting sometimes very hot and very difficult. I had once also a similar case with my player when I was a captain myself in Iceland. And Berkes was playing, we were playing against Spain, and he was not winning his very good game. and it happened. But okay, as a captain, you have to handle these kind of things. But next day, he was playing again because I was a rough captain, but he wanted to play. He wanted to continue his tournament, and he said he's ready to fight. And we beat Azerbaijan heavily, and that's the way how we got the medal. So there are things happening, of course, in these kind of huge competitions, but everything is settled very nicely and everybody is healthy.
By the way, there was a case in Zigan's 1970. Penrose had the famous Penrose who beat Tal with the system wearing his name. He was pressing against Ulbestadt. Then he entered the forced variation and lost bishop with a lost position, and he fainted. Yeah, I mean, the stress is such. I mean, the shock that he was on top, he was trying something, he makes a small variation and he loses the bishop. Yes, it can
happens that they have great air condition in the playing hall, so it was not so hot that you can faint so easily.
But nevertheless, yeah, it's your body. I mean, your passion for chess, your whatever, emotions and everything.
Yeah, you can put yourself in such a mental state that you simply collapse. And well, just now in the match, the death match, which was played between Vidit and Anish Giri just before the Olympiad, it was a very special match also because they had the measured heart rate. And I think Vidit had at one point in one game 170, which is not exactly something that you have if you're just sitting there quietly.
Well, I don't think that I'm getting that high when doing sports.
Yes, I mean, that's crazy high. I just want to emphasize it that really in chess, you can get sometimes, of course, you're very calm if you're under control and you know what's going on. But sometimes it really can be so stressful that you cannot feel always very well. Sometimes it's like that. So let's see. Let's go back to the game.
I wonder how high would you be your heart rate be if the white knight landed on b6, for instance?
Well, knight is beautiful on b6 because there are very good checkmate ideas over there. So Durabai has to win this game.
Actually, it's not so easy to parry, no? Knight d7, knight b6.
Well, first of all, it's black to move, so what happens if takes, right?
It's his turn.
So that's the first question, but it seems to be winning for white.
No, if he takes, black has no space, even if he...
Rook b1 check is on the board.
Okay, king d2, I assume, no?
King e2. Well, now we see already the last few minutes of this game. Of course, it can be expanded because after every move, the players are receiving 30 extra seconds. But from now on, definitely, the heartbeat can be faster.
Yes.
Because maybe we are going to be sitting here and the players fighting out for another 20 minutes, half an hour. And after every move, they have this very stressful situation. You can see on the player of Durar Bailey that he knows that he has to win this game. He's fighting for his country, he's fighting for his team, and he knows it that he has to win this game to make it 2-2 this match, right?
Which is not their initial project, I assume.
And exactly, but you have to admit, if you're... it happens what happens, but there's a huge difference between draw and a loss.
Yes.
Huge difference, emotionally, and of course in the cross table.
Yes.
And he's not happy with his position. What happens would be to check.
When only don't go to f3. He went to d2, which is not a legal move.
He went king d2, rook b2 check, king c3.
So he wants to take on c5 with check, probably that was his idea. Rook b5.
Rook g2.
Rook g. He wanted this
Rook
guy
g2,
with check.
he wants to take there, but the big question is...
But knight d7, knight b6, no? But the knight e5 defense, no?
Knight d7, king d7, let's say. Then I think black can take, and knight e5.
No, king d4, king d4, sorry. King d4. That was my idea, that...
And then you want to say that there is no way that black can defend against the checkmate.
And if you go knight e5 instead of rook g3, the same. King d4, and it looks... King d4. I don't know. It's very much on the edge. If rook e2, then just
Rook
advance.
g2 in this position. This is the position we are witnessing right here. The question is, maybe black should be taking... no, actually, it's white to move. Knight d7.
Yes, knight d7, I think.
Knight d7, but also there's a good question whether can white take on g4, but then rook g3 would be the move.
Yeah, then why
But
would
it's
it
also okay. Rook d3, rook g4, rook d3, rook
this,
h3,
okay.
for example.
No, this could be winning.
Yes, because these two pawns are controlling fully those three pawns.
And it's such a space advantage.
But okay, black can go f4, king d4.
But f4 doesn't help so much, no?
Well, I'm just trying to save it for black somehow.
He went knight d7 anyway.
Even knight d7, he wants to go for checkmate.
Of course, the country needs
Went
that.
down 0:36 on the clock. Now, big question where to go with the king, because, for example, if black goes to a7, also the idea to play knight b6. And who will stop rook to go to d8?
Not me.
Well, what about rook g3? White cannot go to d4 because rook g1, I believe. So probably after rook g3, white should be going king b4, for example. And after that, to go rook d8, nobody can stop. And the mate on a8. So we shouldn't forget that in endgames, checkmate is very possible. And this is one of a great example of that.
And desirable. Better than stalemate, which
King
may...
a7. King a7, and we have knight on b6, of course. Instantly was played 1 minute, over 1 minute on the clock, and black is already going down under a minute. You can imagine how stressful it is that you know exactly, you can visualize it, both players, that the rook on a8 and the game is over, checkmate. And even it's only the fourth round, but of course the tension is already growing from minute to minute. The players are playing already more than 5 hours. And this means that probably they left already earlier from the hotel. But this is also interesting that it depends which hotel you're staying, because some people are staying just next door, which is a few minutes away from the playing hall, but
Which includes us.
that's not a big, not such a big hotel. It's very pleasant, and of course, as a player, I was always on favor to stay as close as possible to the playing hall, because it's a lot of hassle to go from the hotel when there are buses going. So you have every 15 minutes the bus is going, then you have to arrive, you have to go through the checkpoints and the security, and which takes time and a lot of people, it's warm, etc. And it means that if you're staying in a hotel which is further away, I think the hotel which is the furthest away is 45 minutes. Some hotels are 10 minutes away, 15 minutes away, 25 minutes away. And that makes a difference also when you want to prepare how much time do you have before the game. So what do we have? Rook g3 check,
He went
king
to
b2.
b2.
Why did he go to b2?
No,
What
he
is
can-
the reason?
okay,
Maybe
he
he
can-
just wants to collect more time.
Okay, that's one possibility, but he can go like a snake. C1, D2,
No, the thing is that king b4 would be a mistake, which I was suggesting, because knight d3 and knight d5. Though there would be another checkmate option, right?
Yeah, yeah. But he wants to go... So where does he go? To a4?
But okay, knight d5 was also... No, knight d5, knight c7. I don't know, maybe that's what he was worried about. Because here after, if just to show what I was thinking, that maybe after rook d8 there is an option to play knight d5, and after, well, knight b6 would be checkmate, but knight c7 is
Rook
defending.
C8. Rook
And after
C8.
rook c8, rook g7,
Of course it looks
h5.
awful.
It looks awful, but it's still not
But
checkmate.
yeah, I mean...
But he went king b3, black to move. Incredible
He
victory.
played
White
rook
is
g3
going
check.
to be checkmating. What about...
G3, King a4, I assume.
And the problem is for black that there would be a saving option playing knight h6 or f6 and go rook g8 after rook d8.
But
the
it doesn't really count.
rook is there on the 6th rank. King
A4,
A4
he went,
hiding
yes.
away, but the A8 square is going to, well, you see that the chessboard is big.
But the space
64
for the...
square is not enough for the king to hide.
Yes.
What a fighting spirit the Azerbaijan team has, right? I experienced it so many times. As a player, as a captain, incredible fighting spirit. And this is how Azerbaijan will equalize their match against Turkey.
But not a bad result for Turkey.
It's a wonderful result.
Yes.
Azerbaijan definitely came here and fighting for a medal, no question about it. While Turkey is not one of the favorites to get the medal, but
It's
they're
one of the
strong.
one of the strong, solid.
Yeah, but there are many teams
95,
who are
what?
stably so.
Yes.
But how did it get to... No, it's
95?
knight e5.
95 he played and rook d8.
And after rook d8? Check, check, check. So
Uh-huh.
let's say where the check stops. Rook g4, king b3. Of course,
King a3 also wins.
king
of course.
a3 also wins because knight c4 is not making a difference, but white goes king f3. Let's see, king, rook g3, king c2.
But we see that, okay, for some kings the chessboard is very big.
King c2, sorry.
He went
Sorry, no.
king
I
c2,
just
he went king c2, yes.
made wrong the move.
For some kings the board is really wide. For other kings it is not.
Yeah, the king is really trapped on a7. Rook g2 check. In the meantime, I got the information that Yushasina also won for Ukraine.
Yes, it was
which
clear
means that,
some time ago already.
Yeah. Rook g2.
And I think Maria Muzchuk is okay. She drew. It was the draw already.
And the game was won by Durar Bailey. Wow, congratulations for his fighting spirit, for his country, for himself, and equalizing the match to 2-2. Let's go and see what's going on with the Ukrainian ladies.
So Maria Muzchuk draw, but let's see how the game progressed since the moment we saw it. I mean, not from here. It was the position. Yes, something like this. Let's say. Okay. Yeah, she played f5. Okay, actually f5 makes sense. Is this so easy for black?
Well, I don't know. King e3, rook d5. Well, this is a nice setup because
Yes.
the king is completely cut away, right?
What if we try to approach from the other side, not king e3, but king g5? That would be my worry.
And how to progress, right?
King
But
e8, I
again,
assume, no? King
no,
e8.
king a7.
King 7. F4,
And just
let's
go.
say. It's not much better, no?
Well, and the problem is for white that if you go rook f6, still black goes king c7, and this is not enough because
Yeah.
black wins first, and then he can go rook queen h8.
You mean the f pawn?
Yeah, because simply the king is far away, right? King g6, and there will be the only
The
winning
king
move,
is
king
not on
h8.
e7, yeah.
This is the only winning move, right?
Yes, I assume the black king is not close enough, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so king g5, king e7, I also don't see how white is going
No,
to
so
be
then maybe
saving.
we underestimated her chances, no?
Well,
I was thinking of f5, but somehow I thought, yes, king h5, but okay, king e7 is strong, not king e8. Maybe, but rook a8 is slow, king e8.
Well, rook a7, I guess, is not helping much.
No, there's no difference.
King g5, king d8, f4. No, maybe it does make a difference because after king b8, what about playing this and after a4 to go rook e5?
Aha.
Because if the king would be on b7,
Yeah, then king b6.
b6.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Oh, so maybe this could have saved.
Maybe it's just a draw. But now, no, now I know, because I shouldn't go king to f6. Typical thing. I have to go king g6 in order to go rook e7, unless this is a zugzwang position, I don't know. Because only now I can go rook e5, because if the king on f6, then pawn on a1 will be with the check.
Ah, okay, yes.
So this is an important element, I think. And this seems to be a draw. No, because after f5, I mean, we have this intuition, right, that we were discussing,
Yes,
that,
yes.
well, there should be some chances for black, but f5 somehow does not seem right.
No, but it's the only chance. Otherwise, how do we make progress?
No, I mean, I said it wrongly. It's not that it
Yes.
doesn't look right. It looks like
It's not enough.
it's not enough. I mean,
Yes,
really, and
yes.
rook a7 seems to be actually the only sensible
yes.
move. Even if you want to go king e3, you go rook a3
Yeah,
anyway.
yeah.
Because you simply cut the king as far as
I
possible.
didn't see your maneuver to e5, but I thought, okay, f5, rook e7. Somehow I had this in mind. Yes, and you come with the king to d4, and yeah, let's say we go back.
But maybe- Sorry?
Let's say we don't see the maneuver with rook e3, king e3. But
How the
actually-
game went. Okay.
No, but with rook a7, with the rook on
With
a7.
the same idea
No,
with
no,
rook
no.
a7.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, rook a7 you have to play.
Yeah, rook a7,
Let's say you
king
didn't.
e8, king e3, rook
And it-
d5 anyway.
And even now f4, let's say.
And you want to do anyway the same rook
Maybe,
e7.
no? King e3.
But that's not the same.
It's not the same
It's not
thing,
the
no?
same because the king has to be here to be able to support the e pawn, right?
Yes, it's true.
But what is this?
No, it's not okay, of course. No, but rook a7 you have to play intuitively.
But why was it okay the other way? Now I don't understand.
Okay, rook a7.
It was rook e7.
a4, rook e5. Why?
Yeah, because the king was there. Yeah,
Yes,
supporting.
Yes.
Okay, so she played king e3, rook d5, king f4 back, king e7. Actually, still, it was possible probably after rook d5 to
Yes,
play rook
yes.
a7
Because
and then go back.
Tempi are not so important, yes.
Yeah, so
I
king
mean, you
f4.
have some reserve.
Ah, but she went there
But with the king on a6.
with the king on the 7th rank.
Rook on a6.
Yeah, rook e6, she went rook e5 and king c6. You
Yeah,
see?
that's the point, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. No, rook end games, of course,
No,
we
so-
know that how sensitive and one
So
tempo.
she even saw the idea of rook
Yes.
e5.
Well,
but-
we also saw it at first, and we also looked at it this way. But
But rook a7. I mean, there are things you
Yeah.
have to do
yeah, yeah.
in rook endings.
Rook e8, a4, rook a8, king b5, and already this
No.
practically wins by itself because now the king is sheltered by the rook behind it, and rook h1, a2, rook h1, king a3, rook d1, king b2. Even with a nice technique, she was winning it actually because she went rook c5. She wanted to make sure that, well, she's not giving up. She does not want to give up this f5 pawn, not at all. King d3, and then she went all the way to capture the pawn. I think I would just queen it. I wouldn't take it.
No, but you can admire her for not.
Well, I understand her point. I see that in the ladies section we still have one game running. It's also Pia Crumling is still playing.
So Ukraine won, yes, eventually.
Yeah, let's see Pia Crumling. Actually, how the Swedish are standing.
They play with Cuba, I see.
And well, actually, Cuba is leading 2-1. So this one is also essential for the Swedish team to equalize the match. And Pia Crumling, who is known as she's there for quite a few decades in the top 10 in the world of the ladies. She was one of the other ladies who was playing frequently in open section when I was a kid. And she was also young. Of course, she was competing more in the ladies section, but for her it was also very natural. She played a lot of tournaments, opens in Spain. And, well, they are already really playing a long time, 5.5 hours, if you see the playing hall there. And it's already reaching out to the 89th move. And what is this? Can black win this endgame?
How can she cross that? The problem is that the rook has to stay on h2 probably to hold the pawn, but then how do you make progress?
Well, sometimes you make progress only by making a move, first of all, because she's going down 11 seconds. She can't afford herself to wow, she played bishop f4, but what is this? Bishop f4, why is it so good?
This is just a
this
draw,
is
no?
like compromising and agreeing to a draw. I don't understand this
But
move.
did she have any chances?
I don't understand this move, what has happened here. I mean, you had to play just anything else, right?
Yeah.
Is this really happening in this game?
But by the way, wasn't it such a variation possible? Just in analyze. King f5,
Well, the idea is bishop d4,
king f4,
king f4, but what is this? Check.
king f3.
King f3, wow. Bishop d4 would be losing immediately
yes,
because
yes.
of check g2.
Yes.
And taking, and rook h1 back
Yes, but
afterwards.
I think that's winning anyway.
No, it looks like an amazing idea.
Yes, no, I was
No,
just...
it's not winning because rook b3 and rook e3.
And
Rook e3. But
And,
okay, this is a great
well,
chance to
well.
play on.
well, yeah, okay. At least this looks like a position. Of course,
But
I won 2 games with this. One of them.
But I absolutely don't understand. She got confused with seconds on her clock. Simply.
Yes. You know, it's funny that I won 2 games with Rook versus Bishop. One of them against 2,600 players. Player.
By the way, wasn't rook h5 winning? Here.
For
Rook h5.
for white already, no?
Isn't rook h5
Yes,
winning and
looks-
h7?
But she played h7.
I understand, but
Yeah. I know.
well, things happen in the 5th hour, that's for sure. h7, there is nothing else to do, only play rook h4 or king g7, but it's going to be a draw just in a few moves. We are going to see the last game to finish. It seems like there is still going on one game. Max Shane is still playing, you know?
Oh,
England won already. Well, let's stay here for a few seconds more because I think there is going to be a handshake just in a second. And these are the moments when your opponent making a mistake and you have to be alert to grab the victory and play rook h5. This is you can't miss these opportunities, right? It's like you have to be alert, and this is why chess is so difficult sometimes, because you're struggling, you're playing, you're fighting. I mean, could you imagine how Pia Crumling would feel after rook h5? And not to talk about the captains, to tell you the truth, who has to watch these games. I
and
know husbands, family members, of course, but captain themselves. They are
No,
following
but
the game.
they're the same.
They are following the game, right? And it's like I remember when Ashrat Petrosyan, who was the captain 3 times of the Olympic gold medal team for Armenia, he was telling to me and to other people, the first 3 hours he doesn't even want to see, because after 3 hours, if you're winning, even nothing happens. It's always turning ups and downs. So he has to keep his health. He's not going there and watching that. So, well, we see on the board. In the meantime, I got the information Max Shane won. So actually, England made a huge result today. because I think it means that they won the match 3.5. England against Serbia. So that's a very tasty victory in round 4. And we see a draw agreed between Pia Krumling, and the last game is finished, at least for the games what we are seeing right here from the top rounds. Of course, it's after such a games, you go home to your room, you're analyzing, and you get some shock and heart attack, probably what you missed, and of course, probably she's complaining and she's upset that she did not win the game.
But
and
Bayon, the husband and captain, is happy.
well,
somehow.
probably, maybe he saw Rook H5, that's also possible.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, today we had another very exciting game, and it's only going to be escalating higher and higher, and the stress is going to be more and more in this Olympiad. It's the 44th Chess Olympiad in Chennai, in India, where everybody is heated up for the happenings. Of course, outside is extremely hot as well, but the volunteers, many hundreds of volunteers who are extremely happy and passionate to meet all the players here. But of course, the players are also very happy. We've seen quite a few interviews, and you can find a lot of posts out there where weaker and stronger and world-class players are expressing how good the conditions are, not only the playing hall with air condition, but also the hotel, the food, the swimming pool. So everything has its very nice atmosphere. But of course, for those who are not winning their matches and they're expecting to win their matches, the mood can be a little bit dropping down. Anyway, let's see the round, what has been in the top field. Let's see how we are standing with the matches. France, India was 2-2. USA, Uzbekistan was 2-2. India won 2.5. India 3 lost 2.5 to Spain. Then Poland, Romania was 2-2. Azerbaijan made miracle on board 4 to equalize the match to 4-4 against Turkey. Then Israel won their match. Serbia, England won 3.5, which is amazing in round 4. India too, watch out with that team because the future champions may be over there. They won 3-1 to Italy. Armenia, Austria 2-2. And then Canada, Iran 2-2. Slovakia won against Ukraine. That was very painful for Ukraine. Cuba beat Hungary 3-1. Norway made only 2-2. And let's go to the women's section. Just see the Bulgaria, Ukraine. It was 3-1, I think, right?
Bulgaria, Ukraine, was it 3-1?
So let's see. Hungary lost to India 2.5.
It was 2.5. Ukraine, Bulgaria, 2.5.
Ukraine won. It was very sweaty match for Ukraine. Yes. It was not easy at all, but they won at the end 2.5, 1.5. Very, very important because every half a point means a lot, even already at stage of round 4. Georgia won a crushing 3-1 to India 3. Netherlands, Poland made a crushing victory over the Netherlands, 3.5. Then we have France, Serbia, 2.5, 1.5. And let's see the rest, quite a few match number 6. Azerbaijan beat Israel 3-1. Then the next was...
Romania beat Germany.
Romania beat Germany too.
Well, that was, let's call it a surprise if we judge by ratings.
Okay, Romania won, so they are happy today.
It's a great result, of course.
Mongolia, Kazakhstan 2-2. India 2 beat Estonia, which is a good result. Cuba beat Sweden. We've seen just now the final game with Pia Krumling, so they must be extremely happy. Even the miss of the Rook H5 was not so painful, I guess.
Oh, there is a 4-0. Armenia, Ireland.
Okay, so we still have in round 4
yes.
4-0s.
There
anyway.
are two, Spain, Mexico. It's also 4-0.
Well,
you stopped one match too early. Now they start having results, real results.
well, thank you very much for being here. We hope you enjoyed it as we did, because there were a lot of interesting things. We tried to cover as much as possible with interesting moments. Definitely, we are going to be here tomorrow, and don't forget to share your ideas, your questions, your feelings about what you think about the Olympiad, which is the best game of round 4, and please send it to #BestChessOlympiad 2022, because we are waiting your thoughts and which is the game which you think was the best in the women's section, in the open section, and generally if you have a question to me or to Mihail about his books or about chess, we're going to be trying to answer to your questions. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye, everybody. Until tomorrow.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judit Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.